is tracking the formation of new value, not the fluctuations of price above and below value. Keen follows Schumpeter in attempting to read Marx as a failed neoclassical economist. Keen attempts to show that Marx is inconsistent in his treatment of use value, saying that Marx's discovery that the use value of labor power is the secret of surplus value is later contradicted when Marx says that the means of production must be constant capital. It transfers its value, but cannot be the source of surplus labor on which surplus value depends. For Keen, the error here is that Marx did not permit the possibility that their use value cannot exceed their exchange value. 68 Keen's error, here, derives from misreading use value as an impoverished synonym for utility. 69 One defining belief in conventional Marxian economics, Keen says, is that labor is the only source of profit. While machines are necessary for production, labor alone generates profit for the capitalist. 70 Marx argues that labor is the only source of value, not the only source of profit. We have already noted that new technology, before it is made available to all manufacturers, allows a minority to increase their rate of profit. Profit is explained separately from value in Marx. Price can vary above and below value. The competitive market is meant to discipline prices so that they correspond to value, but the market is not reliable in achieving this. It is important for an economic theory to be able to distinguish price from value, therefore. Also, in ordinary speech we need to be able to describe goods that are overpriced and underpriced. This means judging prices in terms of another measure. This is value. Profit can be made without adding value. Buying low and selling high, or arbitrage, is the pure form of profiting without adding any new value. That is, commodities may be sold at prices deviating from their values, but these deviations are no method for increasing value. 71 The cost of labor power, which is the source of value, can be purchased cheaply, leading to an increase in profit. Super profits are made by purchasing labor power below the average cost of labor power in the global labor market. Keeping wage costs to a minimum by outsourcing production to countries where the process of proletarianization is still taking place allows capitalists to produce more surplus value. Marx underpins his investigation into labor as the source of value by proving that value cannot be added in circulation. If a capitalist earns profit by purchasing goods below their value or by selling over their value, then profit is derived from another's pocket. Merely putting it into circulation does not augment the total quantity of value in society. Even if some individuals derive profit from circulation, this is only because others lose from it. That is, circulation is a zero-sum game. Since exchange values are exchanged as equivalents, then no new value is added by exchanging them whether they go for their correct value or fetch prices above or below value. The analysis of prices, profits, and marginal utility has no means of conceiving of the distinction between zero-sum profits and new value. The best mainstream economists can do is distinguish between nominal and real prices. Exchange value cannot explain the production of value because it is based on equivalence. Marx, therefore, takes the startling decision to explain the production of value through consumption and use value instead of production and exchange value. The capitalist, he says, must be so lucky as to find, within the sphere of circulation, in the market, a commodity, whose use value possesses the peculiar property of being a source of value, whose actual consumption, therefore, is itself an embodiment of labor, and, consequently, a creation of value. The possessor of money does find on the market such a special commodity in capacity for labor or labor power. 72. The key to Marx's labor theory of value, therefore, is the consumption of labor. The consumption of labor power, when it is put to work, is capable of adding value over and above its costs. Inserting labor and production into the consideration of value does not, in principle, solve the puzzle of new value. If, for instance, wages are equal to the value of labor spent, then no new value is generated over and above what is spent on obtaining it. With a pre-Marxist classical conception of labor, it is impossible to understand the production of new value, which is the accumulation of value. A capitalist can derive profit from labor by selling the products of labor at prices higher than the value embodied in the commodities, but this is not consistent with a labor theory of value, requiring an additional sum on top of labor to provide the profit. Smith suggested that labor has two prices, the price it costs and the price it commands. What Smith fails to explain is how such a difference arises, how it is regulated, how the ratio between them is altered, and whether this is true of all cases of labor or only applies in specific circumstances. Marx coins the concept of surplus labor to explain the production of new value, called surplus value. Since the worker in capitalist society is involved in a social division of labor, she does not directly produce the means of subsistence that she must consume in order to live and, therefore, reproduce her capacity for labor, or labor power. Nevertheless, Marx says, the working day can be divided into two portions, one in which the worker produces the value equivalent to their own reproduction, and another portion, in which the wage laborer continues to work, now producing value for the reproduction of the capitalist and the capitalist's enterprise. During the first portion of the day, Marx says, the worker engages in necessary labor, and in the second portion, surplus labor. The value which surplus labor produces is surplus value. Marx does not equate surplus value with new value, pointing out that the worker must produce new value in order to replace the value equivalent to wages, but the new value created by surplus labor is value added by unpaid labor. The rate of surplus value is therefore an exact expression for the degree of exploitation of labor power by capital. 73 Since profit is income minus all factor costs, not just wages, surplus value is greater than profit, hence the rate of surplus value is always higher than the rate of profit. Although the use value of labor, not its exchange value, is essential to the production of new value, such new value is only realized by converting the use value of labor back into abstract labor, as a specific quantity of labor time. Concrete labor and abstract labor contribute differently to the production of value. Marx explains with the example of spinning cotton into yarn, abstract labor adds new value to the values of cotton and the spindle, while only concrete useful labor transfers the values of the means of production to the product, and preserves them in the product. 74 Capital expended on labor power is variable capital because it is the only source of new value. All other factors of production, including raw materials, machinery, premises, and fuel, constitute the expenditure of constant capital. Keene thinks that Marx's argument that the cost of means of production only transfers its values to the product erroneously equates depreciation of a machine with its productive capacity. 75 If you could get surplus labor out of a machine, then it could produce surplus value, he thinks. How would you do that? Labor power is priced at cost of reproduction. A day of labor costs however much the necessities for labor to renew itself costs per day. If you can get a laborer to work beyond the time it takes to reproduce him or herself, then the rest of the labor is surplus labor and the rest of the value is surplus labor. How much does it cost to reproduce a machine per day? The amount it costs divided by its lifespan. To get the machine to produce more than it depreciates, you would have to use it without using it up. Neoclassical economists argue that the cost of machinery is less than the machine can produce. But machines produce nothing on their own. A screwdriver cannot produce value, nor can any tools. Machines are no different from tools in this respect. The means of production have to be brought to life by living labor in order for any new value to be produced at all. When this happens, labor is the source of the value and the machine is the means by which it is produced. We must remember that machines are also the product of labor. Any value that machines contribute to the production of value, as the means of production, is produced by labor. Even if there were a case for machines producing value, then we would have to say that this capacity was produced itself by labor. Keene's confusion about the apparent contribution of machinery to the production of value derives from the observation that mechanization, and other improvements in productivity, increase profitability. If a machine can deliver more profit to the capitalist than the machine costs, which, clearly, is the precondition for investing capital in machinery, then it appears to produce value that labor cannot produce without it. It is clear that machinery, as well as other factors, augments the productive power of laborers, both in terms of the production of use values and the production of exchange values. Although in Marxist terms machinery is dead labor, the origin of machinery in labor is not a satisfactory explanation of why labor is the only source of value and machinery only transfers its value to commodities through living labor. And while it is important to point out that a machine to which the power of living labor is not applied produces no value, 76, this fact is not, by itself, proof that machinery cannot add value. Marx solves Keynes' problem in advance through the differentiation of surplus value into two types: absolute surplus value and relative surplus value. The surplus value produced by prolongation of the working day, Marx says, I call absolute surplus value. On the other hand, the surplus value arising from the alteration of the respective lengths of the two components of the working day, I call relative surplus value. 77 Since surplus value depends on the ratio between necessary and surplus labor, absolute surplus value derives from the absolute increase in the quantity of surplus labor to necessary labor, and relative surplus value derives from the increases in the productivity of labor which reduce the quantity of labor required to reproduce the value of labor and therefore increase the quantity of surplus labor to necessary labor without reducing the wage or adding to the quantity of labor spent in a day. Relative surplus value is produced by the division of labor, automation, and so forth, which do not produce new value, but increase the proportion of surplus labor to necessary labor, and increase the proportion of surplus value in relation to wages. In other words, relative surplus value is not new value but results from an increase in the rate of exploitation. Insofar as machines make living labor more productive, and insofar as the capitalist takes the entire share of the increased productivity, machines certainly appear to produce value from the point of view of the productive capitalist, but they only increase the ratio of surplus labor in relation to necessary labor. Blagg fails to understand how surplus value is produced and its relation to surplus labor and surplus value when he says, Marx concluded, as did Ricardo, that profits, or total surplus value, depend on the cost of wage goods. 78 Neoclassical economists have always misperceived the labor theory of value as a cost of wage goods theory of price, which is why there is no neoclassical theory of value capable of distinguishing between profits made in a zero-sum circulation and profits derived from the production of new value. Neoclassicism has not improved on the early classical idea that the capitalist places a markup on the costs to reach a price that yields profit, regulated by the subjective perception of marginal utility by consumers. As a result, neoclassical economics has a theory of capital that lacks the capacity for self-accumulation and is incapable of distinguishing the capitalist mode of production from other social methods of extracting value from the surplus product, such as in slave-owning economies and landowner economies. If we are going to redefine art's economic exceptionalism in terms of the capitalist mode of production in particular, then we are going to need a suitable theory of capital. Historically, neoclassicism has defined capital in three ways: as stored value, as deferred consumption, and as assets that yield income. Stored value is the most common neoclassical definition of capital, and it is not significantly different from classical definitions of capital. Where mainstream economists aim for clarity with regard to capital, they focus on what counts as capital. Smith believed that the mercantilists equated money with capital and sought to extend capital to include the whole breadth of wealth embodied in land, houses, stocks of goods, and so on. Mill's version of the idea that capital is stored value is expressed in the phrase "capital is the result of saving." This has been theorized in terms of time, see Baumgart's notion of waiting, or stocks. Although Marshall defines capital as that part of wealth devoted to acquiring an income, 79, he furnishes us only with examples of stocks, namely machinery, raw material, any food, clothing, and house room, 80, or again, tools, machines, factories, railways, docks, ships, etc. 81 The emphasis on stocks is based on the idea of stored value, while the emphasis on time, waiting and saving is based on the idea of deferred consumption. Senior is the primary source of the concept of abstention at the heart of the concept of deferred consumption, but the phrase deferred consumption comes from Kenneth Arrow. Coined in the context of raising objections to the term social capital as not being capital in the proper sense at all, Arrow complained that the term capital implies a deliberate sacrifice in the present for future benefit. Senior complained that economists had failed to define the concept of capital. 82 but defines it himself as an article of wealth, the result of human exertion, employed in the production or distribution of wealth. 83 which is consistent with the general notion of capital as stored value. However, Senior, the son of a vicar, adds the condition of abstinence in which some delay of enjoyment must in general have reserved it from unproductive use. 84 The third short neoclassical definition of capital, assets that yield income, is the now standard definition, formulated by Irving Fisher, one of the founders of monetarism. More frequently, today, mainstream economists refer to capital as a factor of production. However, new theories of capital are still being formulated. Becker applies Fisher's definition to the worker's care for herself in his concept of human capital, but he has to play with language a little to make it stick. To speak of assets in economics is more usually to speak of investments in the form of bonds, shares, and so forth. A worker's physique, skills, or experience are assets in a colloquial sense but not assets in the economic sense. To define human capital in terms of assets that yield income, therefore, is to defend the use of the metaphor by using a pun. Workers have economic self-interest in their own skills and the wages that they might command, but these are not economic assets for the worker, they are capital only to the capitalist. This relationship between capital and labor is heavily repressed by human capital theory. What Becker needs to dodge here is the difficulty of capital investing in other people's labor. The concept of human capital must suppress this relationship to make its case. Giving the impression that human capital may yield financial and other benefits in the future, Becker associates investments in one's own health and well-being with owning shares, even though nobody ever earned a living from purchasing private health insurance or visiting museums. If human capital is nothing but a store of human capacities that can be sold on the labor market, then human capital does not yield income but is simply the basis on which the worker's wages are fixed in the marketplace. It is not human capital that yields income for the worker, but labor power sold as a commodity to the employer. Marx, who encountered similar arguments in his day, pointed out that the worker must actually work to earn the interest on her investment, whereas the capitalist earns her premium simply by virtue of owning assets. Any theory of capital that fails to distinguish between the capacity to earn, including all forms of benefit and advantage, through labor and the capacity to earn without labor is therefore seriously deficient. All three dominant mainstream theories of capital apply to wealth in all economic systems, not just to the capitalist mode of production. From within mainstream economics, this generality is seen as an accomplishment of economic science. Capital exists before capitalism, of course, and therefore no theory of capital would be adequate that was restricted to the capitalist mode of production. However, capital is extended by capitalism not only in extent, the process whereby capital replaces tradition, custom, land ownership, and so on, but also by adding to the forms of production. That is to say, it is only with the development of capitalism that a labor market for wage labor emerges and therefore that capital takes the form of productive or industrial capital. Markets existed before the Industrial Revolution, but before that, no economy has ever existed that, even in principle, was controlled by markets. 85 Since gain and profit made on exchange never before played an important part in human economy. 86 The existence of capital before capitalism should not distract us from the transformation of capital that occurs when it becomes the driving force of society. When protectionist laws stiffly regulate trade, customs, institutions, and so on, it is impossible for capital to express itself. Capital before the historical emergence of the self-regulated market was a store of value, necessarily implied deferred consumption and could, in a limited way, be regarded as an asset yielding income, in usury and ground rent, for instance. Capital takes on new forms within capitalism. Insofar as the change from regulated to self-regulating markets at the end of the 18th century represented a complete transformation in the structure of society 87, it also transforms capital. Up to the end of the 18th century, industrial production in Western Europe was a mere accessory to commerce 88, hence, capital was largely a store of wealth, and was predominantly in the form of merchant capital, not productive capital. Early economists such as Smith, Malthus, Sismondi, and Say often gave a marginal role to labor other than agricultural work and to forms of capital other than ground rent, merchant profit and interest on financial assets. Stored value is a poor definition of capital because it is indistinguishable from wealth. Marx called an inert store of value a hoard. Capital is not hoarded but put into circulation with the aim of returning with profit or interest. Withdrawn from circulation, Marx says, money becomes petrified into a hoard, and though it remains in that state till doomsday, not a single farthing would accrue to it. 89 If income from a business is spent as money to purchase necessities or luxuries, it is no longer capital. Like stored value, the notion of deferred income following a deliberate sacrifice fails to distinguish between capital and hoard. Capital is wealth put into circulation in order to return as an augmented magnitude, therefore capital must be spent on capital goods, assets, or, after the advent of industrial capitalism, in consuming raw material, the means of production and labor power. However, not all consumption uses capital, some consumption uses revenue, which is wealth spent without returns. Consumption for accumulation and consumption for use are economically poles apart. Only when wealth is consumed in processes of self-accumulation do we have capital. Stores of wealth spent unproductively, that is, for use on necessities or luxuries, are not transformed into capital, no matter how many sacrifices were made to save the hoard or how long the consumption is deferred. Deferring consumption itself is not the conversion of wealth into capital. Productive capital accumulates through the consumption of the labor of others, including dead labor crystallize it in goods. Income earned through labor is not income earned through capital. Capital is a special kind of wealth, distinguished from money, revenue, income, profit, and so on. Capital is not merely owned or stored or hoarded but must be put into circulation specifically for the purpose of withdrawing more wealth from circulation. This is expressed in the formula MM, in which M represents money, the dash represents an unspecified process and the M represents a sum of money greater than M. Although capitalists may fail in their attempt to make a profit, the expenditure of capital differs from the expenditure of revenue insofar as the value is spent on condition that it returns, and then some. Marx identified three kinds of capital: productive, merchant and finance capital. Productive capital is expressed in the formula MCM. M represents money, C represents commodities, and M represents the value originally invested plus an additional sum. Non-capitalist circulation, which Marx expresses with the formula CMC, treats money as a measure of value and a means of circulation, with all three moments representing the same quantity of value. CMC only makes sense insofar as the two commodities at each end of the circuit are qualitatively different and their exchange ultimately satisfies qualitatively different needs. 90 The circuit MCM, on the other hand, does not aim to exchange qualitatively different use values that satisfy qualitatively different needs. By contrast, exchanging money for money makes no sense, unless, that is, a quantitative difference arises. 91 This means that in the formula MCM, money is not merely a measure of value or a medium of exchange but also an end in itself. Ordinarily, or according to the logic behind CMC, it is hard to imagine an exchange of a sum of money for a greater sum of money, but this happens in the case of loans and other financial products, and the merchant, who buys cheap and sells high, or buys at wholesale and sells at retail, effectively purchases a greater quantity of money with a smaller quantity of money. But Marx does not base his explanation of the circuit MCM on the profits of the merchant capitalist. The increase in the value of M in MM and MCM can be due to interest, rent or merchant's profit, but Marx provides the first explanation of the specific means by which the industrial capitalist converts a smaller sum of money into a larger sum of money. The profits of the industrial capitalist is due to the purchase of a special commodity that produces new value over and above the value that it fetches in the market, labor power. Merchant capital is money advanced in the purchase of commodities for profitable sale, and therefore follows almost the same sequence as productive capital, beginning with M, passing through C, and culminating in an augmented sum of M. However, since merchant capital typically purchases goods from productive capitalists at a discounted rate, known as the wholesale price, its sequence must be expressed differently in the formula MCM. M represents the discounted price of the goods. By selling at the full price a profit is made. The merchant capitalist takes a share of the surplus value produced by labor. The ratio of the share is determined by negotiations over the discount that the productive capitalist agrees with the merchant capitalist. Finance capital is advanced in the form of loans or traded in the form of stocks, shares, and bonds. Finance capital requires two formulas because interest and dividends are obtained in one way while profits from the asset market are obtained in another. The formula for the financial profits of interest and dividends is expressed in the formula MAM+. The A represents assets. The plus represents the sum added to the value of an asset through interest on it or as a dividend paid to shareholders. The formula for assets made through trading, however, does not follow this pattern and is expressed in the formula MAM. The M symbol represents the losses and profits of the owners of assets. This is because this kind of profit is made in a zero-sum game, just taking money out of other capitalists' pockets. No price theory can distinguish between CMC and MCM, not to mention MCM, MAM+ and MAM. One of the reasons why neoclassical economists believe that marginal utility price theory is superior to classical costs of production price theory and the labor theory of value is that it is more general, applying indifferently to natural and artificial monopoly goods, agricultural and industrial goods, profit and rent, etc. When it comes to discriminating between different forms of capital, different economic social relations, different economies of labor and consumption, and so on, mainstream economics typically asserts that all these things are economic and therefore can be studied according to standard economic methods. If art is economically exceptional, however, then we cannot proceed by examining its prices and the utility of its consumers. A Marxist theory of economic exceptionalism must delineate between products produced according to the capitalist mode of production and products produced not in conformity with capitalist commodity production. Andrew Clement tells us, Marx's value theory pertains exclusively to commodity production, that is, to cases in which goods and services are produced for the purpose of being exchanged, or equivalently, produced as commodities if the products have been produced for a different purpose, that of satisfying the producer's and others' needs and wants, they have not been produced as commodities. A key reason for distinguishing between commodity production and non-commodity production is that prices or rates of exchange are determined differently in the two cases. When things are not produced as commodities, the rates at which they exchange may depend exclusively upon the demand for them, or upon normative considerations, or upon customary rules. It is only when products are produced for the purpose of being exchanged that their costs of production become significant determinants of their prices. 92. To say that art is a commodity is to say that art is produced for the purpose of being exchanged. If art is not produced as a commodity, but rather to satisfy aesthetic and cultural needs and wants, then art is not a commodity and the Marxist labor theory of value will not apply to it. Or rather, the Marxist labor theory of value will not be able to analyze how art is exchanged as a commodity because the rates at which they exchange may depend exclusively upon normative considerations or customary rules. The question is not whether art is economic or not, or whether art ought to be publicly funded or subjected to the rigors of the self-regulating market. The fundamental question for an economic analysis of art is whether or not art is economically exceptional. But economic exceptionalism needs to be reassessed. Art is economically exceptional to the standard economic patterns outlined by classical economics, and I have shown that art is economically exceptional with regard to neoclassical theories of price, utility, and marginality. Being exceptional to a theory is one thing, being exceptional to a social system is another. The more substantial question, therefore, is whether art is exceptional not to economic doctrine but to economic practice. What I want to turn my attention to in the rest of this book is the question of whether art is economically exceptional to capitalist commodity production. Unlike mainstream economics, Marxism is capable of identifying precisely where, how, and why art is economically exceptional to the capitalist mode of production. The Economics of Art. Chapter 7. On the absence of a Marxist economics of art. Marxism has made an outstanding contribution to the study of art, aesthetics, and culture. 1 While one of those systems of thought concerned with the nature and direction of society as a whole, Perry Anderson says, unlike most of its rivals in this field, Marxism has also developed an extensive discourse on literature. 2 Marxist aesthetics has not limited itself to studies of literature but has made vital contributions to our understanding of film, theater, radio, painting, sculpture, architecture, photomontage, photography, the media, and everyday life, as well as the new practices of installation, performance, video, appropriation, net art, the digital image, and the new art of encounter. As such, Marxism, which begins as a political and economic tradition that coalesces post-Hegelian philosophy, classical economics, and the workers' movement, found itself, in the 20th and 21st century, to be one of the leading discourses on art and aesthetics. How should we explain the extraordinary attraction between Marxism and art? Margaret Rose has unearthed Marx's extensive engagement with art and argued credibly that the aesthetic was all along central to his materialist philosophy. Although such passages have received relatively scant attention, the concept of art as serving needs is one which has been accepted within the Marxist aesthetic, and has continued to distinguish it from others, but particularly from the idealist aesthetics of Kant and Schiller, which were still influential in Marx's time. 3. David Harvey observes that Marx's 3 volumes of Capital are dripping with allusions to literature, drama, poetry, and painting, even claiming that reading these economic works is improved by first reading Balzac, Dickens, and others. 4 However, the attraction between Marxism and art is not always cozy. Frederick Jameson acknowledges that the range of insults that Marxists who attend to questions of art, aesthetics, and literature receive from more politically and economically oriented Marxists, run the gamut from neo-Hegelian idealism, simple revisionism, and existentialism to extreme left deviationism and ultra-Bolshevism. 5 While many Marxists would defend the attention paid to culture by taking issue with the orthodox limitation of Marxism to questions of economic analysis and political strategy, Chantal Mouffe insists that artistic practices can play a role in the struggle against capitalist domination. 6 Anderson argues that Marxism's valuable contribution to the study of culture is a result of political defeat. 7 Saying that, in these circumstances, the needle of the whole tradition tended to swing increasingly away from activist politics towards contemporary bourgeois culture. 8 Eagleton, facing in the opposite direction so to speak, claims that the bond between culture and Marxism derives from the contradictoriness of the aesthetic, which, he says, only a dialectical thought of this kind can adequately encompass. 9 György Marcus points out that the archetypal Marxist assertion, that the artwork is a commodity, was absent from the Marxist tradition until the 1930s. Marx regarded the progressive commodification of all products of human activities as constituting an aspect of capitalist production, which made it hostile to art and poetry in general. 10 Art cannot be commodified, Marcus says, because commodification can only be applied to products which are socially reproducible, and therefore it has no meaning for genuine works of art as strictly individual and irreplaceable objects of human objectivity, characteristics Marx accepts as self-evident. 11. Art's economic exceptionalism appears evident in Marx's own view of art as Marcus explains it. The artwork as universal human value can thus have no economic value in the proper sense, only an irrational, both economically and aesthetically, accidental price. And this means that the laws of capitalist commodity production cannot explain the historical evolution of modern art, beyond positing the general conflict between the two. 12. Marcus goes so far as to say that Marx's oeuvre tends to treat artistic production as the prototype of unalienated human activity. 13. Hence, Marx neither developed an economic analysis of art nor asserted that art is nothing but a commodity. When, from the 1930s onwards, Marxists developed the commodity analysis of art. 14. This was based on an extension of Marx's concept of commodity fetishism, not the Marxist analysis of capitalist commodity production. So, even when art becomes theorized by Marxists in terms of commodity production, no Marxist economic analysis of art is developed, as we will see. The 1930s is a watershed period for Marxism, especially with regard to the theory of art. Marxism has two main legacies. In a division coined by Maurice Merleau-Ponty in 1955, we can identify two phases of Marxism with distinctive characteristics: Classical Marxism and Western Marxism. 15. Early Marxism is a philosophical, political, and economic critique of capitalism, while the second phase of Marxism begins with a cultural turn in the 1920s, leading to a long-standing, sophisticated, and diverse contribution to the understanding and critique of culture and art. Classical Marxism consists of the theory of Marx and Engels, and extends to the economic and political theory of Lenin, Trotsky, Rosa Luxemburg, and others. Western Marxism consists of the more philosophical, aesthetic, and cultural writing of Marxism, beginning with George Lukács, Theodor Adorno, Walter Benjamin, Ernst Bloch, and extending to Frederick Jameson and others today. In assessing the contribution of Marxism to the understanding of art, we need to distinguish these two legacies. Classical Marxism said a great deal about economics and very little about art. Western Marxism said a lot about art and aesthetics but virtually nothing about economics. Marxist economics after the 1920s is separated from philosophical and aesthetic Marxism, although important contributions to economic theory are made by the likes of Ernest Mondale, Paul Sweezy, and Robert Brenner. Effectively, the split between classical and Western Marxism is not temporal but runs through Marxism itself as a bifurcated living tradition, economic Marxists coexisting with cultural Marxists but hardly ever combining their insights. Classical Marxism, and the economically and politically oriented Marxism that remained faithful to it, did not regard art as significant enough economically or politically to warrant attention. Western Marxism did not regard economics as providing the best tools for grasping the nuances of art. Marxists have rightly examined the relationship between art and capitalism, but have typically turned to political and ideological analysis to examine the class character of art and artists, or to establish art's incorporation or recuperation by market forces and the state. Since art is the official or dominant culture of class-divided society, Marxists have often, and justifiably, preferred to study its complicity in the state to providing an economic analysis of art's relationship to capital. I want to argue that we might bring the two legacies of Marxism back together. A Marxist economic analysis of art has never been undertaken in the full sense. What we have instead is Marxists, for instance, applying the analysis of the class relations of industrial capitalism to the production, distribution, and consumption of art, or the political interpretation of the price of artworks and the wealth or poverty of artists. I want to argue, however, that a full and undiluted Marxist economic analysis of art not only provides the only possible basis for a Marxist politics of art, a Marxist aesthetics and a Marxist social ontology of art, but also the possibility of bringing the two legacies of Marxism back together in a coherent whole. Marxists have appeared to examine art economically, but have always fallen short of the task that is required of an economics derived from the 3 volumes of Capital. Arnold Hauser's extended study The Social History of Art, 1951, stands out for bringing the economic to bear on art history, but includes the economic within the social analysis of art. Hauser does not provide an economic analysis of art. Hauser weaves the history of art into the fabric of political, social, cultural, and economic life. This kind of analysis, I would say, amounts to a sociology of style. Nevertheless, Hauser was too reductivist for many Western Marxists. Andrew Arato, the historian of the Frankfurt School, provides a vivid picture of how Western Marxism regarded the problem of the economics of art, anchored in a negative assessment of the classical Marxist attitude to culture. Marx wrote nothing on culture as such. Indeed, his methodological remarks on the dependence of superstructure on the base, and in particular the forms of consciousness on the contradictory structure of a mode of production, have generally been interpreted by Marxists as reason enough to disregard the epiphenomena of culture. 16. The distinction between vulgar 17 Marxism and Western Marxism, then, is described by the contrast between a narrow and direct economic reductionism on the one hand, and, on the other, an analysis of culture based on the understanding that the commodity structure had permeated the material upon which the thinker or the artist worked. 18 Western Marxism's opposition to vulgar Marxism conflates Stalinist Eastern Marxism with the classical Marxism of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Luxemburg, and others. The height of vulgarity is the uncritical and one-dimensional use of the Marxist theory of the base and superstructure. Note, however, this much maligned metaphor describes the relationship between the economic system and the ideological processes necessary for its reproduction. If it is vulgar to regard art as an ideological form connected to the capitalist economy, it must be obscene to study art as an economic activity itself. A Marxist economic analysis of art, therefore, has been unlikely if not impossible within the history of Marxism. There is, we might say, echoing Llewellyn Smith, a missing chapter, or missing book, on the Marxist economic analysis of art. I want to make the case for an extension of Marxist economics into the territory of the cultural turn, that is to say, bringing the two legacies together in one theoretical approach rather than seeing them as antagonistic to each other. With economics on one side of the divide between these two traditions, and art on the other, it is not altogether surprising that there has never been a systematic economic analysis of art within the Marxist tradition. What are the obstacles and objections to a Marxist economic analysis of art? Marxism has not simply neglected the economic analysis of art, it has conscientiously avoided it. Lukács, whose realist theory of literature launched Western Marxism's cultural turn, leaned heavily on philosophy, particularly Hegel, as well as the sociology of Weber, in his Marxist aesthetics. Contemporaries such as Adorno did much the same, supplementing his more Kantian and Nietzschean philosophy, following Lukács's use of Weber and adding to this the psychoanalysis of Freud. Horkheimer, Benjamin, Bloch, and Marcuse showed little interest in economics, too, fortifying their dialectical philosophy with empirical sociology, myth, utopianism, and Freudianism respectively. Outside the Frankfurt School, but still following Lukács, Arnold Hauser did not provide an economic analysis of art but a social history, and Gramsci, who was one of the earliest critics of economic determinism, developed the idea of cultural hegemony by borrowing from Lukács the explanation of how capitalism reproduces itself, tying culture to political reproduction directly without the need for a specific economic analysis. André Breton founded Surrealism by combining a heterodox Freudianism with a political commitment to communism, but without any economic analysis of art. Merleau-Ponty and Sartre reinforced their Marxism with existential philosophy, turning away from Marxist economics. Jameson combined a Lukácsian weighted reading of the Frankfurt School with the economic theory of Mondale, reintroducing economics back into the Marxist study of art, but he did not provide an economic analysis of art, just a philosophically sophisticated social interpretation of art under changed economic conditions, a new background for culture, late capitalism. In the inaugural text of Western Marxism, Lukács's book History and Class Consciousness from 1923, a new immanent, dialectical critique of culture was introduced in opposition to the mechanistic, deterministic, vulgar Marxism which had dominated the Second International. 19 Instead of reducing bourgeois thought to the economic conditions of its production, Lukács argued that the nature of those conditions could be found within the intellectual phenomena themselves. 20 In turning its attention to consciousness, culture, and aesthetic form, Western Marxism conscientiously avoided the methods, tools, and aims of classical Marxism, especially the critique of political economy. Just as Lenin expanded Marxism by focusing on questions of political organization that Marx and Engels had neglected, Western Marxist philosophers extended Marxist theory into questions neglected by classical Marxists such as culture, experience, and subjectivity. But there is a crisis at the heart of Western Marxism's disavowal of the economic. Perry Anderson says the hidden hallmark of Western Marxism is that it is a product of defeat. 21 On several fronts, including the crushing of the revolutionary movement in Western Europe, the Stalinization of Marxism in the USSR, and the exile and imprisonment of the leading Marxist intellectuals. While Stalin obliterated heterodoxy within the communist parties of the East and West alike, Western Marxists avoided those areas most central to the classical traditions of historical materialism, scrutiny of the economic laws of motion of capitalism as a mode of production, analysis of the political machinery of the bourgeois state, strategy of the class struggle necessary to overthrow it. 22 Marxist economics and political theory had been commandeered by the Stalinist leaders of the movement, and to speak of them brought intellectuals into conflict with the party, which officially pronounced certain artworks or schools to be expressions of class positions, for example, bourgeois literature, which Western Marxists justifiably saw as reductive and vulgar. Art, for Western Marxists, was not reducible to economic exchange or political instrumentalization, and the ideas, feelings, and experiences of art, they argued, could not adequately or fully be understood by the theory of ideology. Another reason for the absence of a Marxist economic analysis of art was that the leading figures of Western Marxism were not economists but philosophers. Rather than applying Marx's analysis of capital to culture, Western Marxists typically turned to philosophers such as Hegel, Schiller, Spinoza, Nietzsche, Kant, and Heidegger, or writers such as Weber, Freud, and Machiavelli, as well as esoteric religion, utopian literature, and the avant-garde. Western Marxism was founded on the separation of economics from culture. However, not all economic analysis is reductionist. It seems to me that the Western Marxist rejection of economic determinism in the interpretation of art, which is legitimate, put a block on the economic analysis of art. Western Marxism used economic concepts to locate art within modern capitalist society, but it did this by applying an already existing economic and sociological analysis of capitalism to art, rather than providing an actual economic analysis of art's mode of production itself. The case for a Marxist economic analysis of art still appears to most Marxist intellectuals as either a futile and ill-informed inquiry or as something already deeply ingrained in the Western Marxist theories of reification, culture industry, commodification, and spectacle. For whichever reason, the dismissal of an economic analysis of art is the legacy of Western Marxism, which provided no economic analysis of art but nevertheless integrated a lot of economic-sounding critique into its theories of art and aesthetic philosophy. This remains the template for the sophisticated Marxist analysis of art's relationship to capitalism. Julian Stalabras's book, Art Incorporated, in the author's own words, counters the standard view that artworks are only incidentally products that are made, purchased, and displayed, being centrally the airy vehicles of ideas and emotions. 23 Stalabras's conviction that art is to be understood as material practice within social, historical, and cultural apparatuses and economies is justified. However, the focus of Stalabras's book is not the panoply of global art production, which is very varied and produced for all kinds of diverse local conditions, but rather what is filtered through the art world system to international prominence. 24 What this means is that Stalabras's analysis of art's relationship to economics is based on art that enters the market only. By ruling out all forms of artistic production and consumption that do not correspond to market relations, therefore, Stallobras ensures the conclusion that art and capital are thoroughly intertwined. In the absence of an economic analysis of art, though, Stallobras often links art to economics through homology, resemblance, and contagion, such as when he says through the 1990s, art and the fashion industry came into increasingly close contact. 25 The rejection of the vulgarity of economic determinism, of art as mere superstructure determined by the economic and material base, did not lead to Marxists falling silent on the relationship between art and capitalism or abandoning the terms of Marxist economic analysis: commodity, labor, surplus value, exchange, commodity form, exploitation, etc. It proceeded, instead, with an economically informed social theory, or an economically charged vocabulary that spoke allegorically, metaphorically, associatively, and homologously about art. So, Adorno and Horkheimer say, those who succumb to the ideology that art transcends economics are precisely those who cover up the contradiction, instead of taking it into the consciousness of their own production. 26 While this sort of thinking appears to nail the secret but inevitable complicity of art with the commodity form, Ben Watson, for instance, says that Adorno's aesthetic theory is essential reading for anyone seriously concerned with the place of modern art in a commodity society. 27 We need to make a fundamental distinction here. Western Marxism theorized the relationship between art and capitalism without first establishing the relationship between art and capital. I want to begin the task of rectifying this by providing an assessment of the economics of Western Marxism's key theories of art. Theories of reification, culture industry, commodification, spectacle, and so on all attest to the fact that Western Marxism's theories of art and aesthetics are always informed by economic theory. Western Marxism has consistently intertwined aesthetics with Marxist economic concepts such as commodity fetishism, subsumption, exchange value, and the commodity form. Western Marxism applies the economic theories of classical Marxism to the analysis of art without constructing any economic analysis of art's specific modes of production. Paradoxically, the rejection of vulgar Marxism and the subsequent absence of a Marxist economic analysis of art has left the possibility wide open for Western Marxism to exaggerate the extent to which art has been commodified, industrialized, and incorporated by the market and state. However, Marxist theories of the convergence of art and capital have not been tested by the economic analysis of their claims. We need to assess Western Marxism's claims about art's relationship to capitalism. Western Marxism has always used every device it can find to associate art with capitalism without having to conduct the economic analysis that could establish such associations as substantial or superficial. Jameson explains that the vexed question of determinism 28 was overcome through dialectical processes of association. In this, the language of causality gives way to that of analogy or homology, of parallelism. 29. Such thinking is therefore marked by the will to link together in a single figure two incommensurable realities, two independent codes or systems of signs, two heterogeneous and asymmetrical terms, spirit and matter, the date of individual experience and the vaster forms of institutional society, the language of existence and that of history. 30. This is justified because the social situation of the bourgeoisie set a priori limits to its speculative thought. 31 Since the social situation is understood to be that which corresponds to the capitalist mode of production, the task is to identify the limits to thought and culture that are attributable to capitalism. For Jameson, the priority of the political interpretation of literary texts 32 over the psychoanalytic, mythocritical, stylistic, ethical, and structural, is guaranteed by the existence of ideology, specifically according to Marx's theory of ideology, which is not, as is widely thought, one of false consciousness, but rather one of structural limitation. 33 As the absolute horizon of all reading and all interpretation. 34 Terry Eagleton interprets the aesthetic in precisely these terms, as no more than a name for the political unconscious. 35 Or the translation of ideology into sensibility. Art and capitalism cannot be separated, hence the distinction between political art and non-political art is worse than an error, namely, a symptom and a reinforcement of the reification and privatization of contemporary life. 36 Western Marxists developed sophisticated techniques for drawing out what they considered to be the inevitable but concealed effects of capitalism on the work of art, rejecting the simplistic and mechanical model 37 of direct codification. This is because ideology is not something which informs or invests symbolic production, rather the aesthetic act is itself ideological, and production of aesthetic or narrative form is to be seen as an ideological act. 38 As such, Jameson says, the Marxist analysis of the historical formation of Freudianism is not achieved simply by resituating Freud in the Vienna and the Central Europe of his period. 39 The conditions of possibility of psychoanalysis become visible, one would imagine, only when you begin to appreciate the extent of psychic fragmentation since the beginnings of capitalism, with its systematic quantification and rationalization of experience, its instrumental reorganization of the subject just as much as of the outside world. 40 The relationship between art and capitalism, therefore, must be articulated through its mediations. It is not reductivism or determinism but mediation that serves as the Marxist technique for establishing relationships between, for instance, the formal analysis of a work of art and its social ground. 41 Art is not an expression or reflection of capitalist reality. So, modernism and reification are parts of the same immense process which expresses the contradictory inner logic and dynamics of late capitalism. 42 But this does not mean that modernism is nothing but an expression or example of capitalism. One can, not without intellectual dishonesty, assimilate the production of texts to the production of goods by factory work. 43 Jameson says, adding that writing and thinking are not alienated labor in that sense. 44 Jameson carefully separates the task of interpreting artworks from the study of the economic and political relations of the artist, the artwork, and the reader. Nevertheless, the most sophisticated Western Marxists attached art to capitalism directly, too. Adorno and Horkheimer say, pure works of art which deny the commodity society by the very fact that they obey their own law were always wares all the same. 45 And Stallobras says, artists are snug in the market's lap. 46 Adorno also argues that the listener is converted, along his line of least resistance, into the acquiescent purchaser. 47 And Stuart Martin says the culture industry is archetypal of artistic capitalism insofar as it intimates the incorporation of culture into industrial commodity production. 48 Western Marxists invent a string of new terms that incorporate Marxist economics and Weberian sociology into the examination of art without subjecting art to the vulgarity of economic analysis directly. Reification, culture industry, commodification, ideological state apparatuses, spectacle, and cultural capital are the most important of these. Does a Marxist economic analysis of art confirm these theories of art's incorporation by capitalism? I will start with a detailed economic analysis of Lukács's theory of reification, and then proceed to an analysis of the culture industry and spectacle. Marx used the term reification a handful of times but in a conventional manner and not systematically theorizing it or with any stress. Hence, reification within Marxism is a term devised by Lukács, who uses it in a new way that combines Marx's concept of commodity fetishism with Weber's concept of rationalization. The emphasis on commodity fetishism allows Lukács to base his theory of art's relationship to capitalism in Volume I of Marx's Capital while at the same time shifting the emphasis from economic analysis to the attempt to obtain a clear insight into the ideological problems of capitalism and its downfall. 49 Lukács lays out the shift from economics to ideology in his chapter on reification. The problem of commodities must not be considered in isolation or even regarded as the central problem in economics, but as the central, structural problem of capitalist society in all its aspects. Only in this case can the structure of commodity relations be made to yield a model of all the objective forms of bourgeois society together with all the subjective forms corresponding to them. 50. Thus, reification is not the name of an economic phenomenon, but of the social, phenomenological, and epistemological consequences of the economic organization of society. This is based on sociology. The shift from classical Marxism to Western Marxism coincides with the of Weber to supplement Marx, resulting in a social analysis of art. What is more, Weberian Marxists introduced the idea of constructing an analysis of culture's relationship to capitalism on the basis of homologies. These are symptomatic of the move away from economic analysis. Theories of reification, culture industry, commodification, spectacle, and so on bring the economic analysis of Marxism to art, rather than constructing an economic analysis of art itself, often by abstracting or generalizing economic findings from other sectors or by drawing on trends identified by sociological theory. As labor undergoes rationalization, specialization, and the progressive elimination of the qualitative, human and individual attributes of the worker. 51 The worker undergoes a corresponding process of rationalization, alienation, and mechanization. Reification is the name Lukács gives to the effects of capitalism on the worker, wholly separated from his total human personality. 52 According to the principle that the fragmentation of the object of production necessarily entails the fragmentation of its subject. 53. Lukács selects passages from Marx that depict the crippling psychological and social effects of the capitalist mode of production, and he argues that Taylorism has invaded the psyche. 54 Weber, however, allows Lukács to go further. Bureaucracy implies the adjustment of one's way of life, mode of work and hence of consciousness, to the general socio-economic premises of the capitalist economy, similar to that which we have observed in the case of the worker. 55. These are not far-fetched claims. And Axel Honneth confirms Lukács's transition from the economic to the psychological and sociological. In the constantly expanding sphere of commodity exchange, subjects are compelled to behave as detached observers, rather than as active participants in social life, because their reciprocal calculation of the benefits that others might yield for their own profit demands a purely rational and emotionless stance. 56. However, Habermas does not entirely go along with the argument that capitalist society as a whole produces the capitalist subjects that it requires through the process of reification, partly because he insists on distinguishing between different processes and different effects of rationalization. Rationalization is responsible simultaneously for releasing communicative action from traditionally based institutions, that is, from obligations of consensus. 57 and establishes new compulsory associations via money and power that uncouple action from processes of reaching understanding. 58 For Habermas, only domains of action that fulfill economic and political functions can be converted over to steering media. 59 Lukács does not adequately distinguish between such different spheres. Preferring the concept of totality, hence he interprets all manifestations of Occidental rationalism as symptoms of a process in which the whole of society is rationalized through and through. 60 This poses a problem for establishing the relationship between reification and the capitalist mode of production, since the former is an effect of the latter without passing through its mechanisms. Reification is not restricted to economic activities proper, but becomes a second nature. Lukács argues that reification is a consequence of commodity exchange in general, but that it is evident also in circumstances where commodity exchange is absent. This kind of elasticity is not built into Marx's account of commodity fetishism. Commodity fetishism is an effect of commodity production that distorts perceptions of value. Marx does not argue that commodity fetishism, once established by the capitalist mode of production, distorts all perceptions in society. This is why Weber is so important to the conception of reification. Weber, in effect, provides the social basis of the material analysis of art in capitalism, displacing the economic analysis of art altogether. Despite Lukács's repeated references to Marx and Hegel, it is Weber who provides the model for the short-circuiting of the analysis between lived experience and the social whole. Lukács's conception of reification, we might say, is an economically informed examination of class consciousness or, perhaps, the theory of the subject of capitalism. So, at the same time as giving greater stress to Marxist ideas within the Weberian sociological framework, Lukács adapts Marx's economic analysis of capitalist industry towards a more Weberian sociological understanding of the psychopathologies of culture within capitalist society. In Jameson's words, reification describes the way in which, under capitalism, the older traditional forms of human activity are instrumentally reorganized and tailorized, analytically fragmented, and reconstructed according to various rational models of efficiency. 61 The social became the qualifying characteristic of Marxist inquiry. Most turned to sociology, sociological economics, beginning with Thorstein Veblen, and social psychology, such as George Mead. Also, Bakhtin and Voloshinov inaugurated social linguistics. From social history and social geography to social anthropology, generations of Marxists would insist on the importance of the social in their political analysis of everything from ecology to fashion. The left's reception of Foucault and Deleuze adds fuel to this social turn in Marxism with their emphasis on apparatuses, discourse, and various material flows and structural forces. Even Baudrillard's politically implosive postmodernist philosophy of simulacre found Marxist admirers because it was explicitly social in its reduction of everything to matrices, systems, codes, imaginaries, and orders. The social turn within Marxism that begins with Lukács explains the absence of a Marxist economics of art. The sociologist of culture, Pierre Bourdieu, has been a constant in Marxist studies of art in recent decades. His work provides the materialist analysis that Marxist theory stripped of economics lacks. The subtitle to one of Bourdieu's most pioneering books, Distinction, A Social Critique of the Judgment of Taste, is a perfect indication of how the left has come to approach art and culture. The social is dominant, here, and economic analysis absent, as it is for Janet Wolff, whose important book The Social Production of Art, opens with the unflinching sentence, "Art is a social product." 62 This is true, of course, and it is sad to say that at the end of the 1970s and beginning of the 1980s the assertion that art is social had a kind of shock value in art history. However, the difference between an emphasis on the social and an emphasis on economics is vital to Marxism. The social is more flexible than the economic insofar as it grasps relations of race, gender, sexuality, religion, and nationality that economic analysis had long been held to miss, but the economic, we would insist, constitutes the specific character of social relations of the capitalist mode of production. Jameson forcefully reminds us of what is at stake in the surge of social theory. In his defense of the concept's totality and structure, Jameson argues, we can acknowledge the presence of such a concept, provided we understand that there is a mode of production. 63 We are back, here, with the economic in its fullest sense, as the ensemble of the means of production and relations of production, and not the kind of economics that Fine and Milonakis confront in their study of how political economy became economics through the desocialization and dehistoricization of the dismal science, and how this heralded the separation of economics from other social sciences. 64 But the statement that art is social leaves wide open the question as to whether art is a commodity in Marx's sense, whether it is produced for economic value or for some other, non-economic value or set of values. Art, of course, might be social without being the kind of product that the labor theory of value explains. Like Benjamin, Adorno, and Horkheimer do not take issue with the sociological and philosophical methodology of Lukács's theory of the relationship between art and capitalism. In fact, they develop the theory of the culture industry out of Lukács's theory of reification. Lukács's analysis of the subject of capitalist rationalization was applied thoroughly by Adorno and Horkheimer to culture. As their preferred term indicates, Adorno and Horkheimer put a stronger emphasis than Lukács on the actual encounter between art and the processes of industrialization, consumption, marketing, and the technologies of mass production and mass distribution. The characteristics of Fordist production, namely, standardization, routinization, descaling, volume, branding and advertising, are discovered to have entered the experience of culture itself. The culture industry is culture subjected to standardization, regulation, calculation, technology, expertise, management and marketing. Adorno and Horkheimer, like Lukács, are alert to the pitfalls of interpreting culture as nothing but a reflection, expression, or effect of the economic base. The material precondition for the culture industry is the emergence of technologies of the reproduction and distribution of cultural works. Although they include art in the essay on the culture industry, its emphasis is on mass culture, as Adorno points out in Culture Industry Reconsidered, where he explains that the authors replaced the expression mass culture in the original text with culture industry in order to indicate that it was not the contemporary form of popular art. 65 Rather, the culture industry is controlled, managed, and administered from above. 66 The culture industry finds its typical expression in cinema and radio. 67 They say that this analysis puts its emphasis on the position of the consumer is expressed immediately through a comparison of the telephone and the radio. The former, they say, still allowed the subscriber to play the role of subject, and was liberal. The latter is democratic. It turns all participants into listeners and authoritatively subjects them to broadcast programs which are all exactly the same. 68 This is the material basis for their assertion that the man with leisure has to accept what the culture manufacturers offer him. 69 The concept of the culture industry does not regard culture as the epiphenomena of political economy, nor does it provide an analysis of the economics of art, despite referring constantly to art as a commodity, the art viewer as a consumer, and the exhibition of art as a marketplace. And yet, rather than discussing art in terms of the labor theory of value, labor power, surplus value, formal and real subsumption, self-accumulation, relative surplus value and so on, they complain, typically, no scope is left for the imagination. 70 Adorno explains that the expression industry is not to be taken too literally. It refers to the standardization of the thing itself, such as that of the Western, familiar to every moviegoer, and to the rationalization of distribution techniques, but not strictly the production process. 71. The emphasis on hit songs, stars, and soap operas as cyclically recurrent and rigidly invariable. Type 72 constituted by ready-made clichés to be slotted in anywhere. 73 confirms that the concept of culture industry is not a theory of the industrialization of culture but an account of the culture that exists within industrial society. Adorno is under no illusions about this, saying the culture industry is industrial more in a sociological sense rather than in the sense of anything really and actually produced by technological rationality. 74 In Adorno's extension of the argument of culture industry on the fetish character in music and the regression of listening, he states not only that regressive listening is tied to production by the machinery of distribution, and particularly of advertising. 75 But also that under the conditions of technological rationalization they become vulgarized. 76 It is indisputable that the technologies of the mass distribution of culture, radio, magazines, cinema, vinyl records, and television, transform the reception of culture, not only entering the home and being experienced instantaneously by an entire nation, but also forming a mode of enjoyment devoid of sustained thought amid the relentless rush of facts. 77 Pleasure under the regime of the culture industry hardens into boredom because, if it is to remain pleasure, it must not demand any effort. 78 As such, the products of the culture industry are produced bureaucratically with the aid of experts according to formula, prearranged harmony, false laughter, clichés, and fashions which appear like epidemics. 79 Novelty crowds out risk. What is new about the phase of mass culture compared with the late liberal stage is the exclusion of the new. 80 The pessimism of Adorno and Horkheimer's conception of culture industry's violence against subjectivity as final, total, and complete, along with the apparent bias of their critique, which can be read as an attack on popular culture as inferior to minority culture, particularly Adorno's utter rejection of jazz, leaves Frankfurt School aesthetics vulnerable to the charge that the perceived uniformity of mass culture is projected onto it by unsympathetic commentators rather than imposed by an inflexible system. According to Bernard Gendron, Adorno failed to appreciate the fact that I do not buy records like I buy cans of cleanser. 81 The underlying problem, here, is not Adorno's elitism or even his revolutionary militancy but the methodological decision to focus the analysis of culture's relationship to capitalism on the properties of the works themselves. While each can of Heinz tomato soup is required to taste the same, each film by Pixar and each song by the Rolling Stones is required to be different, so the application of technology and rationalization to culture uses processes of standardization to produce goods that exhibit specific or unique qualities. This is underestimated by Adorno and Horkheimer because they seek to associate culture and industry as closely as possible, and they do so by scrutinizing the properties of cultural goods for signs of the imprint of industrialization considered as homologies. While Adorno and Horkheimer express their analysis of the culture industry in unforgiving and relentless phrases, they are aware that there are examples of cinema, music, and magazines that do not fit the template. Although the production of film, the central sector of the culture industry, too often resembles technical modes of operation in the extensive division of labor, the employment of machines and the separation of the laborers from the means of production. 83 Adorno understands that individual forms of production are nevertheless maintained. 84 But when Adorno observed distinctions within mass culture, such as the difference between Garbo as a tragic individual and Mickey Rooney as a commercial star, he regarded the worst as displacing its rival as technological rationalization tightened its grip on culture. The starkest contrast drawn by Adorno and Horkheimer is not internal to mass culture, though, but between mass culture and avant-garde art. Works of art are ascetic and unashamed, the culture industry is pornographic and prudish. 85 They say. While the culture industry makes laughter the instrument of the fraud practiced on happiness. 86 Baudelaire is devoid of humor. 87 Picasso, Schoenberg, Dadaists, and Expressionists are all said to have mistrusted style, while the untruth of style as such triumphs today in the sung jargon of a crooner, in the carefully contrived elegance of a film star, and even in the admirable expertise of a photography of a peasant's squalid hut. 88 Attempts to incorporate art into mass culture are seen by Adorno and Horkheimer as violent confrontations in which, for instance, a movement from a Beethoven symphony is crudely adapted for a film soundtrack, or a Tolstoy novel is garbled in a film script. 89 Although Adorno and Horkheimer punch heavier against mass culture than art, and they glimpse more hope in avant-gardism than in pop songs and Hollywood movies, they do not conclude that art is the cure for the culture industry or that art is somehow immune from technological rationality. Rather than taking sides within cultural division, they say the division itself is the truth. 90 Nevertheless, Adorno and Horkheimer tie the subjectivity of the culture industry to capitalist technology, associate the formal characteristics of cultural goods with the qualities of standardist production, and note resemblances between culture and industrial commodities. Adorno sums up these ideas in the following manner. The consciousness of the mass of listeners is adequate to fetishized music. It listens according to formula, and indeed debasement itself would not be possible if resistance ensued, if the listeners still had the capacity to make demands beyond the limits of what was supplied. 91. The precise social mechanism by which cultural objects are reified is never adequately explained either by Adorno alone or in collaboration with Horkheimer. The theory of the culture industry, therefore, never reaches a decision on whether the industrialist production of mass culture is brought about by the reified subject that demands formulaic culture, or whether the debased consumer of culture is an effect of the changes in culture's economy. Since neither is ultimately satisfactory as an explanation, Adorno and Horkheimer play one off against the other. They place the emphasis of their argument not on the transformation of the economic mode of production, which is assumed at the start but not examined. Instead they plot a constellation of technological developments, the reduction or eradication of the role of the subject in the appreciation of culture, and the reduction or elimination of aesthetic qualities and complexity in cultural objects. Adorno and Horkheimer's emphasis on cultural consumption, seen from the point of view of a Marxist economic analysis, is a weakness and leads to flawed assessments. The power of their critique, in fact, depends upon ambiguities in economic analysis. For instance, they reveal the operations of capital even in the provision of symphony music universally for free. No tickets could be bought when Toscanini conducted over the radio. He was heard without charge, and every sound of the symphony was accompanied, as it were, by the sublime puff that the symphony was not interrupted by any advertising. This concert is brought to you as a public service. Point 92. The apparent absence of profit and marketing is an illusion, they argue, because the whole thing was made possible by the profits of the United Automobile and Soap Manufacturers, whose payments keep the radio stations going. Point 93. While it is true that capitalist enterprises expend sums, frequently enormous amounts, on marketing events that are calculated to augment their brand, from an economic point of view we need to distinguish a firm's income from its marketing. When Toscanini is not asked to endorse commodities, unlike Hank Williams, for instance, then the two are separated economically. The radio company paid Hank Williams to peddle its sponsors' goods to listeners who tune in to listen to his music, assuming that the sponsors pay more than the radio company pass on to Hank Williams and the crew combined. This is a straightforward case of profiting from labor. When NBC employed Toscanini and built a studio specifically for the NBC orchestra, this was good business, but if executives or the conductor himself insisted on eliminating advertising from certain symphonic performances, then this would affect their economic performance. Arguing that there is a time lag between the performance and the profit drawn from them is an illusion. If the radio performances are recorded and subsequently albums are sold, then it is only the production and sale of the records that is profitable. Nevertheless, Jameson reminds us that Adorno thought that the very specificity of modern art lay in its confrontation with the commodity form. Point 94. What remains unspecified, here, however, is, first, whether the specificity of mass culture is due to its confrontation with commodity form, 2, and second, whether art itself must be commodified in order to be transformed by the emergence of capitalist commodity production. Also, what Jameson and Adorno fail to clarify is the difference between simple commodity production and capitalist commodity production. Western Marxism generally has been satisfied with a generic theory of commodification. Commodification is an English term that attempts to translate the German Zuerwehrwerden, to become a commodity. Point 95. Kommodifizierung, which the Germans use now, is a translation back from the English. Eugene Lunn uses it in 1974 in relation to Brecht and Lukács. Dick Howard puts it in inverted commas in an essay on Habermas the same year, and poet and Marxist cultural thinker Hans Magnus Enzensberger refers to it in 1974 too, in his book inspired by Adorno, The Consciousness Industry. Point 96. As such, commodification is a relative latecomer as a term within the Marxist lexicon, but it can be traced back to Marx's understanding of how capitalism emerges and subsequently develops. Marx and Engels described the process of commodification as a single operation spread over time in the Communist Manifesto, 1848. The extension of commodification is a contradictory process. Commodification is linked to the technological revolution of the means of production, which is integral to capitalism. The bourgeoisie cannot exist without constantly revolutionizing the instruments of production, and thereby the relations of production, and with them the whole relations of society. Conservation of the old modes of production in unaltered form, was, on the contrary, the first condition of existence for all earlier industrial classes. Constant revolutionizing of production, uninterrupted disturbance of all social conditions, everlasting uncertainty and agitation distinguish the bourgeois epoch from all earlier ones. All fixed, fast frozen relations, with their train of ancient and venerable prejudices and opinions, are swept away, all new formed ones become antiquated before they can ossify. All that is solid melts into air, all that is holy is profaned, and man is at last compelled to face with sober senses his real condition of life and his relations with his kind. Point 97. Commodification is also linked to imperialism and globalization. The need of a constantly expanding market for its products chases the bourgeoisie over the entire surface of the globe. Point 98. The term commodification is used very broadly by Marxists to identify a range of practices and processes and, as a result, can appear to be a blunt instrument. We can tighten it up by showing that commodification has three distinct types or stages. which correspond to three historical moments. First, commodification is the process by which products become commodities by being made available on the market for the first time. This can also be divided into two types, one which precedes capitalism, such as when surplus produce is exchanged or sold, and another in which capitalists use the techniques of primitive accumulation to incorporate new commodities into the global marketplace. Second, commodities are geared towards a market, through, for example, Fordist production, which is to say, products are produced specifically to be sold for profit and therefore the volume of production and even the product produced is led by demand. Thirdly and lastly, markets are introduced to previously free or publicly supplied commodities, also known as privatization, which either commodifies certain products and services for the first time or recommodifies products and services that have been decommodified. Examples of recent commodification include childcare and laundry, the professionalization of amateur sports, the commercial replacement of parlor games with branded games, the development of supervised soft play centers that replace public parks and street corners, and intellectual property. Copyright, patent, and price tags being placed on information and knowledge. However, commodification is not achieved all at once, rather it develops unevenly in a patchwork that covers some areas but remains absent in others and with different intensities, so that some areas are deeply commodified while others are affected only superficially by it or left untouched altogether. This means that commodities exist coevally and in tension with goods, gifts, and other non-commodities. This latter point is typically overlooked in Western Marxism, especially in the theory of art's commodification, according to the doctrine that capitalism is a social totality that commodifies everything. The commodification of art is often asserted, but the assertion is never sufficiently tested through an economic analysis of the process by which art might in principle be commodified. Childcare is a service which historically took place within the domestic economy without passing through the marketplace, apart from the very wealthy who could afford nannies or au pairs. Recently, however, childcare has been commodified in certain parts of the world on an unprecedented scale through the of commercial, self-employed child minders who are hired to take care of children while both parents go out to work. Has art gone through the same kind of transformation? Paul Wood links commodification to art in a striking way. The commodity, the fetish, fashion, and reification form the constellation of terms in which the typical experience of modernity was constituted. 99 That is to say, since Baudelaire, the poet of modern life, and Manet, the painter of modern life, artists of any seriousness have been, in a fundamental sense, artists of capitalist society. Wood describes Manet as the painter of a commodified Baudelarian modernity 100 not on account of the commodities he depicted but insofar as Manet painted an increasingly fractured social space, the space of the commodity. 101 Wood, therefore, connects the emergence in Manet's time of the artwork as commodity 102 with the representation of capitalist modernity and a new kind of pictorial space, effectively diagnosing art as commodified through and through, that is, commodified at every level. However, he remains open to the possibility that Manet and others, while offering representations of commodification, contain also the possibility of imaginative freedom from its thrall. 103 In the period of the emergence of modernity in the 19th century up to the birth of Western Marxism, commodification was a growing tendency, but was not yet complete. Woods asks whether the realm of the commodity is now seamless and total and poses the following question: can independence from commodification be, if not practically, then at least imaginatively, sustained? 104 If these are not rhetorical questions, then the independence from commodification has to be established either through the Lecoqian technique of developing and sustaining a critical consciousness of commodification, or non-market mechanisms and non-economic modes of decision-making. Need to be acknowledged and sustained, in which practices, including but not restricted to art, can be reproduced as non-commodity production for publics rather than markets. Such thinking presumably appears to be fanciful to Wood, as it does to the Western Marxist tradition generally, and to the generation of conceptual artists in the 1960s and 1970s, to which Wood is aligned, that built its intellectual barricades against political theories of art that appeared to promote having your heart in the right place, even if this meant constructing a critical practice out of the confession of complicity. Martha Russell, one of the leading critical artists of the period overlapping conceptualism and postmodernism, formulated the omnipresence of commodification in the strongest terms. Commodity fetishism, the giving over of self to the thing, is not a universal trope of the human psyche, it is not even a quirk of character. It is both the inescapable companion and the serviceable pipe dream of capitalist social organization. It is our way of life. 105 Asserting that the commodification of art is inescapable was not merely an expression of faith in Marxist doctrine in the 1970s, it was the conclusion of decades of failed attempts by the avant-garde to outmaneuver commodification. A typical example is the itinerant British art organization, the Artist Placement Group. Howard Slater has traced how various attempts by APG to avoid, resist, or minimize art's commodification were doomed from the outset. For instance, turning to time-based processes rather than object-making on the assumption that producing art objects is similar to the creation of manufactured commodities. 106 naively neglects the commodification of services and spectacle. According to Lucy Lippard, writing in the early 1970s, there was a very short period between the time when it was feasible for conceptual artists to believe that the new approach might decommodify art, and the time when it is evident that these tactics were not going to decommodify art at all, but merely add to the stream of novelties required of artistic production in general. Hopes that conceptual art would be able to avoid the general commercialization, the destructively progressive approach of modernism, were for the most part unfounded. It seemed in 1969 that no one, not even a public greedy for novelty, would actually pay money, or much of it, for a Xerox sheet referring to an event past or never directly perceived, a group of photographs documenting an ephemeral situation or condition, a project for work never to be completed, words spoken but not recorded. It seemed that these artists would therefore be forcibly freed from the tyranny of a commodity status and market orientation. 3 years later, the major conceptualists are selling work for substantial sums here and in Europe. They are represented by, and still more unexpected, showing in, the world's most prestigious galleries. Clearly, whatever minor revolutions in communication have been achieved by the process of dematerializing the object, easily mailed work, catalogs and magazine pieces, primarily art that can be shown inexpensively and unobtrusively in infinite locations at one time, art and artist in a capitalist society remain luxuries. 107. It is not surprising, therefore, that when Wood asserts the commodification of art in more hedged language, he leaves little doubt that no realistic political assessment of art can pretend that commodification is anything but systemically unavoidable. Artworks are a special kind of good. 108 he says. But rather than follow up on the implications of art perhaps being a good rather than a commodity, Wood immediately insists, this does not mean that they are not produced and exchanged, only that their modes of production and exchange are specialized forms of a more general condition. 109 The general condition that Wood refers to here is the relationship between labor and capital. So, while the labor involved for Malevich in producing a black square, or for Duchamp in nominating a bicycle wheel, does not relate to the exchange value of the resulting object in the same way as, say, the skilled work and technology involved in producing a car. 110 Artists nevertheless, Wood suggests, produce and exchange, without claiming, or proving, that artists produce for exchange, which is a vital difference, as we will see later in this book. At roughly the same time as certain conceptualists still erroneously believed that the commodification of art could be overcome through modifications in the art object itself, Guy Debord theorized spectacle specifically in terms of an entire culture deranged by commodification. The spectacle is the moment when the commodity has attained the total occupation of social life. 111 Lukács's concept of reification supplies the scaffolding for Debord's theory of the spectacle which, like Adorno and Horkheimer, renames mass culture in terms appropriate to a society in which culture is a business that no longer presents itself as separate from daily, domestic, private, and inner life. 112 Debord does not develop a technologically rationalist vision of culture as an industry. but incorporates culture at the heart of capitalist society through the concept of the image. 20 years after Adorno and Horkheimer's essay, Debord's theory is not nailed to actual technological developments or processes of administration, even if advertising, cinema, radio, and television are shared starting points. T.J. Clark says the spectacle was not a matter of mere cultural and ideological refurbishing but of all-embracing economic change. 113 Debord said, The spectacle is capital to such a degree of accumulation that it becomes an image. 114 So, Jonathan Crary's riposte to Foucault's dismissal of the spectacle, I suspect that Foucault did not spend much time watching television or thinking about it. 115 calls for a theory of power to pass through the ubiquitous experience of the image. When culture becomes nothing more than a commodity, it must also become the star commodity of the spectacular society. 116 Politics, including revolutionary politics, is not excluded from Debord's account of spectacle as it is in Adorno and Horkheimer's culture industry, since Debord notes, for instance, portents of a second proletarian assault against class society. 117 Spectacle is conceived in economic terms derived from the Marxist critique of political economy. Debord intertwines the spectacle with the capitalist economy from root to branch. The society which rests on modern industry is not accidentally or superficially spectacular, it is fundamentally spectaclist. 118 Justification for this can be found in Marx's concept of real abstraction, which denotes the strange ontology of money, for instance, as at once empirical and intangible. Insofar as capitalism is organized around value metamorphosing from money to commodities to money, capitalist society is the collective experience of the domination of exchange value over use value. Debord expresses the degree to which abstraction shapes capitalist reality in the following passage. One cannot abstractly contrast the spectacle to actual social activity, such a division is itself divided. The spectacle which inverts the real is in fact produced. Lived reality is materially invaded by the contemplation of the spectacle while simultaneously absorbing this spectacular order, giving it positive cohesiveness. Objective reality is present on both sides. 119. Hence, the spectacle, Debord says, is the other side of money, it is the general abstract equivalent of all commodities. 120 However, although Debord's concept of the spectacle has its roots in Marx's concept of real abstraction, he argues, also, that capitalism had undergone a decisive shift. The real abstractions of capitalism have been further abstracted, or the abstract elements of reality have risen to dominance. Hence, the spectacle is the money which one only looks at. 121 Going beyond the argument that culture has been industrialized, Debord argues that capitalism is itself best understood as a vast colony of images. Crary sees the spectacle as a new kind of power of recuperation and absorption. 122 This is certainly an aspect of the spectacle, but Debord makes a more ambitious claim than this. Capitalism, he says, operates spectacularly, with a roster of phantoms, fetishes, fictitious entities, speculations, and metamorphoses that are not illusions or speech acts. 123 Capitalism requires a concept of abstraction not as a mere mask, fantasy or diversion, but as a force operative in the world. 124 Benjamin Noyes backs up the idea of real abstraction as the ontology of capital. 125 By listing the techniques, institutions, and agencies of financialization, speculation, digitalization, dematerialization and spectralization. The commodity is this factually real illusion, Debord says, and the spectacle is its general manifestation. 126 A commodity, Marx famously wrote in Capital Volume I, is a mysterious thing. 127 No amount of scientific or speculative knowledge can dispel the mystery of the commodity since no chemist has ever discovered exchange value either in a pearl or a diamond. 128 Debord's society of the spectacle developed out of Lukács's history and class consciousness, but spectacle is not merely a new name for reification. For Lukács, reification petrifies social relations and processes, converting them into things. It shows its deathly menace most clearly in one particular commodity, namely wage labor, which reduces humanity to a pure measurable quantity, a thing appended to the machine, a process in which he is stripped of qualitative, human, and individual properties. 129 Debord's spectacle is the theory of a second phase of reification. The first phase of the domination of the economy over social life brought into the definition of all human realization the obvious degradation of being into having. The present phase of total occupation leads to a generalized sliding of having into appearing. 130. Whereas Lukács extends commodity fetishism into every pore of the social fabric partly by attaching it to Weber's sociology of capitalism, particularly the concept of rationalization, Debord drills down into the concept of reification to bind the concept of commodity fetishism to real abstraction, which is arguably Marx's most important philosophical contribution. This means that Debord can incorporate the capitalist state and the police into a unified theory of spectacle, saying the cleavage of the spectacle is inseparable from the modern state. 131 and however the concentrated spectacle rules, so does the police. 132 Clearly, the authority of the political leader and the legitimate violence of the enforcer of law are both real abstractions. Spectacle, therefore, is not a theory of the industrialization of culture or of a more general rationalization but of the viral metastases of real abstraction. Commodity fetishism is a conspicuous form of real abstraction, and as such, the concept of reification carries within it the imperial thread of real abstraction, but whereas the effects of reification are systematically, if clandestinely, rooted in the commodity form in the absence of an economic analysis of different forms of production, the effects of real abstraction do not require economic analysis. Debord, we might say, headed in the opposite direction of writing an economic analysis of art. If Lukács and the Frankfurt School expelled direct economic analysis from art and aesthetics as vulgar and determinist, that is to say, as lacking mediation, Debord simultaneously planted the theory of reification deeper into Marx's analysis of capital and removed it from the actual processes of economic exchange and the mechanisms for the extraction of surplus value. This eventually becomes the basis of Baudrillard's supersession of use value and exchange value with sign value, but its primary and immediate result was to redirect the Marxist analysis of society towards the production of subjectivity through a new kind of image and its speed, ubiquity, and simultaneity. 133 The case for art's incorporation and recuperation by market forces remains unproven. Despite the theories of commodification and reification, Western Marxists have not shown that artistic labor has become abstract labor under capitalism. Nor has Western Marxism's examination of art and aesthetics determined whether artistic labor is productive or unproductive labor. Artistic production may have incorporated new technology, but its producers are not obliged to introduce technology into the production of art in order to increase productivity, deskill employees, or reduce the price of commodities in order to compete in the market. Rather than simply insisting on the blank assertion of reification in art, we would be better examining the consequences of the fact that artists, unlike the proletariat, continue to own their own means of production and continue to own the products they produce but, unlike productive capitalists, do not derive their income from the difference between capital invested and the surplus value produced by wage laborers. Commodification, although it is a Marxist idea coined in relation to art, is not an economic argument. Cultural capital employs a flawed mainstream concept of capital, not the Marxist version. Spectacle ties culture with commodities at the level of the image. Ideological state apparatuses are not economic institutions. In fact, ISAs are protected from markets. Rancière, Badiou, and Le Cercle, today, follow this tradition by providing no economics of art but place art or aesthetics at the heart of their politics, as well as politics at the heart of their analysis of art. Western Marxism has generated its theories of art in the absence of an economics of art. Does a Marxist economic analysis of art's relationship to capital confirm the Western Marxist theories of art's relationship to capitalism? We need to test such ideas by examining precisely how far capital has penetrated the production and distribution of art. The shortcut between art and capitalism begins with the concept of reification, but is replicated in theories of the culture industry, commodification, spectacle, and others, such as Citadel Culture. 134 We have plenty of Marxist theories of the relationship between art and capitalism, but none, so far, that can explain the relationship between art and capital. Let us do the economic analysis and find out. Chapter 8. Art and Productive Capital. A compelling case can be made for the transformation of artistic production in parallel with the transformation of production within capitalist industrial production. During the 19th and 20th centuries, art took on the technologies of the mechanical and digital reproduction of imagery. Artists have developed practices using the techniques of administration and management. Artworks thematis advertising imagery and mimic the protocols of marketing. The big studio factories resemble manufacturing. Artists are presented in the media as celebrities and some have brand strategies. Artists have become professionalist, and art has been deskilled so that its labor appears less and less like the handicraft practices of the Renaissance. We would not expect artists to be somehow external to capitalist society. The transformation of artistic labor in the era of the capitalist mode of production, which mirrors the industrial dissolution of craft, offers strong circumstantial evidence of the impact of capitalism on art. While it is possible, for instance, for art to enter the market and fetch enormous sums while remaining in all other respects unaffected by the division of labor, mechanization, etc., it is also possible for the production methods and relations of art to be utterly revolutionized by the division of labor, new technologies, and so on, without entering into the capitalist mode of production. There may be social, cultural, psychological, technological, ideological, or other forces that cause art to adopt the productive processes of capitalism, but I am interested here in whether art's production is transformed by capitalism by being brought within its economy. The key factor in art's relationship to the capitalist mode of production, rather than capitalist forms of consumption or finance, which we will consider later, is the relationship it establishes with productive capital. The thesis of commodification, namely the conventional formula by which Western Marxism theorizes the incorporation of art into capitalist exchange, remains aloof from the question of art's relation to productive capital. Artists are consumers of capitalist commodities and, in their second jobs, are wage laborers, too. When the first video cameras were made cheap enough to be available to consumers rather than just professionals, artists were among the first to purchase them, and video art was soon established as a mode of art production alongside painting, sculpture, and performance. The fact that the new video technology was specifically designed to extend the market for leisure, including the new market for the video cassettes that fed them, means that video artists were beneficiaries of capitalist R&D. What is more, given that technology is never neutral but carries values within it, all attempts by artists to adopt new technology brings art in close proximity to the values and processes of capitalist society. But the social relations thus established between art and capitalism are a misleading measure of art's economic relations with capital. What Marx says about the mist through which the social character of labor appears to us one in his discussion of commodity fetishism, is not the preamble to a call for the study of labor in itself. The labor theory of value is also a value theory of labor. Labor is more extensive than value, or economics in the narrow sense, but even labor outside of economic exchange produces values. Use values, if nothing else. We might coin the term labor fetishism to describe any attempt to discuss labor in isolation from the social totality, and particularly the isolation of labor from the economic transactions through which it circulates, from which it is derived or from which it escapes. Marx criticizes Ferdinando Galliani for saying value is a relation between persons when he ought to have said, according to Marx, that value is a relation between persons expressed as a relation between things. Similarly, labor must be seen dialectically not only as the productive activity that creates things and values but also as mediated and dominated by the things and values it creates. Examining labor processes in their social, historical, cultural, technological, and political contexts, from the point of view of Marxist economics, is to miss the really vital question. Let us take the example of housework to illustrate the point. An individual cleaning their own home performs the same labor as the cleaner who is paid by the household to clean their house. Looking at the work does not tell us which one is waged and which unpaid. Furthermore, the cleaner who works for cash directly from the household does not produce surplus value, but takes the full value of the work. Working for an agency, on the contrary, means that the cleaner works part of the day for those who own the agency. The difference between these three economic circumstances, unpaid, wage labor, surplus labor, is central to understanding the social and economic significance of the work, but it is impossible to get the slightest inkling of the difference by looking at the labor alone. It is the social relations of labor that reveal its economic meaning. Capital circulates only in the third instance of our example, when the agency pays the cleaner's wages and takes the payment from the household as the consumer's purchase of the service that they offer through the labor of the cleaner. In the first instance, no money is exchanged at all, and in the second, the disposable income of the household, not capital, is used to pay the cleaner. Since capitalist production is the production of surplus value, we need to attend to labor primarily in its capacity as the source of surplus value for capital. So, it is not by investigating labor that we will understand labor, including artistic labor. We must examine closely the presence and absence of productive capital. The theory of commodification typically puts the emphasis on the product itself as it is made available for sale on the market. An altarpiece fixed to the walls of a church does not normally circulate in the market for commodities, although, in principle, a certificate for its ownership can pass through many hands. When the altarpiece is removed from the church, however, and sold, we are justified in speaking of its commodification. There is a well-documented historical process by which articles circulating independently of the marketplace are sucked into markets and are subsequently dominated by market forces and become nothing but commodities. Nevertheless, commodities existed and were exchanged long before capitalism. CMC, in which commodities are exchanged for equivalent commodities via the universal equivalent, money, is not a specifically capitalist transaction. No capital is involved in this exchange whatsoever, but commodities are. MCM, on the other hand, in which money is advanced on the condition that it returns as a greater magnitude, is a capitalist transaction in which the commodity, now a capitalist commodity, is the means through which value is added and profit is made. Commodification, therefore, is not the point. The theory of commodification fails to establish the difference between simple commodity production and capitalist commodity production. What is lost in the theory of commodification is Marx's insight that capitalist commodity production results from the productive capitalist advancing capital in the production of commodities specifically for profit through sales. He describes the process of the subsumption of labor under capital, not the apparent process of the expansion and proliferation of markets and the intensification of market forces. Marx did not use the term commodification, but the process it describes was familiar to him. After 1861, Marx never uses the concept of subsumption in the philosophical sense, in isolation from the specific process by which productive capital colonizes and transforms production. Subsumption in Marx's economic analysis is never abstract or general but always refers to the subsumption of labor. The question of the incorporation and transformation of particular spheres of production into the capitalist mode of production is described by Marx, in the economic manuscripts of 1861-3, as well as in an appendix to Volume I written between 1863 and 1864 for the third draft of Capital. The process by which products are brought into the capitalist mode of production is accomplished in two phases, the first called formal subsumption, and the second called real subsumption. What is more, Marx links the concept of the formal subsumption of labor to the concept of absolute surplus value and, correspondingly, connects the concept of the real subsumption of labor to the concept of relative surplus value. It is impossible to extract a greater proportion of surplus value without first having extracted some quantity of surplus value. Marx's explanation of the process puts the emphasis on the role of productive capital. The capitalist mode of production is the generalization of the production of commodities specifically for exchange with the express purpose of the accumulation of capital. So, the formal subsumption of labor is the process by which the productive capitalist first extracts surplus value from labor, and the real subsumption of labor is the process by which the productive capitalist increases the proportion of surplus value within the process of valorization. The formal subsumption of labor takes place when the capitalist takes financial control of production, principally, owning the means of production and paying wages for labor power, thus extracting surplus labor and surplus value. Capital, as Marx puts it in the third draft of Volume I, subsumes the labor process as it finds it, that is to say, it takes over an existing labor process. Point 2. The real subsumption of labor goes further than this, establishing a capitalist mode of production with the division of labor, the employment of machinery, the centralization and intensification of production on a large scale, and the transformation of the production process into a conscious application of science and technology. In short, everything that is implied with the idea of industrialization. Formal subsumption is presupposed by the real subsumption of labor, but only the latter can be described in terms of what Marx calls the continual revolution of the means of production and relations of production in capitalism. The real subsumption of labor establishes a capitalist mode of production with the division of labor, the employment of machinery, the centralization and intensification of production on a large scale, and the transformation of the production process into a conscious application of science and technology. Point 3. What Braverman describes as the degradation of work is the real subsumption of labor according to the new technological possibilities and new organizational principles of 20th century capitalism. It is to the subsumption of labor that we should look for the process by which art is or is not colonized by capitalism. Marcus also explains that, for Marx, genuinely artistic and scientific activities can never come to the situation of real subsumption under capital. As he repeatedly stressed, they can be formally subsumed under capitalist relations of production only to a limited degree. Point 4. In order to test this, we need to ask the question, what is the relationship between art and productive capital? Capital is a special kind of wealth and productive capital is a special kind of capital. If simple circulation is described as selling in order to buy, capitalist circulation is described as buying in order to sell, or, more accurately, buying in order to sell dearer. 5. As Marx says, although capitalists may fail in their attempt to make a profit, the expenditure of capital differs from the expenditure of revenue insofar as the value is spent on condition that it returns, and then some. Productive capital is one of three kinds of capital identified by Marx, the other two being merchant and finance capital. In order to understand what productive capital is and its function within the capitalist mode of production, it is important to differentiate it from other forms of capital. So I will begin my interrogation of the relationship between art and productive capital by outlining all three kinds of capital. Schematically, we can regard the three kinds of capital as sitting at various distances from production. Productive capital is invested in production, merchant capital, one step away, taking production for granted, invests in commodities, often at wholesale prices, and finance capital, remote from production and commodities alike, deals with loans, shares, bonds, and the monetary values of stocks and productive forces. What all three kinds of capital have in common is the relationship between investment and return. Generally speaking, capital is the process by which wealth is invested for return, or, in a word, self-accumulation. The process of wealth returning to itself in an augmented magnitude has two phases, the first in which wealth enters into circulation and the second when it returns. Between the two extremes of this process, after capital has been entered into circulation and before it is taken out of circulation, capital can take many forms. Capital is not money, but constantly changes. Capital, in the normal scheme of things, begins as money, but in being invested in commodities, say, becomes commodity capital, only to be converted at a later stage, when the value of the commodities is realized in exchange or sales, as money capital again. The two phases involve different modalities of capital. Marx shows how productive capital converts money capital into commodity capital, buying raw materials, machinery, paying wages etc., in its first phase, and converts commodity capital back into money capital, in its second phase, through the sale of the commodities that result from the productive activity of wage labor on raw materials using the means of production. When there is a division of labor among capitalists, and this second phase of circulation is set apart as a special function of a special capital 6 by a special group of capitalists, commodity capital becomes commercial capital or merchant's capital. And when there is a further division of labor among capitalists, and the first phase is funded by loans and other financial instruments, then another special group of capitalists, finance capitalists, are set apart, as well as a special kind of capital, finance capital. Commercial capital or merchant capital is a special kind of capital, according to Marx, because the merchant advances money capital, which is realized and functions as capital only by serving exclusively to mediate the metamorphosis of commodity capital, its conversion into money, and it accomplishes this by the continual purchase and sale of commodities. 7 That is to say, without entering into production of any sort. The first kind of capital is therefore kept within the sphere of production, while the second kind of capital is kept continually within the sphere of circulation. There is a third special section of the capitalist class that deals with a third special kind of capital, including money-dealing capital, interest-bearing capital and fictitious capital. Such capital never enters either production or commodity exchange. I will group them together under the heading finance capital. Finance capitalists purchase assets, certificates, promissory notes, bonds, shares, and so on, and sell them on. Finance capital accelerates circulation and reduces the costs of circulation, as well as socializing capital. It is the abolition of capital as private property within the framework of capitalist production itself. Point 8 Also, Marx observes, finance capital transforms the actually functioning capitalist into a mere manager, administrator of other people's capital, and the owner of capital into a mere owner, a mere money capitalist, the dividends they receive being mere compensation for owning capital that now is entirely divorced from the function in the actual process of reproduction. Point 9 The interaction between the three kinds of capital, as well as their relations to labor, needs to be spelled out. When commodity capital owned by a productive capitalist is sold, at wholesale prices, to a merchant capitalist, capital has returned to the first capitalist with profit, but the same transaction is an investment by the second capitalist who hopes to see returns at a later date. So far as the productive capitalist is concerned, he has realized the value of his commodity capital with the merchant's money, but while the metamorphosis into money has taken place for him, as producer, it has not yet taken place for the commodity itself. It is still on the market, as commodity capital. Point 10. If the productive capital had taken out a loan from an investment capitalist, then part of the profit from the sale of commodity capital to the merchant capitalist will be paid to the finance capitalist as a repayment. The three capitalists share the surplus value between themselves in three different ways. The productive capitalist employs wage laborers that add more value than they cost, but not all the surplus goes to the productive capitalist. By selling at wholesale prices, the productive capitalist shares the surplus with the merchant capitalist who makes profit, therefore, only by selling at the full price, no more. And the productive capitalist shares a portion of the surplus by paying interest or dividends to the finance capitalist. It would be a mistake to add the wage laborer to the list of those who share in the surplus. Even wages that are above the average wage rate cannot count as sharing in the surplus, because the surplus is defined as the value of labor minus wages. Nevertheless, wage laborers also come into contact and make transactions with the three types of capitalist and three kinds of capital. Productive capitalists pay wages and both the means of production, and the productive capitalist owns the raw materials that the laborer works up. Also, as we have already seen, the productive capitalist is also in charge of the methods of production and has a disciplinary role in relation to laborers. Merchant capitalists also employ wage laborers, including warehouse workers, transport workers, and shop assistants, but they are also the owners of the necessities that workers as consumers purchase to live. Wage laborers relate also to finance capitalists when they take out a loan, buy or rent a house, pay towards a pension, purchase a commodity in installments, or have a bank account or credit card. Since capitalists of all types are also consumers, each comes into contact with the merchant capitalists and finance capitalists not only through business transactions but also through consumption, personal banking, and so on. However, as well as noting the many ways in which the various economic actants meet and exchange goods, services, and money, we must note two non-relationships. The first concerns the isolation of the productive capitalist, and productive capital, from the sphere of consumption. Neither wage laborers nor capitalists of all kinds have any non-business transactions with productive capitalists, who remain within the sphere of production. The second concerns the isolation of the other two types of capitalist, and capital, from production. Merchant capitalists and finance capitalists do not pay wages to productive laborers, do not own the means of production, and nor do they own the product as a result of owning the means of production. But we need to test the extent of this general trend in specific sectors, not merely assume that the transformation has taken place everywhere and therefore in art. Let us look at the key transitions that take place when labor is formally subsumed by capital. The productive capitalist converts commodity producers into wage laborers by supplying them with raw materials and paying wages for their labor power to work up the materials into commodities owned by the capitalist, who then realizes their full value in the marketplace. Marx introduces the concept of formal subsumption by giving the following examples. When a peasant who has always produced enough for his needs becomes a day laborer working for a farmer, when the hierarchic order of guild production vanishes, making way for the straightforward distinction between the capitalist and the wage laborers he employs, when the former slave owner engages his former slaves as paid workers, etc., then we find that what is happening is that production processes of varying social provenance have been transformed into capitalist production. Point 11. Having illustrated the concept, Marx identifies the key factors at work. The relation between master and journeyman vanishes. That relationship was determined by the fact that the former was the master of his craft. He now confronts his journeyman only as the owner of capital, while the journeyman is reduced to being a vendor of labor. Before the process of production they all confront each other as commodity owners and their relations involve nothing but money. Within the process of production, as its components personified, the capitalist as capital, the immediate producer as labor, and their relation is determined by labor as a mere constituent of capital which is valorizing itself. Point 12. This short passage contains all the essentials of the concept of the formal subsumption of labor. From the point of view of the direct producer, the effect of formal subsumption is not commodification, for these laborers produced commodities in pre-capitalist production, but the replacement of the consumer as the source of payment with the capitalist as the source of wages. From the point of view of the capitalist, the effect of formal subsumption is not profiting from the labor of others, which had always existed, but the ownership and control of production itself. As well as commodities existing before capitalism, and therefore not being decisive in the question of subsumption, Marx points out that capital exists before capitalism, too, in the form of usurers' capital and merchants' capital. Capitalists of earlier epochs were neither producers nor employers, except perhaps on a very small scale. The interaction of direct producers with these two forms of capital, like the fact of the production of commodities, does not constitute the formal subsumption of labor or amount to the of the capitalist mode of production. Usurers could charge crippling rates of interest on workers, but they did not pay wages, own the means of production or own the products of labor. Merchants could pay low prices in the provinces and make enormous profits in the city where demand was higher, but again, they did not pay wages, supply raw materials and tools, or own the products of workers. Commodities and capital existed before capitalism. What did not exist before capitalism was productive capital and the subsumption of wage labor under capital. Marx goes on to say that the means of production and the means of subsistence must confront the wage laborer as capital, as monopolized by the buyer of his labor capacity, as a precondition for the relationship between productive capitalist and wage laborer. And it goes without saying that the productive capitalist, not the worker, owns the product produced by wage labor. This is an unprecedented economic phenomenon. Marx explains this in his series of lectures to the German Workingmen's Club in Brussels in 1847, collected in a pamphlet in 1891, Wage Labor and Capital. Labor power was not always a commodity. Labor was not always wage labor. The slave did not sell his labor power to the slave owner. The slave, together with his labor power, was sold to his owner once and for all. He is a commodity, but his labor power is not his commodity. The serf sells only a portion of his labor power. It is not he who receives wages from the owner of the land, it is rather the owner of the land who receives a tribute from him. The free laborer auctions off 8, 10, 12, 15 hours of his life to the highest bidder, to the owner of raw materials, tools, and the means of life, i.e. to the capitalist. Point 13. And in an address delivered to the General Council of the First International in June 1865, Marx went into more detail on the matter. Having already argued that the value of wages falls short of the value produced by labor power, and therefore that the laborer works part of the day unpaid, Marx compares the unpaid part of the wage laborer's labor with that of the slave and the serf. On the basis of the wages system, even the unpaid labor seems to be paid labor. With the slave, on the contrary, even that part of his labor which is paid appears to be unpaid. Point 14. The peasant worked, for example, 3 days for himself on his own field or the field allotted to him, and the 3 subsequent days he performed compulsory and gratuitous labor on the estate of his lord. Here, then, the paid and unpaid parts of labor were sensibly separated in time and space. Point 15. The formal subsumption of labor, therefore, brought about an unprecedented social relationship between capitalist and wage laborer, and, for the first time, appeared to include no unpaid or compulsory labor, while at the same time assigning the whole of the product of labor to the capitalist. Even before the real subsumption of labor gets to grips with the actual processes of labor, the of productive capital and wage labor has an enormous impact. The productive capitalist does not initially interfere with the methods of production. The change indicated does not mean that an essential change takes place from the outset in the real way in which the labor process is carried on, but, the labor becomes more intensive, or the duration of the labor process is prolonged. The labor becomes more continuous and more systematic. This is because labor has taken on a new abstract form that can be measured in terms of the difference between capital advanced in wages, on one hand, and value embodied in commodity capital, on the other. Capitalists had never before increased the rate of profit by intensifying productivity. Usurers and merchants were only indirectly concerned with productivity because so long as interest was paid and profits were made, it did not matter from where they came. With productive capitalists during the first phase of the subsumption of labor, however, it was the productivity of wage labor above all else that provided their income. Instead of owning large tracts of land, borrowing money at a low rate and lending at a high rate of interest, or traveling from marketplace to marketplace, the productive capitalists set laborers to work producing goods, but most of all producing value. As well as extending the length of the working day, the productive capitalist increased their total profit by increasing the scale of production by employing more workers to produce surplus value during their elongated working days. This is why the main distinction between the formal subsumption of labor and previous productive economies, Marx says, is scale. The capitalist must be the owner or proprietor of the means of production on a social scale and in quantities that beggar comparison with the possible production of the individual and his family. Point 16. The real subsumption of labor begins when the productive capitalist organizes the process of labor in such a way as to increase the proportion of unpaid labor and decrease the proportion of paid labor, and to speed up, intensify and augment labor as much as possible in order to increase the proportion of output to input. The social forces of production of labor are now developed, and with large-scale production comes the direct application of science and technology. Point 17. The application of science and technology, of course, is not determined by developments within science and technology. Capitalism is not run by and according to knowledge, but rather, science and technology is used to rationalize production as the production of surplus value. So, with the development of the real subsumption of labor under capital, or the specifically capitalist mode of production, the real lever of the overall labor process is increasingly not the individual worker. Point 18. Production is socialized, not only through the sheer number of workers employed by a single capitalist, but also by the scale of raw materials, machinery, and plant. Each individual capitalist, therefore, is compelled to produce on a social scale. Point 19. Hence, the real subsumption of labor leads to combined labor in which one is an unskilled manual worker, one a skilled laborer, one an intellectual worker, one a manager, others are engineers, technicians, supervisors, and so on. Where the real subsumption of labor takes hold, converting a pre-capitalist sector of manufacture into the capitalist mode of production, the new economic relationship between capitalist and wage laborer brings about the socialization of labor, along with the division of labor, mechanization, massive increases in scale. The features of the real subsumption of labor are not items of a menu from which the capitalist or the economist can pick and choose, because the capitalist cannot choose which of the pressures imposed by the competitive market to acknowledge, or which of the opportunities for productivity, efficiency, and profitability to exploit. This is because the real subsumption of labor subjects labor to the rigors of capital accumulation, and this means every aspect of labor that can be transformed into the capitalist mode of production will be so transformed. So, let us apply Marx's analysis of the formal and real subsumption of labor under capital to the case of artistic labor. Fortunately, Marx gets this inquiry underway himself, briefly examining the economics of the 17th century poet John Milton. When writing Paradise Lost, Marx says, Milton was an unproductive worker. In contrast to this, the writer who delivers hack work for his publisher is a productive worker. Milton produced Paradise Lost in the way that a silkworm produces silk, as the expression of his own nature. Later on he sold the product for £5 and to that extent became a dealer in a commodity. Point 20. Unlike the wage laborer, Milton owns the product he has produced. Unlike the capitalist, Milton owns the product of production because he has produced it. Although Milton is both a producer and a seller of his product, Marx does not toy with the idea of describing Milton as a proletarian or an entrepreneur. Not all producers are wage laborers subsumed by the capitalist mode of production, and even though Milton sells his commodity, Marx does not say that Milton thereby becomes a capitalist or merchant. Milton is first an unproductive worker. I will discuss the precise meaning of the term unproductive worker in the next section of this chapter, especially as it relates to art, and then a dealer in a commodity. The case of the hack writer, on the other hand, is a productive worker, that is to say, a wage laborer who not only produces texts but also surplus value for a capitalist. Milton also has dealings with a capitalist, but not one to whom he sells his labor power, but rather one to whom he sells a commodity, the poem. The writer does not own the means of publication and distribution, so sells his product to the capitalist whose class has a monopoly on the machinery needed to reproduce the work in sufficient quantities to take to the marketplace for consumption. Milton trades in his commodity, but he does not belong to either of the two economic groups that the capitalist mode of production establishes, namely the wage laborers and the productive capitalists. In fact, we might go further and say that, although Milton ultimately sells his product for £5, he is not a commodity producer, certainly not a capitalist commodity producer. And even though he sells a commodity, he is not a capitalist. Owner of commodities who realizes the value of his capital by converting commodity capital into money capital. It would be a mistake to think that writing is a type of productive activity that is exempt from the capitalist mode of production. As we have already seen with the example of the hack writer, writing can be wage labor. It is the economic relations between capitalist and laborer that determine whether a certain job of work belongs to the category of wage labor, whether a form of ownership and sale corresponds to the category of productive capital, or whether a certain product belongs to the category of the capitalist commodity. Marx brings the economics of Milton's production of Paradise Lost into sharper relief by going into a little more detail about the hack writer. But the Leipzig literary proletarian who produces books, e.g. compendia on political economy, at the instructions of his publisher is roughly speaking a productive worker, insofar as his production is subsumed under capital and only takes place for the purpose of the latter's valorization. 21. The labor of the hack writer is formally subsumed by being paid a wage, while Milton receives his payment of £5 by selling a product. The labor of the hack writer undergoes real subsumption insofar as he is under instructions from a capitalist, whereas Milton writes of his own volition. The hack writer's labor produces, above all, surplus value for the capitalist, whereas Milton produces no surplus value at all because he sells his commodity, not his labor. Marx clarifies this point with another example. A singer who sings like a bird is an unproductive worker. If she sells her singing for money, she is to that extent a wage laborer or a commodity dealer. But the same singer, when engaged by an entrepreneur who has her sing in order to make money, is a productive worker, for she directly produces capital. 22. To be clear, Marx is absolutely right, here, to offer both possibilities of wage laborer or a commodity dealer, because the sale of singing can fall into either category depending entirely on the economic transactions involved. If a club owner pays $1 a day for a harmonica player, then the harmonica player is a wage laborer who produces surplus value for the capitalist club owner, but if the same harmonica player goes out into the street and is paid as a busker directly by the public, then he is a commodity dealer, but not, I want to stress, a dealer in capitalist commodities. Milton and the singer are among those examples given by Marx that are economically exceptional to the capitalist mode of production. They are exceptions because their labor has not been subsumed by capital, in either of the two phases of formal and real subsumption. It is of no consequence whether the prices of such commodities are fancy prices or not, and it does not matter, in the Marxist economic analysis, whether the artist is living or dead, whether supply can be augmented or not, and whether the works are offered for sale or resale. What matters, here, is nothing other than the economic circumstances of production. Work of this kind, he says, has scarcely reached the stage of being subsumed even formally under capital, and belongs essentially to a transitional stage. 23. The first test whether labor is economically exceptional to the capitalist mode of production, which is simply another way of talking about labor that has not been subsumed by capital, is this: does the producer sell their labor? If the producer sells a product rather than their labor, then their labor has not been formally subsumed under capital. But there is another possibility to consider. Since capitalists do not sell their labor but necessarily buy and sell commodities, the second test of whether artistic labor has been subsumed under capital, with the artist, this time, in the role of the capitalist rather than the wage laborer, is this: does the artist advance capital to purchase commodities, including wage labor, in order to produce surplus value? We might think that this description applies to certain artists who employ assistants to produce works for the art market. If so, then the subsumption of artistic labor by capital would seem to take place by substituting wage laborers for the productive activity of the artist, with the artist converted into a supervisor or manager. This transformation has a ring of truth to it. Whether this turns out to be the case for artistic labor generally, for a minority of artists, or is even a misrepresentation of the big commercial art studios depends on the answer to some other key questions, which we will address shortly. But if artists are productive capitalists, then it is clear that art is not, or no longer, economically exceptional in the terms spelled out by Marx's concept of the subsumption of labor. We will reconsider the example of the artist as employer and productive capitalist later on. Nevertheless, we can say that the artistic labor of the artist has not been formally subsumed under capital. If the condition of the subsumption of artistic labor is the separation of the artist from the assistant, the former occupying the place of the productive capitalist and the latter occupying the place of the wage laborer, then any artistic labor performed by the artist remains economically exceptional insofar as they do not sell their labor but their products. When the artist is the artistic laborer, then the producer owns the product, which is exceptional in the capitalist mode of production since the capitalist buyer of labor owns the product. When the artist labors on their own work and they own their own means of production, equipment, materials, studio rent, etc., then this is exceptional to the capitalist mode of production in which the means of production is owned by one class, the capitalists, and the producers belong to another, the proletariat. What is more, artists, including those who have assistants and those who do not, have not been converted into wage laborers, employed by a productive capitalist. If artists have become productive capitalists, then artists are not employed by the productive capitalists of art. Assistants might be trained artists who have their own art practice on their days off, but they are not the artists of the work that they produce as assistants. Of course, other capitalists are involved in the art world, too, but the gallerist does not establish a relationship with the artist along the lines of the capitalist-worker relationship. No gallerist takes ownership of the means of production for art or engages individual artists to operate those means of production. Consequently, the gallerist, unlike the productive capitalist, does not own the product. There is no labor market for artists, only a market for artworks produced by artistic labor. Collectors purchase commodities off gallerists that, unusually for merchant capitalists, do not own the works that they sell. Unlike in the capitalist mode of production, the product of the production of art is owned by its producer even while it is being traded by the merchant capitalist. Artists are not wage laborers, but there is a chance that some artists have become productive capitalists by employing assistants as wage laborers to produce surplus value. The formal subsumption of artistic labor, executed by assistants rather than artists, is feasible, but the real subsumption of artistic labor is another question. What would the real subsumption of artistic labor under capital look like? What changes would take place if a productive capitalist for the purpose of the accumulation of value produced art? Would artistic labor be broken down into Fordist chunks of unskilled labor? Would the studio be reorganized according to Taylorist principles? Would the means of production be constantly revolutionized, employing the latest technology and scientific knowledge? Would the scale of the workforce and the finished commodities be increased to the level of social production? If the productive capitalists act as capital, then how would artistic production be reorganized to be more profitable, more productive, of surplus value? Would production be speeded up? Would assistants and technicians be compelled to work longer days? Of course, each industry will subsume labor in different ways. But the real subsumption of art cannot be detected in the various ways in which artists, for instance, have integrated art with fashion, advertising, design, and so on, as Peter Osborne has recently suggested. Point 24. What Osborne is driving at, here, I think, is that art has adopted the techniques and processes of those design practices that have been subsumed by capital. If art becomes more like design in every respect other than the fact that artistic labor has not become wage labor, then, perhaps, a case could be made for the real subsumption of art without the formal subsumption of art ever having taken place. This is what I think Osborne is suggesting. Real subsumption is a transformation of technique imposed by capital, but borrowing techniques from subsumed labor does not bring about real subsumption. If the real subsumption of artistic labor has taken place, then the techniques of art production will have been transformed to increase surplus value for a capitalist. Since productive capitalists have not muscled in on artistic production, converting the old handicraft producers into wage laborers, the only possible agent for the real subsumption of labor in art is the artist who employs assistants. The fact that artist employers can increase their income by taking on assistants does not prove that the artist is a productive capitalist. A merchant capitalist employs shop assistants, but does not become a productive capitalist by that fact, or by the fact that employing them permits the merchant to earn more money than she otherwise could by working alone. What distinguishes a productive capitalist from a merchant capitalist is not that one is an employer and the other is not, but that they each employ different kinds of labor. The artist, who is an owner-producer as well as an employer of assistants, is neither a productive nor a merchant capitalist but belongs to what Marx referred to as a transitional stage. Point 25. The question of whether the artist-employer converts artistic labor into wage labor productive of surplus value depends upon the Marxist distinction between productive and unproductive labor. In Capital Volume 2, Marx discusses at length the distinction between productive and unproductive labor. Originally, the distinction was formulated by Adam Smith as follows. There is one sort of labor which adds to the value of the subject upon which it is bestowed, there is another which has no such effect. The former, as it produces value, may be called productive, the latter, unproductive labor. Thus the labor of a manufacturer adds generally to the value of the materials which he works upon, that of his own maintenance, and of his master's profit. The labor of a menial servant, on the contrary, adds to the value of nothing. Though the manufacturer has his wages advanced to him by his master, he in reality costs him no expense, the value of those wages being generally restored, together with the profit, in the improved value of the subject upon which his labor is bestowed. But the maintenance of a menial servant never is restored. Point 26. Smith's application of the theory was flawed. The reference to materiality is bogus and the distinction between capital and revenue is imprecise. Marx therefore argued, laborer alone is productive, who produces surplus value for the capitalist. Point 27. Therefore, since no value is produced in the process of circulation, and therefore no surplus value. 28. Even though merchant capitalists employ wage laborers with capital, commercial workers are unproductive laborers. Point 29. The difference is not embodied in the labor or present in the kind of wealth expended on it. There is no such thing as productive or unproductive labor in itself. Similarly, there is no such thing as productive capital except insofar as it is capital invested in productive labor. Making material things is no more productive than providing services, information, or fulfilling the reproduction of the means of production. Productive labor is exchanged with productive capital and unproductive labor is exchanged with either unproductive capital or revenue. Current post-Fordist theories of immaterial labor, when based on the quality of labor, as information, service, performative, creative or etc., miss the point completely, see Chapter 11. Marx provides a handy economic analysis of an immaterial laborer in terms of productive and unproductive labor. A schoolmaster who instructs others is not a productive worker. 30. He says, not because of the kind of labor he performs, but because of the economic relationship that frames his labor. If the same schoolmaster takes a job with a private school run as a business enterprise, then the economic character of the labor changes even if the teacher delivers exactly the same lectures. Marx explains. A schoolmaster who works for wages in an institution along with others, using his own labor to increase the money of the entrepreneur who owns the knowledge-mongering institution, is a productive worker. 31. The key difference in Marx's example of the schoolmaster is the changed economic circumstances signified by the phrase, in the second formula, that the teacher is engaged as a wage laborer. But wage labor by itself is not the secret of productive labor. Wage labor is a necessary but not a sufficient condition for productive labor. Smith's illustration of the contrasting ways in which the capitalist paid two kinds of wages, one to the workers in a business enterprise, and the other to domestic servants in their homes, retains its clarity. Both factory workers and chambermaids sell their labor, not their products, and both are wage laborers. One adds value and the other consumes value. The buyer of unproductive labor is the final consumer, while the buyer of productive labor invests in a commodity or service that will be sold on to the final consumer. Retail workers are wage laborers, too, and the merchant capitalist profits from their employment insofar as they realize the value of her stock, but they do not add to the value of her stock. If we try to differentiate between productive and unproductive labor by examining different kinds of labor itself, then we will be thwarted. The key is to follow the capital. Productive capital purchases constant capital and variable capital, means of production and living labor, and accumulation is brought about through surplus value in surplus labor. Merchant capital purchases commodity capital, and its share of the surplus value is deducted from the full value of the goods at the point of purchase from the productive capitalist. If retail workers etc. added value, then wholesale prices would be unnecessary and the productive capitalist would sell commodities to merchant capitalists at their full value, after which the merchant would raise the price based on the value added by shop workers etc. The wage laborers employed by finance capital, bank clerks, traders, asset managers, etc., similarly, do not add value to the assets and financial instruments they handle. Profits from loans are derived entirely from interest payments by customers. Profits from arbitrage trading in shares derives entirely from the pockets of other investors on resale. Dividends are paid to shareholders out of the revenue of businesses, etc. If we know from where added value derives, then we will not be fooled into thinking, for instance, that banks, money markets, and commodity markets are wealth creators. Merchant capital and finance capital employ armies of wage laborers without whom these companies would make no profits, but none of this profit is derived from value created by these wage laborers. They are unproductive workers. Not all wage laborers employed by productive capitalists are productive laborers. Let us say a company hires its own team of maintenance engineers who swiftly repair machinery that breaks down so that production can resume and constantly maintain the machinery of the plant, prolonging its lifespan. 259 Art and productive capital. And thereby adding to profits by both increasing the rate of production and reducing the outlay on the means of production. There is a good business argument for employing these wage laborers because they increase profits, but there is a case for arguing that they are unproductive laborers. 32 Contributing to savings in constant capital. Even though the productive capitalist makes profit from the maintenance crew, this is as a result of relative surplus value only. No absolute surplus value can be derived from this labor if the capitalist who pays the wages is also the final consumer of the commodity supplied, namely the service of maintaining the means of production. If, however, the company outsources maintenance by awarding a contract to a separate company, perhaps, initially, on condition that the same workers continue to be employed doing the same work, then the maintenance staff become productive laborers. Their labor becomes the commodity for which the productive capitalist is the final consumer. Insofar as the supplier of this commodity is the employer of the labor which is sold to the productive capitalist, their profit derives from surplus labor, work over and above the value they pay in wages. Also, if the company employs staff to work in a subsidized, loss-making, canteen, then these workers are unproductive, too. If, however, the canteen is a profit-making operation within the business, or is outsourced, then the canteen workers are productive laborers. The premises of the productive capitalist's business need to be cleaned, of course, but if the company pays for this itself, then there is no difference between this economic transaction and a private household paying a cleaner to clean their house. This is the consumption of unproductive labor. Just as the householder does not generate surplus value or profit for themselves from paying a cleaner, the productive capitalist does not either. Paying an agency that employs cleaners, on the other hand, means that part of the payment, over and above the amount passed on to the cleaner as wages, is surplus value produced by the cleaner for the capitalist agent through surplus labor. However, the labor that produces raw materials for the productive capitalist is productive labor from which this particular capitalist draws no surplus or profit. It is productive labor because it produces surplus value for another capitalist. If we retain our focus on artistic labor and its relation to productive capital, not being distracted by the sale of its products in the art market and not jumping to conclusions based on the mere fact that an artist pays wages to assistants, then we can proceed with our analysis of the economics of art informed by the distinction between productive and unproductive labor. Since artists who perform their own artistic labor are not wage laborers employed by capitalists, we are forced to conclude that this artistic labor is unproductive labor even if certain capitalists, such as gallerists, dealers, and, later in the process, investors, earn a profit from trade in the products of artistic labor. The less obvious question is whether the work of studio assistants, technicians, fabricators, interns, and so on is productive or unproductive. Since the Renaissance, when art separated off from craft, artists have had assistants. Rembrandt's assistants paid the master for the privilege of working with him. Henry Moore had assistants and technicians, and the sculpture of Anish Kapoor and Richard Serra is impossible for one person to produce, so presupposes the employment of assistants. Hirst used assistants to paint his dot paintings, Chris Ofili has assistants painting the laborious backgrounds to his paintings, certain German artists have a dozen or two young artists making work according to certain rules, and Keith Tyson had assistants to produce his drawings. Jeff Koons employs over 100 technicians to make his works, giving them very precise instructions about what he needs them to do. Julian Opie designs templates for his paintings which are then executed by an assistant without any trace of the handmade or the idiosyncratic. The assistant, in this example, is a premium quality printing machine. But, of course, the quality derives from the fact that it is made with highly skilled human labor. Fiona Ray has her assistants stretch, prime and prepare her canvases, not make the paintings. Even Marina Abramovic, the performance artist, has assistants. Many of these artists were once assistants to older artists, and many of their assistants have already gone on to be successful artists in their own right. I want, in a moment, to ask whether these assistants are productive or unproductive laborers, but first I will extend the scope slightly. Fabricators have become widespread in the production of art in recent times. They tend to be arts graduates who are skilled and knowledgeable in the techniques and values of contemporary art production and run their own businesses making artworks according to the designs of artists. These are not wage laborers, even when they sell their labor as a commodity to artists, and artists pay the full price of the commodity without subtracting a proportion for surplus value or a percentage for wholesale. The payment of fabricators is economically equivalent to paying a window cleaner or a cleaner, which can be paid by a household or a business without changing the nature of the economic relation. Interns, however, can be paid or unpaid. If they are paid, then they are economically equivalent to studio assistants, but if they are unpaid, which adds a further complication, then it is unclear whether they are outside the wage system or whether 100% of their labor is surplus labor. The answer to this puzzle depends on the outcome of the economic analysis of studio assistants. So, what about assistants and technicians? Having seen that productive capitalists pay wages from which they do not make surplus value, it is not inevitable that surplus value will be extracted by artists who have paid assistants, technicians, and other paid producers of their works. Are these paid workers productive laborers for the artist? Before answering this, we need to divide assistants into two main categories. First, there are those who are paid to run the studio in the role of a personal assistant, which is a clerical role. This is unproductive labor because the artist is the final consumer of this service. Second, there are those who are paid to execute the work in some way. But there are various kinds of technical assistant. Some, as we have seen, prepare canvases and so on, and do not make the work itself. This is a luxury that happens to save time for the artist to do more productive, profitable work, but it is, nonetheless, unproductive. Other assistants produce entire works from start to finish based on detailed instructions, designs, or templates. If this labor is the source of the value of a work that is subsequently sold in the art market, then this appears to be productive labor. However, since the prices of artworks are not determined by value, average labor time, and in this sense artworks have no value, it is not at all clear how assistants of any kind can be productive of value in the commodities sold in art galleries and through dealers. The distinguishing feature of productive labor, in contrast with unproductive labor, is the surplus value that it supplies to the capitalist through surplus labor. In the case of productive labor, the productive capitalist is not the final consumer of the product, but goes on to realize the value of this labor, plus its surplus, in the sale of the final product. But there are intricate issues lurking within this seemingly straightforward formula. Abramovic, for instance, sells photographs of her performances, and yet, since she appears in the photographs and the performances, she cannot be the photographer. Nevertheless, the person who took the photograph, perhaps, in the early days, a friend or member of the audience, but nowadays more likely an assistant charged with specific instructions on how the image must look, has not produced the work in the fullest sense. This would be like claiming that sound engineers are the sole productive laborer of every musical recording. Paradoxically, Abramovic's photograph is the final form of a work that the photographer did not produce. Whoever manufactures the bricks that Carl André uses in his sculptures is not the producer of the work. André is not a dealer in bricks who just happens to get very high prices for a small number of bricks. The labor that goes into the brick is not the source of the value of André's works. Likewise, the labor that goes into Abramovic's photographs is not the source of the value of her work. We should not, therefore, reduce the question of productive labor to the production of objects for sale. The anonymous productive laborers who printed Milton's Paradise Lost add some value to the book insofar as receipts are increased by the quantity of books supplied to meet demand, but the £5 paid to Milton indicates that the greater percentage of unpaid labor was the author's. Milton was not a wage laborer, of course, and the printers were, but that does not mean that the source of all the value in the books must derive from the print workers. The point is not that the labor theory of value is wrong in normal capitalist circumstances, but that not all modes of production correspond to the capitalist mode of production, and therefore not all value in these exceptional modes of production derives from productive labor. Let us consider some exceptions. A Russian oligarch who pays the wages of the football team he owns without any serious intention of recouping this through revenue nevertheless sells tickets and receives payment for the product that these unusual wage laborers perform. Other chairmen of football teams take out enormous sums from the club in payments and treat the club as a profit-making enterprise. In these instances, the football players are productive workers. Or consider a businesswoman who has set up a charitable trust. She employs several wage laborers to run the charity. Let us say the charity combines education, consciousness-raising events, and the sale of merchandise. Surplus value is produced by charity workers, but the surplus is not converted into profit, and therefore the self-accumulation of capital does not take place. Studio assistants are not exceptional in the same ways. Their employers neither make extravagant losses in paying their wages nor do they pass their surplus on to good causes. In comparison, studio assistants, whether they produce value or not, appear to be a normal labor cost in a business that makes a profit. Assuming prices are temporarily stable, if the artist continues to produce works in the same quantities, only now with assistants rather than doing all the work herself, then she would make a loss, the same sales as before minus the wages of the assistants. This would be true of the productive capitalist investing in industrial production, too, who if she employed just one worker to produce the amount of work that she could produce on her own would make a loss. It is only if the quantities of production are increased that the artist employer earns more money than they otherwise would. Naturally, if demand is high enough, then increasing the volume of products beyond what one individual can produce will increase the income of the artist employer. However, the question is not whether the artist benefits financially from the paid work of assistants, it is whether the artist is a productive capitalist within this relationship, and equivalently, whether the assistant is a productive laborer. If the assistant is paid to look after the artist's appointments and so on, then their work is unproductive. If the assistant prepares canvases and does not produce the work to be sold, then their labor contributes to the means of production only, which is the equivalent of hiring maintenance staff, and is arguably unproductive. If the wage laborer produces the works, like Hearst's spot painters and Tyson's drawing assistants, then there is a stronger case for arguing that the assistant is a productive worker and the artist is a productive capitalist, except, as we have already noted, Artworks have no value, average labor time, since they cannot be reproduced and therefore it is impossible for surplus value to be created in their production. Nevertheless, the question of the status of labor within artist studios needs to be resolved not just with a general principle but through an analysis of the economic relations therein. Technicians can be freelance or wage laborers, and the same is true of assistants. The first question we must ask is whether the artist pays their wages. The second, which is more difficult, is whether these wage laborers provide surplus labor for the artist. What value do assistants add to the artworks they produce within the artist's studio? Consider a successful musician who hires several assistants, one to look after the instruments, one to sort out transport and accommodation, another to be in charge of food supplies and so on. Now, insofar as they can make the musician's business more efficient and productive, the musician deducts their wages from receipts, and will, perhaps, at a certain point decide that earnings have dropped so that one or two of the assistants will have to be let go. However, none of these paid workers produce what the musician sells, and they are not productive laborers in this respect but perform duties that improve the operations of the business without, in fact, contributing surplus value with their surplus labor. The difference between the musician's assistants and the artist's assistants is that the latter in some cases actually make the objects etc. that the artist sells. Is this the difference between productive and unproductive labor that we are trying to nail down here? Consider, for instance, those photographers and designers who have sued Jeff Koons for copyright infringement. Their claims illustrate the difficulty that I am trying to tease out here, I think. Does the artist profit from their work? Should he not be obliged to pay them a percentage of his earnings if he uses their images and designs as part of his work? Let me stress, first, that I am not trying to settle the political issues regarding conflicts between copyright advocates who defend the rights and incomes of creative workers whose products are exploited by others and advocates of the Creative Commons that maximizes sharing to promote creativity and innovation. In an analysis of labor and value in art that appropriates the work of others, one thing to take into account is the fact that the work by Koons can be sold at extremely high prices that do not reflect the value of the work that he appropriates. It would be wrong to think of Koons's appropriation of the work of others as nothing more than purchasing products at a low price and selling them at a higher price, since the higher price of his product is due to the reputation of the artist himself. That is, very few others, and probably nobody except another extremely successful artist, could possibly sell such works at comparable prices. Without crediting the entire difference to the brilliance of the individual artist, or crediting it entirely to the system of art, we can say that the difference in price between the original photograph and the Koons work is not to be understood according to the standard model by which either the productive capitalist profits from wage labor or the merchant capitalist profits from the sale of products. It is more realistic to think of the photographers and designers attempting to cash in on the value of the artwork, rather than Koons exploiting them. By and large, the photographers and designers who Koons rips off have already been paid for their work at the going rate. Any additional payment they hope to receive as a result of Koons's work would be a windfall. Asking for an additional payment as a result of the value of the works that Koons exhibits would be like a producer of raw materials asking to receive a second payment after realizing that the raw materials were used to produce a luxury rather than a basic necessity. Within an economy in which super profits can be derived from the creative work and ideas of others without recompense, it is understandable that producers campaign for a percentage of resale values, royalties, and so forth, but in the example we are considering here I am concerned more with the appearance of exploitation by Koons, which, from the point of view of the analysis of labor and value, is quite otherwise. The appropriation does not suck profit from the original but generates a whole new magnitude of value by recoding it as a leading example of contemporary art. The issue, here, is not whether one person earns their living from the labor of others. The merchant capitalist, let us say, lives entirely off the labor of their employees, but is not, thereby, a productive capitalist. The merchant capitalist lives off surplus labor, of course, but only by taking a share, through discounted prices, of the surplus value produced by productive laborers for the productive capitalist. The question, then, for the time being, is whether the artist employer is a productive capitalist. This is true only if studio assistants are productive laborers, not if they are luxuries like other unproductive laborers such as domestic servants, window cleaners, and so on. The musician's wardrobe assistant and masseur are luxuries of this type, but the studio assistant in some cases makes the product that the artist sells. If the artist is a productive capitalist, then the strongest candidate for the productive laborer is the studio assistant. However, the same applies to the studio assistant as we have seen with the producer of the original photograph appropriated by Koons, namely that the work is worth much less when it is considered as the product of the assistant than it is when it is considered the artwork of the artist who employs the assistant. Even if artists exploit assistants or profit from them, we can say from our analysis that the relationship between artist and assistant does not follow the standard pattern of the relationship between capitalist and wage laborer. Since artists are not wage laborers either, then art production, whether involving studio assistants or not, does not conform to the capitalist mode of production and is, instead, exceptional to it. Let me clarify a point I have just made. Asking whether studio assistants add value to artworks is made more complicated by the fact that, typically, the very same labor performed by the very same individuals would fetch much lower prices if sold as their own work than as the work of the artist employer. 33 Normally, the productive capitalist acquires value through the surplus labor performed by wage laborers, which has a value over and above wages. In the case of art, however, such work considered as nothing but the production of certain goods, independent of the artist, would not necessarily fetch the value. 266 Chapter 8. Of the wages if sold on the market as produced by the assistant, not the artist. If the assistants could earn the same amount by producing their own work for sale, then they would not be assistants in the first place. The artist's labor is worth more than the assistant's labor, and the prices of the artist's commodities reflect the value of the artist's products, not that of their assistants. In fact, the value of the artist's labor will tend to be significantly higher than the wages paid to the assistant, and therefore the artist who employs assistants at a rate higher than they could earn by selling the products of their own labor, simultaneously pays them below the rate that is added to the value of the commodity measured at the rate of the artist's own labor. But there is something odd, here, I think, something exceptional. Although it goes against the spirit of the labor theory of value, which insists that all value is derived from the labor that goes into it, the labor of assistants is not the source of the value of an artist's work. If it was, then the prices of artworks would, in equilibrium, be set by the costs of labor. We know that the labor of studio assistants would neither produce the work of this artist if the assistants made it in their own time, nor fetch the same value, so there is a kind of break between the actual labor and the labor that the value of artworks appears to represent. The actual labor of studio assistants, oddly, is not the source of the value of artworks, because it is the artist's labor that counts. If we add, here, that the artist's labor is not the source of the value of the work either, since the price is not determined by supply and demand in the standard way, then we can say the following: the source of value of the artwork is not the labor of assistants but is determined by the previous sales of the artist's products, not the value of the artist's labor. Strangely, then, we find ourselves back with the observation, familiar in some respects since Ricardo, that artworks are economically exceptional because they cannot be reproduced, or produced, by anyone other than the artist. As such, the inquiry into the relationship between value and labor in art directs us not to productive capital and its capture of surplus value but to the mechanisms of circulation in which the prices of artworks are determined independently of value. It is to the art market and its relationship to merchant capital, therefore, that I will turn to in the next chapter. Art and merchant capital. The galerist or art dealer is a capitalist. Entering the marketplace of art with capital and leaving the marketplace with profit, the galerist follows the sequence which is the formula for capital. But what kind of capitalist is the galerist? The productive capitalist advances capital on raw materials, machinery, premises, and labor power that is realized in the sale of products, but the Gaullist is not this kind of capitalist. We have seen in the previous chapter that the gallery-artist relationship is not an instance of the productive capitalist-wage laborer relationship introduced by the capitalist mode of production. The Gaullist does not draw profit from artistic labor itself but from the product of artistic labor, hence does not pay wages to artists, and therefore does not formally subsume artistic labor under capital. Nonetheless, the Gaullist represents capital in the first stage of art's economic circulation and exchange. Dealers and Gaullists are not productive capitalists, they are merchant capitalists. The great economists, such as Smith, Ricardo, etc., Marx said, are perplexed over mercantile capital being a special variety, since they consider the basic form of capital, capital as industrial capital, and circulation capital, commodity capital and money capital, solely because it is a phase in the reproduction process of every capital. 1. Before the historical emergence of the capitalist mode of production proper, there were merchants who bought and sold art. This type of art dealer is still around today, making transactions that have not been affected at all by the advent of capitalism. Art is not the only example of production to have escaped direct and fundamental transformation by the capitalist mode of production. We have shown that along with the other non-capitalist forms of production, art is economically exceptional in its production. This is why the economic analysis of art cannot proceed on the basis of Marx's analysis of industrial capitalism in Capital Volume I. We must examine art in terms of the extension of Marx's analysis of capitalism in Volumes 2 and 3, which provide detailed analysis of the role and function of merchant and finance capital. In Volume 2, Marx examines the circulation of capital and the metamorphosis of capital, including the circuit of commodity capital, which is the sphere of merchant capital. This volume also includes Marx's discussion of the relationship between the production of the means of production and the production of articles of consumption, including luxuries. In Volume 3, as well as discussing the relation between surplus value and profit and various techniques for increasing relative surplus value such as increasing turnover and the use of technological inventions, Marx deals with the conversion of commodity capital into merchant capital and finance capital. Capital has not penetrated the production of art, which means that artistic production remains, economically, pre-capitalist, but this does not mean that art never encounters capital or capitalism. The art market appears to be a thoroughly capitalist operation. Does not art simply enter into capitalist exchange at the next phase of the circuit, not in production but circulation? The passage of the artwork through the gallery, and therefore through the hands of the Gaullist, is art's first encounter with capital. This is exceptional in the capitalist mode of production, but it does not isolate art completely from capital. Normally, in the capitalist mode of production, commodities have been produced by wage labor funded by a productive capitalist before they enter into circulation, but with art, the first phase of productive capital is absent, so it is the Gaullist who embodies the introduction of capital to art. And since there are no productive capitalists in art, the Gaullist appears not only as the agent of the conversion of commodity capital into money capital, but as the agent of the conversion of art into capital more generally. And yet, the Gaullist is not a standard merchant capitalist. Whereas the merchant capitalist, typically, purchases commodities from a productive capitalist at a discounted price, the Gaullist has no productive capitalist with whom to share surplus value. What is more, the Gaullist does not purchase the commodities that the gallery sells on to collectors, neither from a productive capitalist nor from the artist. Art dealers internationally are often single-owner shops or small partnerships, with many built around the names and reputations of individuals or a history of art dealing through family businesses. Dealers typically specialize in a few highly defined fields where they have a high level of expertise and develop a strong vertical presence within one specific designation, building personal and institutional knowledge in this area. 2. Gaullrists are capitalists insofar as they advance capital on premises, gallery staff wages, advertising, publications, hospitality, transport, storage, accommodation, art fair fees, and all manner of things. Unusually for a merchant capitalist, however, gallerists tend to advance nothing to purchase the commodities that they sell. Gallerists occasionally advance artists money for various expenses, including the production of some especially expensive artworks, but this is quite distinct from the case of the productive capitalist advancing wages or purchasing the works. In all three cases, of course, capital is advanced to fund production of commodities, but that is where the similarity ends. Productive capital pays wages and other costs to produce commodities that the productive capitalist owns, but when the merchant capitalist advances some capital to an artist producer, the product continues to be owned by the artist and all that belongs to the gallerist is the artist's debt. Sometimes the debt is written off, but when it is not, money capital is not converted into commodity capital but remains money capital as it passes from merchant to producer and returns, as money, to the merchant's stock of capital, either directly from the artist's pocket or indirectly by being deducted from the proportion the artist is due from sales. But if the merchant capitalist typically converts commodity capital into money capital first by advancing money capital to purchase commodity capital, then this first phase is missing in the transactions of the gallerist. Marx makes a similar point about the French silk industry and the English hosiery and lace industries in the 17th century. The manufacturer, he says, was mostly but nominally a manufacturer until the middle of the 19th century. In point of fact, he was merely a merchant, who let the weaver carry on in their old unorganized way and exerted only a merchant's control. Point 3. In preparation for converting commodity capital into money capital, the merchant capitalist typically, first, converts money capital into commodity capital, which is to say, she buys a quantity of commodities. It is exceptional that the gallerist, a merchant capitalist, does not purchase goods for sale, but the second phase, in which commodity capital is converted into money capital, is the gallerist's function within the circulation of art, albeit with one or two anomalies that need to be unpicked. Art may fetch higher prices at auction and on the secondary market generally, but art enters the market, and thereby enters circulation as a commodity, and is first exchanged for money, through the gallerist or dealer. The gallerist converts art into money. At the same time, and in the same transaction, the gallerist converts art into a commodity. In standard capitalist production, in which commodities are produced for the market, products are produced as commodities, but arts is a belated commodification. This is significant. For Marxism, a commodity is a use value that is produced for exchange, that is to say, for its exchange value. Let's remind ourselves how Marx describes the distinction between commodity production and non-commodity production in the following way. A thing can be useful and the product of human labor, without being a commodity. Whoever directly satisfies his own needs with the product of his own labor creates, indeed, use values, but not commodities. In order to produce the latter, he must not only produce use values, but use values for others, social use values. Point 4. A commodity is produced for exchange. Marx says, in the Grundriss, the commodity only becomes a commodity insofar as its owner does not relate to it as use value. Point 5. Consider two loaves of bread, one baked at home for use by the household and one baked by a commercial baker for sale. The former loaf is produced as a use value only, while the commercial loaf is produced as a business, for money. Anything produced for its use value and not put into circulation but consumed by oneself or one's friends, family, and so on is not a commodity in the Marxist sense. Also, we might add, anything consumed without exchange is not a commodity either, so if an artwork is displayed, exhibited, viewed, discussed, interpreted, disputed, acknowledged, and so on, without it changing hands, then it circulates culturally and socially without exchange and without becoming a commodity. A great deal of art is never exchanged through the market and such work is not to be understood as a commodity, but other work does. It is to art that passes through the market via the gallerist that I now turn. Without changing its material properties in any way, the Galerist converts art into a commodity. No Galerist, however, has the power to convert artistic production into commodity production. This conversion does not and cannot take place at all. No merchant capitalist can retrospectively determine that artistic production is the production of commodities for sale. Nevertheless, Marx discusses an exceptional circumstance in which products produced outside of the capitalist mode of production, and which are therefore not produced as commodities, are subsequently purchased by capitalists, as raw materials or whatever, and therefore brought into capitalist circulation. When a productive capitalist purchases raw materials that are not themselves commodities, they immediately become commodity capital, and when a merchant capitalist purchases non-commodity goods with the express intention of selling them on, they immediately become commodity capital. The character of the process of production from which they originate is immaterial. They function as commodities in the market, and as commodities they enter into the circuit of industrial capital. 6 Since such items are not produced as commodities, their supply and demand may be imbalanced and their prices may be far off equilibrium, but as soon as they enter capitalist exchange, they metamorphose into commodities. This sort of metamorphosis is at the heart of the circulation processes of exchange in capitalism. Money turns into capital, commodity capital turns into money capital, commodities turn into use values, labor turns into value, products are turned into raw materials are turned into commodities, capital is realized in the consumption of use values, products are used up in the production of exchange values, and so on and so forth. Not only do products and values move around, circulate, flow and pass from hand to hand, in doing so they change from one kind of economic being to another. One of the weaknesses of the Western Marxist theory of commodification is its complete insensitivity to the metamorphoses of capital and non-capital, commodity and non-commodity, in favor of a one-dimensional and uniform ontology of products and services as nothing but, and once and for all, commodities. Already, in the Grundrisse, Marx returned time and time again to the metamorphoses of forms taken by value, commodities, and capital. In Capital Volume I, Marx speaks of the metamorphosis of the commodity, in which the commodity is converted into money and money into commodity, and also of the metamorphosis of money into capital and capital into money. In Capital Volumes 2 and 3, Marx discusses the metamorphosis of capital. In both contexts, Marx discusses the coming together of the two circuits CMC and MCM. The circulation CMC, in which, for instance, a worker exchanges labor as a commodity for money in order to purchase commodities to live, is a circuit that contains no capital, but at each transaction the circuit interacts with the circuit of capital, MCM, and therefore a metamorphosis occurs. Labor, which in possession of the worker is not capital, confronts the productive capitalist as a factor of production for which she uses money capital in the form of wage payments, to purchase labor power. For the capitalist, therefore, labor is used up in the production of goods or services for sale, and represents nothing but capital. Wages are not capital to the worker, but they are paid for by productive capital. And the commodities that the worker consumes are not capital to the worker, but were, at the moment of exchange, commodity capital to the merchant capitalist. When art moves from the studio to the gallery and beyond, it undergoes a metamorphosis, or several metamorphoses. Artworks are not already commodities, since their production has not been subsumed by capital and their mode of production is not capitalist. Nevertheless, artworks can metamorphose into commodities through their circulation. However, the artwork does not necessarily and inevitably metamorphose into a commodity, or any other specific form, but might metamorphose into one, or several, depending entirely on the social circulation through which it passes. Perhaps we might say that an artwork that leaves the studio as a gift is converted from a use value to a social use value. If a direct transaction takes place between an artist and an individual who purchases a single work, the transformation of the work is from a use value, a work in the possession of its producer, to a commodity, a piece exchanged for money, and back into a use value again, a work consumed by its owner. If the Galerist enters the scene, however, then the conversion of the artwork into a commodity is simultaneously the metamorphosis of the artwork into capital, because the gallerist's portion of the payment for the work is, in part, capital. As well as converting artworks into commodities, therefore, the gallerist also converts art into capital. Normally, of course, merchant capitalists deal with articles that are already commodities and already capital, insofar as they are commodity capital purchased from a productive capitalist. Artworks metamorphose not only into commodities and capital, however, they might first become a commodity and then metamorphose again, perhaps into a use value or a financial asset. So, regardless of whether artworks are produced as commodities within the capitalist mode of production, they subsequently circulate as commodities because they are put on the market as commodities, bought as commodities and resold as commodities. However, the theory that art is and always is commodity production collapses the result of circulation with its origin, as if the circulation of art and its consequential transformation into a commodity is irrelevant. The metamorphosis is important because it explains how artworks can become commodities even if artistic production is not commodity production. Artworks, therefore, are economically exceptional insofar as they become commodities through the activity not of productive capitalists but merchant capitalists. When and if artworks are converted from non-commodities into commodities, the alchemist is the gallery owner. Just as artworks are not already commodities, artworks are not already capital. Artworks do not store productive capital in the way that the commodity capital exchanged between the productive capitalist and merchant capitalist normally does. Since no productive capitalist has converted money capital into commodity capital in the production of artworks, the works produced by the artist are not productive capital and not yet merchant capital. If we were to insist that they are capital, nonetheless, then we need to identify what kind of capital artworks in the possession of the artist are. One candidate, common amongst contemporary Marxist accounts of artworks as capital, is that they function as the store of wealth. What they have in mind is the conversion of money capital into commodity capital by the collector who spends perhaps very large sums on artworks which can be redeemed at a later date. The storage of wealth is closer to the hoard than capital. What is missing from such accounts is the proof that the purchase is for the purpose of accumulation, not the consumption of a commodity. Stored consumable goods for later use are not capital. Marx explains that, while a portion of capital must be kept in the form of money, as a hoard, as potential money capital, which he describes as a reserve of means of purchase, a reserve of means of payment, and idle capital in the form of money waiting to be put to work. 7. Capital is not merely the store of wealth. When artworks do in fact function as a store of wealth, and as potential commodity capital that can be converted into money, they lack liquidity. Works in a given collection can be valued as an asset even when the owner has no intention of selling, and such works are, potentially, commodity capital, but capital permanently withdrawn from circulation is not capital except in name. Capital is wealth advanced for the purpose of the accumulation of wealth. Artists and collectors may make money, sometimes lots of it, from the sale of their works, but this fact does not mean that their works were always vessels for storing value. Artworks still in the possession of the artist are not capital in the Marxist sense of the word, just as money out of circulation is not capital. A hoarder, a miser, and a collector of money is not a capitalist. A stock of money can be spent on luxuries or invested for returns, so is neither revenue nor capital until it re-enters circulation either through consumer expenditure or the productive consumption of assets or commodity capital. When I buy potatoes, the commodity capital owned by the retailer is converted into a use value, but when my favorite fish and chip shop buys potatoes, then they have purchased commodity capital, raw materials, which will not become a use value until they fry the chips and sell them to me. Art may not metamorphose into capital at all if it leaves the studio, enters the gallery and then enters a public collection that is not permitted to sell off its stock of artworks. Art only becomes capital through the agency of the gallerist. That is to say, since capital is self-accumulating wealth in circulation, then art becomes capital only if it passes through the hands of someone with one eye on sale or resale. We have noted that gallerists and dealers do not typically employ artists as workers. The gallerist does not establish a relationship with the artist along the lines of the capitalist-worker relationship. They do not employ them or pay for their time or by piece. Nor does the gallerist tend to own the means of production for art and then engage individual artists to operate those means of production. Consequently, the gallerist, unlike the capitalist, does not own the product. Art production does not correspond to the capitalist mode of production, but, nevertheless, commercially successful artists and their dealers make super profits without wage labor and surplus value. The economic analysis of art must fully acknowledge the fact that, unlike the wage laborer, artists own the products that they produce and their own means of production without becoming productive capitalists. No factory or machinery owned by the capitalist has forced the artist to sell his or her labor power, and the working day of the artist has not been extended by the capitalist. No productive capitalist has accomplished the real subsumption of art by rationalizing production to make art studios more efficient for the extraction of relative surplus value, that is to say, more productive and more profitable. As a result, artists are capable of working independently of the capitalist. This is the economic kernel of truth behind the belief that artists are free from exploitation, free from the market and unaffected by money. The freedom from wage labor and the freedom from the rigors of the market may well be the secret to the ideology that artists are free, full stop. Artistic autonomy appears to have a material basis in the economics of artistic production. However, artists turn to the capitalist as the owner of the means of circulation, gallery, contacts, collectors, etc., and as the agent of the conversion of artworks into commodities, capital and money. The gallerist derives all their profit, sometimes super profits, from selling the products of labor of others, extracting returns from it in return for advancing capital in the form of rent on gallery premises, advertising, technical and administrative staffing, and so on. None of the expenditure of the gallerist produces surplus value from surplus labor, since, as a merchant capitalist, the dealer does not invest in the productive labor that produces the commodity for the market. Nevertheless, insofar as the conversion of the artwork into money entails costs, this expenditure is a capital investment. Since the gallerist does not purchase the products before reselling them, however, as merchant capitalists typically do, not only is art not converted into commodity capital directly by the merchant, but only through their sale of the work to a third party, the collector, but also the gallerist does not speed up the circulation process in the way that merchant capitalists typically realize the value of commodity capital for productive capitalists. In this sense, merchant capital functions anomalously in art, neither exchanging money capital for commodity capital nor funding the continued production of commodities by realizing the value of production in advance of their sale to the final consumer. Assuming that the collector is a final consumer rather than an investor, it is possible for art to pass right through the circulation process of the art market without ever being owned by a capitalist. Sarah Rowles conducted interviews with gallerists in London in 2007. She asked them about how they funded their gallery, what their relationship was to collectors, how they selected works to show, and so on. "Do you like the work of the artists you represent?" she asked. One replied, "Yes, of course." Another said, "Only. Only. Only." And in answer to the question, "Do you think the market affects what kind of art is produced?" the replies she received are worth repeating: "Yes, up to a point, but it won't affect the best artists. It's hard to get inside the minds of artists though, and it's hard to know exactly how that influence manifests itself." Ultimately the answer is yes, no matter how much we may want it to be a non-factor. No, it does not affect what kind of art is produced, but what kind of art is visible in the art market. 2 years later, Andrea Bellini published interviews with gallerists in over 20 cities across 5 continents. 8 Bellini does not ask such direct questions about art's economics, but sometimes little glimpses of the antagonism between art and capital slip through, as well as a few indications of art merging with business. Chantal Carrousel, a gallerist based in Paris, responds to the question, Tell me what a collector should never do when dealing with you, with the remark, "I detest it when a buyer becomes vulgar or cynical about the value of a work when negotiating a reasonable and fair price for an excellent work, especially when he very much wants that work." Responding to a similar question, Helga de Alvear, based in Madrid, says she is irritated by collectors who buy only by hearing and not by seeing. Danielle Ballas, Paris, mentions a gallerist in New York who was a ruthless modern art dealer, and everyone talks about keeping overheads down. Some say they are businesslike when they need to be but give as much emphasis as they can to showing work that they admire, while others, like Michelle Macaroni, say that the thing they hate about being a gallerist is money and having to deal with business. In response to the question, what do you think ought to disappear forever from the world of art, Francesca Pia, from Zurich, said, speculation. And yet, stories emerge about gallerists and dealers persuading their artists to produce works for which there is demand. The gallerist visits the artist's studio and says, "I can't sell any of this stuff. Nobody wants it. Can you make some drawings, instead?" Or, a different gallerist checks up on an artist who has a solo exhibition in the gallery in a month or two, and says, "Don't make any more of them, make more of them, I can sell them." Another says, "I'd like to give you a show, but what I'm hearing from the collectors at the moment is that they are not interested anymore in photography, they want large black sculptures. Can you make some large black sculptures?" Some artists will turn to their gallerist for advice on which type of work to focus on for maximum sales in the run-up to a show from which they need to generate income for living expenses and continued production. In Gregor Muir's personal guide through the early years of young British art, the story of Gary Hume's rejection of his early conceptual abstract painting and development of a new vivid figuration is told in terms of a conflict with his then gallerist, Karsten Schubert, who had taken on the young artist because of the early work, which was selling. Schubert, apparently, told Hume of his dislike of the new work, and the artist subsequently issued the gallerist with an ultimatum: either the dealer would commit to showing these new works or Hume would go elsewhere. 9 Hume moved to White Cube. Dealers and artists disagree about works, can have arguments about what should be included in an exhibition or what direction the work should go in, and so on. Insofar as the dealer is the gatekeeper to the market, it is possible that the artist can be swayed not so much by the argument as the money behind the argument. At the same time, collectors can alert dealers to things, and these can be passed on to artists. For instance, a collector is being shown round the gallery by the dealer and asks, "Do you think the artist can make one of these in green?" And the dealer says, "Of course." And if these stories and many others besides are true, they confirm the suspicion that the circulation of artworks and the demand of collectors can precede the production of art, permitting the marketplace for commodities to enter the studio despite the fact that artistic production has not been subsumed by capital. It is pointless denying that dealers, gallerists, and collectors use the power that money affords them in influencing, directing and, sometimes, bullying artists to produce works that they otherwise would not produce. However, it would be a misapplication of the principle of consumer sovereignty to excuse this interference in artistic production on the grounds that the consumer ought to decide what is produced. It should be noted in this context also that consumer sovereignty, which is ambiguous regarding which interests ought to be secured when sports fans and television companies are both customers of a sport, does not adequately distinguish between ordinary consumers of art and the corporate sponsors of art and its institutions, or, as Marx put it, between two completely different consumers, individual and productive. Consumer sovereignty works through the anonymous mechanisms of market forces, not through direct instructions and argument. But understood as power, money is not restricted just to the influence it has through transactions made in the market. Wealth provides access to goods, services, and capital, but also to decision-making, administration, politics, and other forms of authority. The economic exceptionalism of artistic production cannot isolate art from what we might call money power. With this non-economic effect of money in mind, therefore, art's independence cannot be guaranteed on an economic basis alone. So long as the galerist is the conduit through which the artist is granted access to money through the art market, then the galerist is also the conduit through which money power gains access to the artist. Money power, I am proposing, is a political force that operates through non-economic mechanisms as an expression of wealth. Insofar as the money power of galerists and collectors is exerted on artists, it is the power of money expressed through the political mechanisms of coercion and persuasion. Whereas the productive capitalist instructs the wage laborer directly to produce certain goods and services in certain ways, including training workers and reskilling them, money power cajoles, suggests, makes offers, reaches an agreement, makes ultimatums, tempts and issues threats. Economics gives way to politics, here, as wealth is converted into power. The distinction between the deployment of capital and money power is vital if we want to understand the relationship between art and capitalism. If, further, we are concerned with the effects that capitalism and capitalists have on art, then our critique as well as our tactics must vary according to whether we are confronted with capital or money power. Resisting money power through a critique of market forces is both dumb and toothless. Also, money power is not revealed through demand curves, aggregate demand, or anything similar, and therefore it is beyond the ken of neoclassical economics. What is more, the agent of money power, as wielded by the collector, is not the power of the capitalist but the power of the consumer. Such a consumer needs a very large hoard of wealth, but as a potential purchaser of artworks, the collector's money power is not always capital but can also be disposable income. Insofar as the collector, say, has an excess of wealth, such that she can wait a considerable amount of time before completing the purchase without running into trouble, the artist, who, let us say, has more immediate need for the sale, is at a disadvantage in negotiations. The galerist, too, has overheads and ongoing costs which put the collector, again, in an advantageous position in negotiations. If we assume that money power is deployed widely across the art world, then the independence of artists is precarious and constantly under threat, but a well-run gallery will not always be in desperate need of the financial injection that the sale will provide, even though most galerists will, once in a while, feel the pinch. Money power might have ebbs and flows in its influence over the production of art, being more intense under certain circumstances. Some dealers and some artists might be more resistant or more antagonistic to money power than others, and some might be immune due to their own wealth or other income streams or commitments. It would be wrong to argue that the real subsumption of art is accomplished through money power. Money power is not capital in disguise. No matter how widespread is the effect of money power in art, it does not and cannot infect art with capital. No capital expenditure whatsoever is required. Money power is not the true face of capitalism shorn of its liberal veneer of free trade, personal liberty, and individual choice. Art's encounters with money power do not establish a relationship between art and capitalism, and certainly not with the capitalist mode of production. Money power existed before capitalism and has its own mode of operation. Insofar as money power effectively, if only in patches, achieves its aims in redirecting artistic practice, we can say that art, or some of it, is bent to the interests of the wealthy, but not that artistic labor has therefore been subsumed by capital. Money power does not require the formal or real subsumption of labor to get results. Money capital does not reorganize labor or introduce new technology and new labor processes, so does not initiate or drive through the real subsumption of labor. Money power does not bring about the capitalist mode of production. And yet, it is not restricted, as merchant capital is in its ideal incarnation, to trade only with the products of labor. Money power affects production without owning it, paying wages or revolutionizing the mode of production. That is to say, money power neither belongs to nor facilitates the capitalist mode of production. In a certain sense, in fact, money power undermines market forces and the social system based on it, just as aristocracy and monarchy come into conflict with market forces now and again. Nonetheless, since money power is the privilege of the wealthy, and capital belongs to the very same class of people, the tension between money power and capital appears more as a choice between different tools for getting things done. The advocates of market forces have not defended the free market from the unfree forces of money power, and the critique of capitalism has not prepared separate methods and strategies for understanding and resisting money power. In art, at the moment, this is left to individual artists, supported or hampered by their dealers, to either fend off money power or succumb to it. The issue would not arise, however, if art had been transformed by capital into a sector of standard commodity production. Money power in art is, in effect, the last desperate attempt by the capitalist class to assert their power in a field that remains exceptional and therefore aloof from their economic control. It is striking that artists experience the full force of the politics of money by coming into contact neither with productive capitalists nor merchant capitalists but the consumers of art. The wealthy collector is not the only consumer of art. Art is consumed in a variety of ways. Purchasing art is not necessary for its consumption. In Marxist terms, this means the consumption of art as a use value is independent of its consumption as an exchange value. Unlike standard commodities within capitalism, the use does not depend on prior exchange. Artworks do not only have collectors, they also have viewers, spectators, publics, visitors, critics, audiences, and so on. Some artworks are only viewable within institutions that charge for access, but viewing art in galleries and museums, even when paying an entrance fee, has nothing to do with ownership of the works and comes at a tiny fraction of the full price of purchasing it. Also, the majority of these works can nonetheless be seen in reproduction in books, journals, on the internet and elsewhere. Art is not only consumed in the flesh, so to speak, but also at great distances and in forms that permit large numbers to view the work simultaneously across the world. In the age of mechanical and digital reproduction, as Walter Benjamin was one of the first to point out, you do not always need to travel to view artworks, they come to you. Artworks do not come to you in reproduction as commodities to be purchased and owned, they come to you as use values, not exchange values. Artworks are viewed in commercial galleries for free, just like merchandise is viewed for free in shops, with the crucial difference that the use value of commodities in retail outlets is not normally present in its viewing. Artworks are viewed in museums which are funded publicly or privately in the public interest, displaying works for the public either at reduced, non-commercial, rates or for free. Public artworks are also viewed without payment, as are works deliberately and conscientiously distributed to the public free of charge. Net art is typically free, and works that are reproduced on websites are typically available to view for free. Artworks and reproductions of artworks are also available in books that can be read without payment from public libraries. Art magazines increasingly reproduce good quality images of works and exhibitions, and catalogs of exhibitions are also a good source of images. The publishing industry used to lag behind developments in the contemporary art world by 10 years or more, but this is no longer the case and therefore recent developments as well as historical trajectories are no longer restricted in the way they were. Stolobras's book High Art Light is at once a critique of the commercialization and popularization of contemporary art, and a product of the new attitude within publishing that allowed books on contemporary art to be aimed not just at the art world elite. Critics, historians, and other academics are also viewers who consume art without having to buy it. Mainstream economists will want to point out that all these seemingly free encounters with art have costs and opportunity costs, blurring the distinctions between different kinds of consumption of art, as if viewing art, consuming its use value, is best understood in terms of various kinds of costs, exchange values, borne by society as well as the individual. However, no economics of art is complete or realistic that fails to acknowledge that for most of us consuming art is not purchasing it, is often free or at low costs, and is not restricted to looking at the work in the flesh. Buying artworks at full price as luxury goods accounts for a tiny proportion of the consumption of art. Nevertheless, purchasing art is an aspect of art's exceptional economy that rewards close examination. Roman Krauslow says, art is a luxury good. If aggregate levels of wealth are high, the demand for art may also be expected to be high, as investors may spend part of this excess of wealth in the arts. Changes in income are therefore likely to have a significant effect on the demand for art and the prices paid for works of art. 10. Mainstream economics defines luxuries as those commodities for which demand increases more rapidly than increases in wealth. What this refers to is the fact that the wealthy do not increase their consumption of bread and cheese and other necessities proportional to their relative wealth. Their consumption of sports cars and designer clothing increases at a greater rate, thereby becoming an increasingly large proportion of their expenditure. Viewing art for free is not a luxury, but the time devoted to looking at art rather than, say, earning income, might be regarded as a luxury in an extended sense. The mainstream definition of luxury requires supplementary clauses to calculate the demand for free consumption proportional to wealth. Whether or not mainstream economists can satisfactorily account for free consumption as a luxury, free luxuries sound like an oxymoron, and are, at the very least, exceptional. It is also worth reconsidering art as an exceptional luxury insofar as no other luxury, barring the ownership of land that has open access perhaps, costs so much to purchase when most people experience them for free. Although art is generally consumed, as use values, outside the market, and its exchange values, the art market itself is a vast luxury trade. To be clear, it is not the high price of artworks by itself that puts art in the category of luxuries. Even the of affordable art fairs expands the luxury trade in art. However, if art became universally cheap, then it would take up a reduced proportion of wealth and perhaps might not figure as a luxury according to the mainstream formula. But since the price of artworks increases to staggering amounts, growth in wealth can easily be disproportionately spent on artworks. One more question needs to be clarified here. Artworks are not luxuries on account of being useless or expendable in any way. Culture more generally is not a luxury. No matter how useless, pointless, relaxing or leisurely culture is, it is only a luxury, in the neoclassical definition, when expenditure on it increases proportional to income. By way of illustration, consider dwellings. Housing is a necessity, so it is not a luxury, but owning a second house is either a store of capital or a luxury. As such, what counts as a luxury has nothing to do with its usefulness or lack thereof. Visiting the cinema, reading novels, going to galleries, watching TV, and so on are not the sort of cultural activities that can be purchased at the kind of rate that the concept of luxury requires. Superstars like Elvis and Michael Jackson were known to hire out the entire cinema, thus converting the cinema experience into a luxury that only very few could afford. Global travel, for instance, which has become very cheap, is not a luxury until it either increases significantly in quantity or it is priced differentially with a luxury service, business class, and so forth. Art, we might say, is the luxury end of cultural purchasing. But art, we will see, is an anomalous kind of luxury good. In Capital Volume 2, Marx defines luxuries as products that are neither used as instruments of production nor as means of subsistence. Marx distinguishes production into two departments, the second of which is divided again into two. This division provides us with three different circuits of productive capital. Department I consists of products involved in the means of production, and Department 2 concerns the means of consumption, which Marx divides into IIA, daily necessities, and IB, luxuries. Within this schema, if a product is neither consumed by the means of production nor consumed as a necessity, then it is a luxury. Ernest Mondale adds Department 3, the means of destruction 11 or the arms trade, which in Marx's schema is either part of the means of production in an extended sense, or an unusual luxury because its purchaser is the state. Capitalists from Department I buy commodities from Department 2 with revenue, while capitalists from Department 2 buy goods from Department I with capital. Capital invested in Department I can only be realized in Department 2, by capitalist commodity producers purchasing the means of production. By distinguishing expenditure on means of production and means of consumption, Marx raises an issue skirted over by the mainstream definition of luxury goods. While it is technically true that the demand for luxuries increases more than proportionally to increases in wealth, another form of expenditure increases disproportionately, too, namely investment in assets, financial investments, and the purchase of capital goods. Spending in the two departments, therefore, is split between the expenditure of capital and the expenditure of revenue, the former as productive consumption and the latter as unproductive consumption, where productive simply refers to the self-accumulation of wealth. Whereas the mainstream definition of luxury goods is formal, the Marxist theory of luxuries is social and historical. Social, because the distinction between necessities and luxuries is determined by class division; historical, because the line dividing necessities from luxuries shifts according to changes in the forces of production, the balance of powers between classes and the specific changing traditions of a community. Within Department 2, a luxury is distinct from what Marx called sustenance. Sustenance consists of the consumption of necessities. But Marx does not give a list of necessities or identify what sort of needs must be fulfilled by them. This is because necessities change from context to context and period to period. Marx is not left with a relativistic definition of necessities and luxuries, however. A necessity is a commodity consumed by workers. Articles of luxury, Marx says, enter into the consumption of only the capitalist class and therefore can be exchanged only for spent surplus value, which never falls to the share of the laborer. 12 Necessities are the commodities that are produced to reproduce the class of producers. The wealthy consume necessities, too, although for the most part with higher quality and prices, but they consume other goods in addition to these. Apart from their consumption of items used in production or their purchase of financial instruments, the rest of what is purchased over and above necessities, therefore by the wealthy, are all luxuries. The circulation of capital within Department 2 is different for necessities and luxuries. Necessities are produced by productive capitalists employing wage laborers who then purchase necessities to realize the value of commodity capital for their employers. Luxuries, however, are produced by capitalists who do not realize the value of their capital through purchases made by wage laborers. So, all the variable capital, wages, advanced by capitalists i.e. returns to them through sales of necessities, but all the variable capital advanced by capitalists does not return to them, but ends up in the pockets of capitalists i.e. And since laborers need more urgently to purchase their necessities, the circulation of variable capital to capitalists in IIA occurs more steadily and quickly, having a shorter turnover, than returns to capital in IB, which depends on the expenditure of the disposable income of capitalists for commodities of which they have no need and no urgency to purchase. Also, because of this, only the variable prices of commodities in IIA affect the level of wages, since wages are set by the costs of reproducing labor power, while the price of luxuries has no effect on wages. However, the wages of luxury producers must be paid for, ultimately, by the willingness of the capitalist class to purchase luxuries, rather than invest their money as capital for returns. Marx explains. It follows that in proportion as the luxury part of the annual product grows, as therefore an increasing share of the labor power is absorbed in the production of luxuries, the reconversion of the variable capital advanced in IB into money capital functioning anew as the money form of the variable capital, and thereby the existence and reproduction of the part of the working class employed in IB, the supply to them of consumer necessities, depends upon the prodigality of the capitalist class, upon the exchange of a considerable portion of their surplus value for articles of luxury. 13. Part of this expense is taken up with employing unproductive labor, in Marx's time, chiefly domestic servants, but today we have a panoply of specialists, from PA and permanently employed medical staff, to personal trainers, dog walkers, interior decorators, chefs, masseurs, and gardeners. These luxuries, Marx says, are the first casualties of an economic crisis. Luxuries, thus, fall into two categories depending on whether they involve productive labor or unproductive labor. Luxury commodities are normally produced by productive labor under the conditions of the capitalist mode of production. Luxury services, on the other hand, are normally labor purchased as a commodity by the final consumer, and so involve unproductive labor. Artistic products, which are not produced with productive labor, are luxury goods, not luxury services. Normally, unproductive labor does not produce products that are luxury goods. Normally the unproductive labor is the luxury itself. Unusually, art is unproductive labor that is not a luxury in itself but produces luxuries. Normally, the high prices of luxuries are determined by the high labor costs and high raw material costs of producing high-quality goods. Unlike haute cuisine, haute couture, or fine and rare wines, however, artworks can command extremely high prices without having to exhibit any qualities of the luxury trade in their raw materials, skills, technology, or any other material property. A clear illustration of this can be found in the practice of ready-made and appropriation art, which takes objects, Nike trainers, vacuum cleaners, basketballs, which are available as consumer goods, and sells them as art for much higher prices. Note that these new luxuries are not made of better materials, more expensive processes, or more detailed and complex skilled labor. What makes these artworks luxuries has nothing to do with the difference between a basic handbag and a designer handbag. Also, consider neon light texts and images by internationally leading artists like Bruce Nauman and Tracey Emin. These objects fetch inflated prices when sold as art and yet are made with standard materials by commercial companies in the conventional way. These are not luxury versions of neon lights due to the high quality of the materials used, or the unusually high level of skill and time involved in making them. These are average neon lights which command luxury prices because they are art. The same principle is demonstrated by Mike Kelly, who buys soft toys at the thrift store for a few dollars and sells them as art for thousands of dollars. Here, abandoned goods that were virtually worthless are recategorized as luxuries by becoming art. The jump in price of these non-luxury goods transformed into art is due to the fact that they have been transplanted into a different circuit of trade in luxury goods. At $15 million, Damien Hirst's stuffed shark is one of the most expensive artworks by a living artist, but it is technically inferior to comparable stuffed animals. One could purchase a better stuffed shark at a fraction of the cost of Hirst's. Viewed in terms of their production, raw materials, skills, and so on, the production of artworks is not consistent with the pattern of the production of luxuries in other sectors of the economy. Artworks are exceptional luxuries from the point of view of production. Similarly, artworks do not conform to the conventional economic pattern of the consumption of luxury goods. Art is among that group of luxuries that Veblen described in his book The Theory of the Leisure Class from 1899, as purchased precisely to display the wealth of the purchaser. As part of his argument that the wealthy engage in conspicuous consumption, Veblen argued that pecuniary struggle, gaining status through the exhibition of wealth, and pecuniary emulation, the attempt to equal or surpass the status of other wealthy individuals, were important incentives in the consumption patterns of the very wealthy. Backhouse describes Veblen's economics as a normatively driven campaign in which he satirized the lifestyles and mores of the capitalists of his day. 14 But a Veblen good has technical features that the category of luxury good lacks. A Veblen good is like an inverted Giffen good. Giffen goods are staples like bread which, counter to the normal laws of supply and demand, respond to price rises with increased demand. Since it is necessary to purchase staples, when their price goes up, more of them are purchased while other goods are foregone. Increasing the price of a Veblen good also increases demand, but for the opposite reason. It is not a staple but a luxury that exhibits the owner's wealth. Lowering the price of a Veblen good can therefore reduce demand, because the consumer loses a portion of the motivation for purchasing it. The consumers of Veblen goods display their wealth through these purchases, and therefore extremely high prices are incentives to purchase rather than, as for ordinary goods, disincentives. Hence, Nick Forrest says, the best example of the Veblen effect is the work of Damien Hirst, whose work appeared to have benefited greatly from the wealthy trophy buyers whose prime motivation was prestige and status. Hearst even hedged his bets by using copious amounts of diamonds to cover the infamous skull and used diamond dust in some of his works. Even if the art wasn't so great, the diamonds are sure to attract those seeking a way of decorating their house with objects that reflect their level of wealth. One could even argue that Hearst was specifically catering for the wealthy trophy hunters by producing works that they would find highly attractive, such as the diamond-encrusted human skull. 15. Luxury goods such as sports cars, fine wines, islands in the sun, the Empire State Building, and exotic pets are purchased, at least in part, to position oneself competitively with other wealthy consumers and to display one's purchasing power. A Veblen good, therefore, is a positional good. The display of a Veblen good is not equivalent to sharing it. There is, therefore, a necessary disparity between consuming and looking in the act of display. Consuming a sports car generally means driving it, consuming a designer dress means wearing it, and consuming a yacht means sailing it. Seeing somebody else drive a sports car is not in itself the consumption of the sports car. Admiring the dress worn by the wealthiest woman in the room is not to consume the use value of the dress. And gawping at a yacht being skippered by its owner, is not the transferal of use through the act of gawping. Veblen goods are luxury goods that command higher prices because they are perceived to bring credit and status to the purchaser, and this bonus is an effect of its public display. Looking at the luxury item is meant to confirm that the viewer is not the owner, and that this is a significant lack. Looking at the luxury good is also meant to confirm that the owner is the user or consumer, and that this is a significant plus. The display of ownership is typically tied up with the absence of ownership in looking, and the presence of the ability to consume use values in the fact of ownership. This is possible because looking at a luxury item is not the same, normally, as consuming it. Artworks are different in this respect. When a non-owner of an artwork looks at it, they are consuming it without purchasing it and without any diminution in the enjoyment of the product. Art collectors continue to treat artworks as Veblen goods, nonetheless, of course, displaying their wealth and taste by loaning the works they own to public museums and important exhibitions. The difference in the case of art is not in the behavior of the owner, but in the use values afforded the non-owner by the display of the Veblen good. This means that it is possible for an artwork to be a Veblen good, a luxury good and a public good and a merit good all at the same time. Sports cars and jewelry are not public goods or merit goods in addition to being luxury goods. Artworks, on the other hand, even if and when they are luxury goods, are more than luxury goods. Art's relationship to merchant capital, which I have examined in terms of art's encounter with the gallerist and the collector, neither follows the pattern of the standard commodity nor conforms to any of the three main theories of luxury goods. However, contemporary capitalism poses new specific issues that need to be addressed before we can complete our study of art and merchant capital. Global companies increasingly outsource production and take a larger proportion of the profits than the productive capitalist, often a factory owner in a developing country, who has a client relation to the global corporation. The Marxist analysis of merchant capital, including its relation to art, appears to lose its footing in a stage of capitalism dominated by merchant capital rather than productive capital. Christian Marazzi, spurred on by Giovanni Arrighi 16, states the point boldly by insisting that we stop identifying capitalism with industrial capitalism. 17 Daniel Bell's thesis of the post-industrial society 18 lurks in the background of the critique of productivism. Political questions and economic ones begin to collide here, as we need to inquire into whether the shift from industrial manufacturing to circulation, of data as well as goods, manages to overcome Marx's argument that surplus cannot be produced by merchant capital, through circulation. If art encounters capital only as merchant capital, not as productive capital, does this signal the independence of art from capitalist commodity production or the cunning incorporation of art's economic exceptionalism within the new mode of contemporary capitalism? Marazzi refers to the so-called consumer as producer phenomenon 19 as an example of the new methods by which surplus value is extracted without production beyond the factory gates. IKEA, he tells us, externalizes the labor of assembling the Billy bookshelf. 20. But while it is true that the consumer of IKEA furniture also produces the furniture through assembling its parts, this does not mean that the consumer produces value. Producing use value is one thing, producing surplus value is another. IKEA does not profit directly from consumers assembling their own bookshelves, and it certainly draws no surplus value from the free labor of its customers. However, it profits and extracts surplus value from customers paying extra for a trained IKEA employee to assemble the item in your home. The same error occurs in the suggestion that Web 2.0 businesses such as Facebook, Flickr, and MySpace valorize user browsing. 21. If all this means is that these companies make a profit from selling advertising space on their pages or selling data about their users, then this is true and uncontentious, but Marazzi and others claim, rather, that these businesses enjoy the extraction of surplus value from the common actions like linking a site, flagging a blog post, modifying software, and so forth. 22. Web 2.0 companies make profits from our use of social networks, but they do not draw surplus value from our networking activities. Marazzi believes our status updates and tweets are the free labor in the sphere of consumption. 23. But the profits for Web 2.0 companies do not derive from productive labor, and certainly not from productive consumption. Let me explain. A comic strip signed by the artist Geek depicts two pigs having a conversation. One says, "Isn't it great? We have to pay nothing for the barn." The other says, "Yeah, and even the food is free." Underneath the image are two lines of text. The first reads, "Facebook and you." The second reads, "If you're not paying for it, you're not the customer. You're the product being sold." The pigs, of course, are products. They are commodity capital, in fact, and will realize their value through sale, usually through a merchant capitalist of some sort such as a butcher or supermarket chain, but perhaps also as raw material for the production of a new commodity such as pork pies. The barn and the food are overheads for the farmer who tries to keep such costs to a minimum. The pigs are not the customers of the barn and food, as the comic rightly points out. The farmer is the productive consumer, and he consumes these commodities by providing them to the pigs. Facebook is free to its users, but its users are not the customers. This, again, the comic gets right, although it phrases it in a way that suggests being paying customers is the best possible relationship we can have with goods and services. Contrast this with the case of a borrower at a public library. Reading books for free and therefore not being the customer of a library as if it were a bookshop is not necessarily preferable to a reader, and it does not mean you are a product. But nobody makes profit from a public library, and a great deal of profit is made from Facebook, so we need to examine the source of this profit. Facebook earns 82 to 98% of its income from advertising. The rest comes from selling credits for online games. In the case of advertising on websites, the users are neither the customers nor the products. The companies that buy advertising space are the customers, the product is the space that they purchase. In fact, we can see Facebook as a machine for passing money from a large number of capitalists to the shareholders of Facebook. It is possible to pass this money from one to the other because Facebook has a monopoly on advertising space on its pages. Companies pay a fee for a certain space over a specific duration of time to the owner of the space. The users of Facebook are neither the consumers nor the products in this profit-making transaction, as the joke has it. Moreover, Facebookers are not, as Marazzi claims, the unpaid laborers who produce the value that Facebook appropriates. The users of Facebook are the addressees and potential customers of the companies who advertise on Facebook. To understand the economics of Facebook, we need to understand the economics of advertising. From an economic point of view, Facebook is an Edwardian venture. The reign of Edward VII, from 1901 to 10, was the first era of branded goods. Canning techniques, industrial boxing, printing, and the standardization of products through industrialization and mechanization are among the chief reasons for the triumph of branding in this period. Branding was also a means by which productive capital gained an advantage over merchant capital, as part of the expansion of operations from the production of its own raw materials to the control of the product at the point of sale. Branded goods also fetched premium prices because of their guaranteed quality. Branded tea, for instance, marketed itself as a product for which the consumer could have confidence because its quality was assured by the manufacturer. Loose tea in a barrel might be mixed with anything and the quality of the tea could vary from one scoop to another, but Tetley tea, one of the earliest British tea brands, passes through rigorous quality control checks to ensure that it tastes the same every time. Facebook is a brand, of course, but it is Edwardian in another sense. Brands need publicity, and so the Edwardian period was also the era in which advertising became central to the capitalist mode of production. Facebook is a brand that is also a medium through which other brands advertise their products. It is Facebook's reliance on income from advertising that links it economically to the beginning of the 20th century. Advertising predates branding but is reborn with it. The sale of advertising space is an innovation of industrial capitalism. In June 1836 La Presse, a French newspaper, published paid advertisements and began to lower its price to the reader, which extended its market, increased profitability, and put pressure on its competitors. Before the end of the 19th century the first advertising agency was founded. Advertising meets the needs of industrial production. Mass production requires mass consumption. Lyle's Golden Syrup was one of the first companies to use branding around 1885 both on packaging and in advertising. Advertising separated the brand from the physical body of the product. Advertising was invented to create familiarity with unfamiliar products and the companies that produced them, to allow industrial producers to compete with familiar local producers, and to heal the rift between the commodity and the community, a relationship sundered by the centralization of industrial production. Branding is a continuous labor of abstract attachment through mediated familiarity. Branding and advertising, therefore, predate Fordism, even though Ford is itself a brand name. Ford in the period of the invention of the assembly line is a prototypical Edwardian company. In fact, standardization is one of the essential ingredients of branded goods. Advertising, branding and marketing are the mechanisms for the industrialization of consumption. There is nothing post-industrial about the semiotic and symbolic circulation of advertising. There is nothing exotic or novel about how Facebook makes profit. The idea that we have entered a new phase of capitalism in which surplus value can be drawn from consumption is not supported by an economic analysis of Facebook or Web 2.0 generally. And these apparently new forms of profit-making, therefore, do not transform art's relationship to capital. Some of these issues will resurface in Chapter 11, which explores the theory of post-Fordism, but before I develop these arguments further I need to address directly the relationship between art and finance capital. Copyright 46.1 billion euros, or $62.8 billion, was the size of the global art market in 2011, according to a report by the European Fine Art Foundation published in March 2012. This represents a revival of the art market, which after reaching $60 billion in 2007 dropped by 20% in 2008 after the credit crunch and lost another 30% in 2009. The market is split equally between auction houses and gallery sales, with Sotheby's and Christie's handling around 35% of global auction trade between them, with the most dramatic growth in business taking place in China, up 177% in 2010, when China finally overtook the United States and the UK as the world's largest auction marketplace for fine art, and up another 65% in 2011 to command as much as 39% of the global art market. There were 36.8 million transactions within the art market in 2011, with nearly 70% of global trade made up of contemporary and modern art, art made since 1875, by more than 403,000 dealers, galleries, and auction houses employing 2.4 million people. The contemporary and modern markets grew from €92 million to €915 million between 2002 and 2008. Dealers make around a third of their income from sales at art fairs, with 41% passing through the gallery. The rest, presumably, are made online or through personal communication. Although art is an enormous global market and the bulk of sales consists of contemporary and modern art, these are nonetheless largely sales on the secondary market of artists such as Picasso, Gustave Klimt, Egon Schiele, Claude Monet, Maurice de Vlaminck and Salvador Dali, sold from collectors to collectors. The primary market, dealing with living artists selling works to collectors, is a very small percentage of total sales, in which the price points are often lower than in the secondary market. 6 Gallerists have started to deal more vigorously in the art market through an increasing number of art fairs. In 1970 there were just 3 main events, Cologne, Basel, and the Brussels-based Art Actual, but today there are 189 international art fairs. The main reason for this, according to Georgina Adam, is the need to offer a buy it or you'll lose it situation to challenge the auction houses. 7 The art market, effectively, is a massive second-hand trading network of collectors and dealers, with little or no place for the producers of art. Their works are exchanged between collectors in a world apart, hence artworks in the secondary market are irreproducible in Ricardo's terms regardless of whether the artist is dead or not. The absence of competition among producers and the impossibility of increasing supply to meet demand is the basis for the astronomical prices of a tiny minority of highly sought-after artworks. Neoclassical economics claims to be able to treat the sale of artworks as a standard transaction with prices determined entirely by demand and the subjective perception of utility by wealthy purchasers. However, no demand curve can be drawn for a unique object and no incremental units of such an article can be used to gauge a consumer's marginal utility. In fact, the prices of artworks appear to be beyond mainstream economics. While mainstream economists are the experts on markets and prices, the allocation of resources and the calculus of costs and benefits, they cannot provide any explanation of the mechanisms by which prices of artworks are affected. Baumol argued, for instance, that the value of artworks, especially of noted artists who are dead, flowed more or less aimlessly. 8 This is not an economic explanation of art prices, but a confession of the absence of one. In order to make progress in the economic understanding of art prices, we need to extend our analysis beyond art and productive capital and merchant capital. The secondary market for art is one of the theaters in which merchant capital operates, but this is a sphere dominated by finance capital. Finance capital differs from productive capital and merchant capital insofar as it appears as a commodity. 9 Moreover, finance capital in the form of loans differs from commodity capital with regard to use value. In the case of the other commodities, the use value is ultimately consumed. Their substance disappears, and with it their value. In contrast, finance as commodity capital is peculiar in that its value and use value not only remain intact but also increase, through consumption of its use value. 10. Marx argues that finance capital has a use value which is value itself. 11 Just like the buyer of an ordinary commodity buys its use value, the borrower of money buys its use value as capital. 12 Financial assets, therefore, have a use value to their purchasers, which is the returns that they can generate. Marxist theory analyses bank profits as deriving typically from handling the monetary transactions of enterprises, earning the average rate of profit, as well as from lending to enterprises, earning interest, a part of surplus value. 13 There are 2 main methods by which finance capital accumulates. Advanced as money capital in the form of credit, finance capital earns interest that is guaranteed to various degrees. By purchasing financial assets such as shares, however, finance capital earns dividends, a portion of profit, which is not guaranteed. The productive capitalist ties up large sums of capital in a single enterprise over a long period. Productive capital cannot be withdrawn without selling commodity capital, realizing value through sales, or selling the enterprise in part or whole. The shareholder, on the other hand, is a finance capitalist or money capitalist, and can invest separate portions of capital in a range of enterprises, making capital available to several productive capitalists and withdrawing it from any or all at will. Finance capital metamorphoses more readily, more quickly, and more often than productive capital. When we think of capital traversing the globe in an instant, we are thinking of finance capital. Stocks in corporations are bought and sold in large numbers and high frequency around the clock in stock markets across the world. The share can be bought and sold in an instant, but what the asset represents, the business into which it is invested, has already been taken out of circulation, converted into commodity capital, raw materials, means of production, labor power. Seen in this perspective, the trading of stocks and shares occurs independently of the capital that they represent, which is not so mobile, fast-moving and liquid. Finance capital is capital, but the turnover of shares is not a turnover of capital. Capital, therefore, undergoes another of its many metamorphoses when finance capital purchases assets. The sale and purchase of titles to income from profits can itself be a source of profit but is not itself either productive of new value, nor capital. The value in the share seems to contain a second capital independent of the first embodied in productive capital. Marx calls this fictitious capital. In relation to productive capital, shares may be defined, in Hilferding's words, as a title to income, a creditor's claim upon future production, or claim upon profit. 14 Profit is therefore anticipated and traded in advance. Fictitious capital draws on future profits. And this is why Hilferding says, it is misleading to regard the price of a share as an aliquot part of industrial capital. 15 Shares represent a portion of the yield only. A loan is an asset, also, insofar as it represents income derived from the interest on the debt rather than the debt itself. Debts are traded on account of the income that is due to them in the future. Despite these similarities, we need to divide finance capital into two broad sections. One type of finance capital takes a share of surplus value from productive capital in the form of dividends, increased share prices, and so on. A second type generates income through interest. Standard assets are not consumed but stored, they are durable not perishable, their economy is driven by the future, they are traded in large markets, asset markets deal in stocks not flows, asset markets are fast-moving, profit opportunities in asset markets are huge but dissipate in seconds, assets put a price on uncertainty, the storage costs for assets are usually negligible, assets are a vehicle for saving for future consumption, asset transactions are impersonal, assets move around a great deal, traders in assets are preoccupied with very short-term gains, traders pay close attention to each other because information is acted on quickly and without disclosure, and assets pay dividends or interest. Asset markets exchange entitlements, rights, contracts, and promises rather than property, goods and services. Productive capital deals with labor, raw materials, and the means of production. Merchant capital deals with the products of productive capital combined with the premises, labor, and tools of selling, marketing and advertising. Finance capital has no direct contact with any of these commodities and processes, exchanging items with the virtual properties of ownership, rights, and entitlements only. Such virtual transactions can take place without the movement of any material goods from one place to another as the exchange of commodities requires. As a result, assets can be exchanged in an instant. And since assets can be exchanged for money just as quickly as they can be exchanged for other assets, they are extremely liquid. Assets appear to be capital purified of production. Since finance capital is that type of capital that is most remote from labor, neither paying wages nor purchasing its products, it can appear to appreciate without the help of labor power. Finance capital can take its profits from surplus labor, or derive profit from revenue. In both cases, however, capital appears as a commodity on the market. The use value of this particular commodity, Marx says, lies in producing profit. Finance capital can take its profits from surplus labor or derive profit from revenue. Finance capital that profits from business, whether as debt financing or equity financing, takes its interest payments from capital, since borrowing and paying for that borrowing is a method of drawing on capital for future accumulation. Interest charged on consumer loans, private insurance, mortgages, pensions, credit cards and hire purchase to ordinary consumers is taken from revenue, not capital. Dividends derive from capital, but interest can derive from either capital or revenue. The owner of money who desires to enhance his money as interest-bearing capital, turns it over to a third person, throws it into circulation, turns it into a commodity as capital, not just capital for himself, but also for others. 16 Finance capital is peculiar, though, because unlike commodity capital, or money capital used by merchant capitalists or productive capitalists, there is no exchange and no equivalent is received. 17 When a finance capitalist loans a sum of money, what is even more peculiar is that ownership is not relinquished. 18 The money returned to the finance capitalist already belongs to her. When a bank is permitted to make loans far in excess of the capital it holds, it appears as if profit is being produced out of nothing, like new value, but the interest that it earns derives entirely from the revenue of the customer and no new value is produced. We might say that to the bank this appears to be a miracle because the bank has made money based on capital it does not have, but the money it receives is the result of a rather less than mysterious process, namely the wages of the worker or the surplus value of the capitalist. The miracle, if there is one, is that it ends up in the hands of the bank, not that it appeared at all. The personal loans market is also a zero-sum game. Banks, for instance, lend a household a few £1,000s to do up their house or buy a new car, and the money that returns to the bank, the sum plus interest, is taken directly out of the pockets of the householder. No new value is created by interest payments, and the profit from domestic credit is not drawn from surplus value. Assets, including loans, either draw their profit from new value or within zero-sum games. We can say that one form of finance capital is productive and the other is unproductive. Finance that draws on revenue rather than capital has no relation to surplus value, and is unproductive, but finance that draws on capital inevitably derives its income from surplus value and surplus labor, albeit in a mediated and indirect way, so is productive. Finance capital is always, in a limited sense, productive insofar as it enters circulation for the purpose of augmenting itself. However, consumer credit and similar forms of finance capital derive their profits from revenue, not capital, so it is helpful to describe such transactions as unproductive. That is to say, it is more precise to distinguish productive credit from unproductive credit, not according to whether it produces profits, but whether it derives from surplus value. Finance capital can be productive or unproductive, therefore, but productive capital is always productive in the sense of accumulating through surplus value and not just profiting from revenue. Loaning money as capital, its alienation on the condition of it being returned after a certain time, presupposes that it will be actually employed as capital, and that it actually flows back to its starting point. 19 When production is profitable, shares yield dividends. It is possible for share ownership to be rewarded by other means, too, but the link between production and income from assets is important to spell out. Productive credit has a peculiar pattern. Capital in the hands of the finance capitalist is handed over to the productive capitalist without changing its form, remaining money capital, and returns to the finance capitalist from the productive capitalist after the production of commodity capital has been realized and reconverted into money capital. One peculiar aspect of finance capital issued as a loan is that the money moves in the opposite direction from normal. In an ordinary exchange of commodities, money always comes from the buyer's side, but in a loan it comes from the side of the seller. 20 So, the sequence of this kind of finance capital is MMC. 21 Money thus loaned has a certain similarity with labor power in its relation to the industrial capitalist, Marx says, with the caveat that the latter pays for the value of labor power, whereas he simply pays back the value of the loaned capital. 22 Marx points out that for finance capital the first time M changes hands is by no means a phase either of the commodity metamorphoses, or of reproduction of capital. 23 but needs to be expended twice, so to speak. This double outlay of money as capital, of which the first is merely a transfer from A to B, is matched by its double reflux. 24 which is to say after the value of commodity capital produced by the productive capitalist is realized through sales, including surplus value, it is realized for a second time in the repayments of the loan, plus interest. To make its reflux complete, B must consequently return it to A. But in addition to the capital, B must also turn over to A portion of the profit which he had made with this capital, since A had given him the money only as a capital. 25 in the case of productive finance, therefore, whereby finance capital is advanced to a productive capitalist, instead of the entrepreneur advancing her own capital, for instance, she borrows from a bank or venture capitalist instead. Interest payments on credit constitute a share in the surplus value in exactly the same way as the merchant capitalist takes a share of the surplus value through the discounted rate at which commodity capital is purchased. So, despite their virtuality, speed, and agility, assets linked to productive capital are fundamentally dependent on production, surplus labor, and surplus value. However, one of the difficulties is that assets can appreciate speculatively in advance of the realization of value. Asset trading, in this respect, can be a form of gambling in which the future performance of an endeavor or a financial package is realized financially before it is realized materially in production and sales. When finance does not draw revenue out of the pockets of customers in a zero-sum game, it draws on or anticipates surplus value in production. Finance capital differs from productive capital and merchant capital, but it is also vital to observe that finance capital, productive capital, and merchant capital come into conflict with one another. Lenin argued, for instance, that the 20th century witnessed the growth of power of finance capitalists vis-a-vis productive capitalists, leading to a new phase of capitalism with a different class composition. By the end of the 19th century, a handful of wealthy families, such as the Mellons and Rockefellers, come to own a significant proportion of money wealth and to use their money power effectively to control the conditions under which all other capitalists operate. As a result, ownership is combined with control in the hands of the oligarchs of interest-bearing capital. 26 This illustration provides the first working definition of finance capital. David Harvey says, banking capital and credit generally have become the powerhouse of contemporary capitalism. Finance capital has created the epoch of monopolies. 27 Lenin said. And these monopolies are also the basis of another historical shift in the relationship between productive capitalists and merchant capitalists. Branded goods, which are monopoly goods, are the result of a transformation of commodity production in which major corporations outsource production to factories owned by client productive capitalists. The balance of power, and the share of surplus value, is in the favor of these monopolists who are merchant capitalists rather than productive capitalists. Marx argued that joint stock companies were invented as a response to the growth of finance capital, and Lenin argued that the concentration and centralization of capital ownership and the transnational movement of finance capital had brought about a new stage of capitalism based not on competition but monopoly, and led neither by productive capitalists nor merchant capitalists but bankers, financiers, and speculators. In speaking of finance capital, therefore, we are not merely studying a portion of capital or particular species of self-accumulation but also a particular form of money power and a specific class interest, albeit a subclass of the capitalist class. Just as capitalism is that form of society dominated by capital, we can talk about finance capitalism as that form of capitalism dominated by finance capital. Examining the relationship between art and finance capital, therefore, is both a technical inquiry into art investment and art as an asset class, and, at the same time, an inquiry into the relationship between art and the hegemonic section of the dominant class. Whereas the era of competitive productive capitalism saw great efforts by the capitalist class to eliminate national tariffs on the export of goods, the era of finance capital is accompanied by attacks by the capitalist class on national restrictions on the movement of money capital. Lenin paints a vivid picture of imperial monopoly capitalism in the years before the First World War. Monopolist capitalist associations, cartels, syndicates, and trusts first divided the home market among themselves and obtained more or less complete possession of the industry in their own country. But under capitalism the home market is inevitably bound up with the foreign market. Capitalism long ago created a world market. As the export of capital increased, and as the foreign and colonial connections and spheres of influence of the big monopolist associations expanded in all ways, things naturally gravitated towards an international agreement among these associations, and towards the formation of international cartels. 28. Harvey summarizes Lenin's argument as a development within capitalism leading to an ever more dramatic uneven development of capitalism and a radical restructuring of class relations in which a dominant financial oligarchy buys labor peace in the core countries while the rest of the world is driven deeper and deeper into states of dependency, subservience, and rebellion. 29 Gerard Dumenil and Dominique Levy argue that neoliberalism is the expression of the desire of a class of capitalist owners and the institutions in which their power is concentrated, which we collectively call finance, to restore the class's revenue and power. 30 Fine and Milonakis point out that finance was not regarded as a bona fide subdiscipline of economics until 1955, since when it has leapfrogged into the vanguard. 31 Deregulation, privatization, globalization, financialization, and debt are the hallmarks of contemporary capitalism. Capitalism as a whole has been reconfigured according to the dominance of finance, but the effects are felt at the national, local, and domestic level. Kostas Lipovitsas points out that the personal revenue of workers and others has been financialized. Through loans for housing, general consumption, education, health, 32 pensions, store cards, and through wages being paid directly into bank accounts. Profits derived from mediating the circuits of worker revenues, Lipovitsas says, constitute a new source of profits. 33 For the banks. Some of these new profits for finance capital have been the direct result of neoliberal policies which have systematically reduced public provision of key wage goods. 34 Forcing workers into the arms of private finance. 35 Including predatory lending and overcharging. Banks, however, have not been the driving force in contemporary financialization. Lipovitsas argues that the era of financialization is not dominated by the banks. 36 But by big corporations. The modern multinational corporation is financialized in the sense that financial transactions are a substantial part of its activities and profit-making. 37 Income generated from their financial operations have allowed multinational corporations to boost their profits independently of surplus value generated by the indifferently performing sphere of production. 38 The dominance of finance capital over productive capital is intensified by the neoliberal turn of Reaganomics and Thatcherist monetarism. William Lazonik and Mary O'Sullivan summarize the historical context for the emergence of the new financialization thus. By the 1980s, the deregulated financial environment and the rise of the institutional investor as a holder of corporate stocks encouraged top managers to align their own interests with external financial interests rather than with the interests of the productive organizations over which they exercised control. 39 Mutual funds gave shareholders increased power. Corporate business models shifted from retain and reinvest to downsize and distribute. Which is to say, profits are not put back into the business but issued to shareholders. Companies, therefore, orient their activities to finance capital more than productive capital. Moreover, new financial, and financializing, methods have been introduced to facilitate this change of focus. As part of this transformation, stock repurchases have now become a systematic feature of the way in which they allocate revenues. 40 Production in contemporary capitalism has been reconfigured by the doctrine of shareholder value, in which stock repurchases or buybacks increase the value of a company's shares and shareholder dividends by spending its profits on reducing the number of shares. Since finance is the dominant force in contemporary capitalism, we would not expect banks to sit by as the art market grows into a global market worth over €40 billion with 44 million transactions per year. Banks have developed new products and services for the art sector, providing advice to art collectors, financial services to dealers, loans, and so on. During the 1980s, banks began to allow dealers to borrow against the value of artworks. Art loans allowed dealers and collectors to leverage their collections to fund new purchases, but also loans secured on artworks were made available to cover debts. Banks can spread out such loans so that the owner receives monthly payments against the value of their collection, which gets round tax obligations that would result from selling the works. After the art crash in the early 90s, some banks were more reluctant to make art loans, but the revival of growth in the global art market has not only brought the banks back into play but attracted the attention of hedge funds. Interest rates for art loans can be as high as 18%, and most lenders will offer sums amounting to only 50% of the full value of the artwork, to safeguard against the risk of works not maintaining their value. Art is also included within investment portfolios, partly because it has a reputation for enormously impressive financial performance, and partly because the art market is not linked with the prices of other assets. The main principle of portfolio management is efficient diversification. Through finding and combining assets that have low correlation with each other, it is possible to obtain a portfolio risk that is less than that of the component assets considered in isolation. Point 41. According to McAndrew, the potential to use art for risk diversification in an investment portfolio is undoubtedly its most tangible and attractive feature as an asset class. Point 42. The auction houses play an active role in maintaining the value of artworks as assets. Gallerists and dealers also take an active role, purchasing works by their own artists when they come up for auction to maintain their value. In 1968, in a legendary lecture at the Museum of Modern Art, New York, Leo Steinberg, one of the three kings of art criticism in the 1960s and 1970s, scandalously linked the avant-garde with finance capital. Avant-garde art, lately Americanized, is for the first time associated with big money. And this is because its occult aims and uncertain future have been successfully translated into homely terms. For far-out modernism, we can now read speculative growth stock, for apparent quality, market attractiveness, and for an adverse change of taste, technical obsolescence. A feat of language to absolve a change of attitude. Art is not, after all, what we thought it was. In the broadest sense it is hard cash. The whole of art, its growing tip included, is assimilated to familiar values. Another decade, and we shall have mutual funds based on securities in the form of pictures held in bank vaults. Point 43. Steinberg combined a love of the Italian Renaissance with a sensitivity to abstract expressionism, so the convergence of art and big money is, for him, lamentable. I only say this because since he made these remarks a new generation of writers with a stronger attachment to free markets than to art might well view this convergence as a blessing. Cultural economists might dispute Steinberg's claim that art had become associated with big money for the first time, but Steinberg is referring to avant-garde art's relationship with finance, and this was unheard of within the tradition of avant-gardism itself. In fact, Steinberg lays it on thick for satirical effect, but in the intervening years his exaggeration has been overshot by events. Art's relationship to finance capital has outstripped Steinberg's worst fears. Not only has art been developed as an asset class, the relationship between art and credit, including the relationship established between art dealers, banking, and finance has grown, intensified and diversified. Art's relationship to finance, however, is not limited to art's encounters with banking, investment funds, loans, and auction houses. It is not uncommon for gallerists to have financial backers. One of the most famous was Robert Scull, the wealthy owner of a taxi company in New York, who, as well as being a collector in his own right, backed the pioneering Green Gallery, which exhibited downtown artists in an uptown location for the first time. Scull was the backer of one of the most important galleries in New York in a vital period that saw the emergence of color field painting, pop art, and minimalism, all displayed prominently and in groundbreaking exhibitions at Green Gallery. Furthermore, Scull would finance artists directly, providing the funds to Walter de Maria, for instance, to experiment with polished steel. Scull was often the first collector of avant-garde artists in this period, but by backing the Green Gallery he was also instrumental in giving some of the most important artists of the period visibility within the broader art world. Dan Flavin's most important early exhibition of neon light works, which was held at the Green Gallery in 1964, ended without the sale of a single work, priced at only $1,000 per piece. This exhibition was so critically important that another commercial gallery, Zwirner and Worth, restaged it exactly in 2008 by borrowing the works, and therefore, yet again, selling none. By having Scull as a backer, Richard Bellamy, the gallerist, could put together an ambitious program of exhibitions like this without any pressure to sell. The backer is a cross between a benefactor and a venture capitalist, making funds available for a gallerist to work with artists without having to respond directly or immediately to market demand. Scull bought many key works by upcoming artists in the 1960s including Rauschenberg, Warhol, Walter de Maria, Tom Wesselmann, and George Siegel. In 1964 Scull withdrew as the backer of the Green Gallery. It had never been profitable and Scull had financed the production of works for the gallery and paid advances on sales to artists who did not sell. The next year the gallery closed altogether. After 3 years of funding the Green Gallery at a loss, in 1963 Scull infamously auctioned 50 works by American artists from his collection, many of them reaching record prices for living artists. The sale made over $2 million, which was a considerable profit on the sums originally paid to the artists. Barbara Rose described Scull's sale profit without honor, and the auction house was the target of protesters on the day who blocked the entrance. The whole event was filmed, including a scene in which Rauschenberg makes a statement about artists' royalties, kisses Ethel Scull, then confronts Scull, saying, "Lve been working my ass off for you to make that profit." Rauschenberg's Thaw, purchased in 1958 for $900, went for $85,000. Scull replied, "I been working for you too," and says that he hoped the artist's works would fetch higher prices as a result of the sale. Scull was right, of course, but the two never spoke again. Of Robert and Ethel Scull, Barak Kirschenbaum says, "They bought courageously." 44 It was not the buying but the selling that rankled the underground art world. It seems that the artists, critics, and gallerists in New York at this time were quite happy with an investor who comes away with no profit and a collector who holds on to the works they buy. A collector who sells works at a profit, on the other hand, appears to metamorphose into an investor or speculator preying on artists for financial gain. An art collector can resemble an art investor or predatory speculator because, in art, as we have already noted, commodities and assets are indistinguishable. I will now turn my attention to some of the key features of art as an asset. Art appreciates. In fact, this was the first observation ever made by economists that led to the classical theory of art's economic exceptionalism. The primary market for art, galleries selling living artists, is big and it is growing, but it pales into insignificance when compared with the volume and value of the secondary market, auction houses and dealers selling blue-chip and old master works. It is not only that works are significantly cheaper and collectors are fewer and further between, but the primary market can entail a significant degree of risk. 45 It is not a risk to purchase an artwork that one loves and expects to view on a regular basis. To speak of risk, in this context, is to regard artworks as investments. Risk, then, applies to artworks not as commodities but assets. Accordingly, the higher risks of contemporary art are met with lower prices, and the lower risks in works that have proved themselves to appreciate over a period of time are met with higher prices. The relative cheapness and high risk of a work by a lesser-known artist or early work is based on the uncertainty of whether the artist will ever develop a significant career or sales profile. Cultural economics has not managed to explain the factors that determine which works appreciate and which do not, nor has it explained why the value of artworks appreciates at all. As we have already noted, Baumol argues that the values of artworks, especially of noted artists who are dead, float more or less aimlessly. Point 46. This is how the pricing of artworks appears to an economist who focuses exclusively on the product and its price history rather than on the factors that bring about changes in value. One of the aims of this chapter is to provide an explanation of the apparently wild prices of artworks on the secondary market that is, in fact, anchored. The key is to identify precisely to what art prices are anchored. But first I want to address the more fundamental question, why and how do investments in art appreciate in value? Not all second-hand goods appreciate in value. Most of them do not. But when they do, like antiques and vintage cars, they appreciate according to rarity, quality and demand. Regardless of whether antiques or artworks on the secondary market are bought by the final consumer as a use value or by a dealer as commodity capital from which to profit at a later date, the antiques market and the secondary market for art is a zero-sum market in which profits made by sellers of antiques come directly out of the pockets of buyers of art and antiques. Despite profitability, no surplus value is created at all in the antiques market or the art market, and therefore commodities and money merely pass from hand to hand with some losing and some gaining along the way. The transactions in a zero-sum game are all without exception like for like. The purchaser pays what the seller receives and vice versa. Information about antiques often permits the expert and the dealer to profit off somebody else's ignorance, buying low to sell high at someone else's expense. Although the same is possible in vintage cars, they are traded mostly by enthusiasts who have similar levels of knowledge but varying tastes and levels of effective demand. One striking feature of the art market is that not all artworks appreciate. The vast majority of artworks produced do not enter the market at all, or enter at a very low level and drop out again. Perhaps we could say that not all furniture becomes an antique, and not all cars manufactured become vintage motors, but they typically enter the primary marketplace at any rate, and this is not true of art. Art appreciates on condition that it enters the market, which is rare for art, and that it stays there, which is even rarer. Art has developed since the 1980s as an asset class, included in investment portfolios, because of this fact. Art asset managers are led by the observation that some artworks appreciate in value well above average share prices. What is more, buying art that appreciates in value and then selling it can resemble the standard trade in assets. But just how do art assets yield returns on investment? Is the process of appreciation like other financial assets, as McAndrew intimates, or are art assets economically exceptional? Artworks exhibit very few of the features that are standard for an asset class. Artworks are consumed, as well as stored, and the owners of artworks that appreciate in value can choose to view them, not merely store them. Many artworks are durable, but there is a growing number of artworks which are temporary and event-based. Ironically, perhaps, these artworks which are less like conventional art commodities, paintings, sculpture, prints, take on forms that belong to assets, documents, contracts, certificates. The economy of artworks is not best described as driven by the future but as always determined by the past. In art it is reputation that counts. Some artworks are risky investments because their reputation has not been secured, while others appear not to be risky even though changes in the assignment of reputation can certainly impact negatively on the value of an art asset. Even so, risks in art assets are not the kind of risks that we have in mind with assets generally. When an entrepreneur uses someone else's finance capital to start a new venture, the risk is that the business fails, demand is elusive, or the competition cuts into profitability. Artworks are not attached to these sorts of risk. Artworks are not traded in large markets but, usually, one at a time in face-to-face transactions. Artworks are traded in flows, shipping works from one place to another, not in stocks, and the art market is incredibly slow-moving. And because art trades very infrequently, it is a relatively illiquid asset, compared with stocks, bonds, and other financial instruments. 47 Artworks are expensive to store, profit opportunities take many years, and the information on them is slowly accumulated. The best that can be hoped for in an art asset is long-term gains, if at all, and artworks do not move around a great deal. Finally, holding artworks does not pay dividends or interest. Artworks are not standard assets. The fact that art assets produce no dividends and yet can generate returns needs to be explained. Art appreciates in value, but a Marxist analysis of art, in contrast with a neoclassical one, needs to inquire into the source of that appreciation, and to determine whether it occurs as a result of the production of new value or not. All these anomalies are significant because they are consequences of art's unusual relation to capital. McAndrew says, one of the most interesting features of works of art is that they are dual in nature. On the one hand, they are something to consume and enjoy, and on the other, they are capital assets that yield a return from their appreciation in value over time like other financial assets. 48. What is more interesting is that the two features of artworks as commodities and assets are indistinguishable from one another. Normally, the purchase of an asset differs enormously from the purchase of a commodity. Commodities, whether purchased as use values or exchange values, are themselves exchanged. Assets, which are not articles of wealth but are legal claims on wealth, on the contrary, are typically exchanged without the wealth that they represent being displaced in any way. This difference is not apparent in the case of artworks. Collectors and investors in art purchase the works themselves, and the works are transported to their property. Purchasing artworks as use values is different from purchasing artworks as investments, but the usual material and institutional differences between markets for goods and markets for assets is absent, hence the two transactions in the case of art are indistinguishable. Art collectors, who tend to buy works of art as consumers, are distinct in principle from speculative collectors or investors, who invest in artworks to achieve financial goals. In general, the two treat artworks differently. Collectors are generally averse to selling works that have been purchased. Investors, on the other hand, purchase works of art with distinct collecting goals in mind. However, these include the possibility of divesting and repurchasing over time to help make their collection work for them financially. 49. But this says nothing more than that collectors collect and investors buy and sell. Whether actual individuals consistently behave according to type is another matter. Collectors sell, too, but not necessarily when it is most profitable, and sometimes investors sell at a loss to offload a bad investment. Normally, of course, an asset is acquired from different kinds of seller than a commodity. In the case of artworks, however, the form of an art commodity is exactly the same as the form of the art asset, and the collector or investor typically turn to the very same intermediaries to purchase their economically different products. In art, then, the difference between art as a commodity and art as an asset is blurred. It is impossible to tell the difference from the transaction itself or from the product exchanged. If a collector purchases art commodities as a consumer and subsequently is fortunate enough that the value of their collection increases, then it can appear that they were investors in assets all along. It is normal for investors to take some risk with their capital, but it is very unusual for consumers to be so fortunate to discover that they have unintentionally bought an asset that has appreciated in value. And, on average, this is not standard for consumers of art, either, but since art commodities are indistinguishable from art assets, it is inevitable in some cases because, as we have noted, some artworks appreciate in value. Not all big profits at auction are made by collectors, entrepreneurs, and finance capitalists. At the end of 2009 at a contemporary art auction at Sotheby's, a self-portrait that Warhol had given to Cathy Naso, his secretary in the 1960s, went for over $6 million. Naso received this work as a gift, so is neither an investor nor a collector. One does not become an investor retrospectively by being fortunate enough to own something of value that can be sold to raise funds. Warhol, presumably, made the gift partly with the possibility in mind that Naso would one day be able to cash it in and support herself with the proceeds, but Naso purchased nothing, so the artwork was not an asset while it was in her possession, since it was not purchased with capital for the purpose of accumulation. Naso's $6 million is a windfall. If Naso had purchased the Warhol self-portrait, either for a nominal amount or at full cost, because, let us say, it was her favorite piece, then the auction sale would still be a windfall. If, however, Naso had had the foresight to take possession of the work, either for free or at a price, with the express aim of converting it into a tidy sum for her retirement, then she would have owned an asset and been, in this regard, a speculative investor. Reselling commodities is not unusual. There is a second-hand market for most durables. One does not become an investor by selling off one's old television to make room for a new one, nor does the car one owns turn out to be an asset rather than a commodity because one trades it in to purchase a new one. The difference between a commodity and an asset is not determined by whether or not they are resold, but whether they are purchased with capital or revenue. If we assume that the Skulls purchased their enormous collection of contemporary art with revenue, the resale of those works in the controversial auction does not convert the works into assets, does not convert their original outlay into capital, and nor does it convert the collectors into investors. Ordinarily, of course, reselling commodities on the second-hand market realizes less than the full amount of the original purchase price, but the principle is no different for reselling commodities that, for whatever reason, fetch higher prices than the original expenditure on them. Given that, as standard disclaimers make perfectly clear, the value of investments can go down as well as up, the actual accomplishment of profit is not, in itself, the determining factor of what counts as an investment. The value of artworks appreciate on average at around 0.7% per year in Baumol's empirical study of the fluctuating prices of artworks over a 300-year time period. This is an indication of the anomalousness of art assets. Although art asset managers claim that art can produce returns of about 30%, this is based on their alleged ability to select those artworks that will appreciate and not get lumbered with those artworks which merely hold their value or, heaven forbid, lose value. Seen as a whole, the appreciation of artworks as assets, whether paltry or spectacular, appears to be independent of the production of new value. If the art market grows, as it has over recent decades, is this nothing more than a measure of increasing amounts of revenue being used up in it? Dealers can purchase works relatively cheaply and sell them for enormous sums. The difference in price, as Marx puts it, is coaxed out of the pockets of other capitalists. When a dealer sells a work for £15 million that was purchased a few years earlier for £20,000, the profit derives entirely from the pockets of the new owner of the work. The difference between the relatively cheap art of artworks that have not yet secured a reputation, and the relative expensiveness of the same work later on, is based on the subsequent, and costly, accumulation of non-economic evaluation of the work in academic, critical, and theoretical debates, as well as a sequence of exhibitions, reviews, publications and so on. This leads, retrospectively, to the increased rarity of early work that is subsequently repriced in relation to the prices of the mature work. When the price of artists' works rise and fall, this is due, if we are talking about average prices, to the general state of the art market, or, if we are talking about uneven changes, variations in the artist's reputation. I am concerned, here, exclusively with the latter. We can begin to understand the source of the differential prices of artworks by examining the lot notes to sales of art at auction. The lot notes for Christie's sale of Andreas Gursky's photograph Rhine 2 estimated between £2.5, £3.5 million, but which realized £4.338 million, consisted of over 1,700 words derived from the writing and opinions of 5 academics and 2 major artists. The lot notes for one of Alexander Calder's mobiles include a passage from Jean-Paul Sartre on Calder and a comment by Duchamp. The lot description of an artwork not only includes details of the work's production and provenance, but a bibliography and a list of exhibitions in which the work has been included. Auction houses write up lot descriptions and lot notes to indicate the reputation of an artist or work by documenting the work's selection by curators and museums and quoting authorities referring to them. Lot notes can be added to Paul Wood's list of the support structures of Art 50, which he suggests, following Michael Carter, are the source of art's exchange value. 51 Carter refers to the critical and historical material brought together in lot notes as the valorization of the artwork, and of the artist. 52 What is important, for Carter, is a specific process, or range of processes, by which scholarship and critical attention are cashed in with the transformation of such interest into economic value. 53 Analogous to how that indeterminate quality market confidence is so crucial to the rise and fall of the stock market. 54 Although this process of transformation establishes a powerful link between scholarship and arts economy, it is also significant that this relationship puts the economic in the hands of the non-economic, and places the market mechanism within a broader social and cultural framework in which non-market mechanisms, including discursive mechanisms, are dominant. Carter consistently gives such discourses causal priority over arts economy, saying the complex systems of revalorization impinge on the market, creating oscillations in economic value. 55 Baudrillard argues that the art auction is an aristocratic mechanism that is organized around sign value rather than exchange value, saying the auction of the work of art has this notable characteristic, that economic exchange value is exchanged there for a pure sign, the painting. 56 Paying large sums of money for these pure signs, according to Baudrillard, the art auction is the competitive field of the destruction of economic value for the sake of another type of value. 57 Forgetting, of course, that the value paid for art is preserved in the artwork, Baudrillard exaggerates the antagonism between exchange value and sign value in order to stress that in the art auction, at the moment of bidding, exchange value and use value are no longer correlated according to an economic calculus. 58 Baudrillard locates the auction and the art it sells beyond economics. 59 Explaining, here it is not a question of the expanded reproduction of capital and the capitalist class, it is a question of the production of a cast by the collective grace of a play of signs. 60 With lot notes or something very much like them in mind, Baudrillard riffs on the aristocratic theme by claiming that the art auction discriminates its products by reference to their pedigree. 61 Not restricted to their birth and the artist's signature that testifies to their origin, but also the aura of their successive transactions. 62 Baudrillard is presumably aware that pedigree strictly speaking cannot be acquired in the way that artworks accumulate value through a series of purchases, exhibitions, and so forth, but his exaggeration has a distinct purpose. The aristocratic value of pedigree establishes art and its purchase at auction as beyond value. 63 Baudrillard goes some way towards a theory of the significance of the non-economic in the valorization of art, but he falls back onto a Western Marxist-style argument when he turns his attention to the relationship between art museums and auctions. Museums play the role of banks in the political economy of paintings. 64 Baudrillard does not go beyond analogy in this argument and fails to establish whether the mechanisms by which an art museum selects, purchases and hangs works corresponds to the mechanisms by which the national bank controls the money supply, sets monetary policy, or acts as the lender of last resort. If it is true that the museum acts as an agency guaranteeing the universality of painting. 65 What needs to be explained is how this is accomplished, specifically by understanding the mechanisms through which museums either produce or respond to changes in the assessment and judgment of artworks. Museum purchases and exhibitions appear in lot notes because they are evidence of high levels of esteem, expert scrutiny, and scholarly attention. In this sense, the fact that an artwork has been hosted by a national museum can only serve the purpose of lot notes to secure the place of the work in the discourses and history of art if the museum is seen as a place of scholarly activity, not merely as a bank. In similar fashion, dealers will display books, magazines, catalogs, articles and other material as evidence of the artist's reputation among critics and scholars. Investment groups also refer directly to art historical judgments and other scholarship prominently within their published information on the assets that they hold. Gallerists are very keen for artists in their stable to win awards such as the Turner Prize, the Northern Art Prize, the Creative Time Prize, various Gerwood Awards, the Deutsche Börsfotografie Prize, the Leonore Annenberg Prize, and so on. Also gallerists want their artists to be selected for the Venice Biennale, Manifesta, the Berlin Biennial and other biennials and triennials. Being included in a major curated exhibition and to be given solo exhibitions at public, national and international museums is also valued. These accolades are seen as awarded for merit, and therefore provide a measure of judgments of quality about the artist's work and contribution to the field. It is expected that such expressions of professional and expert opinion can be converted into commercial success, increasing prices as well as the quantity of demand for an artist's work. These are the kind of events in the life of an artwork or an artist that Carter refers to as a set of mechanisms through which art is reinterpreted and re-evaluated, explaining that what we call a change in taste is in fact these two operations compressed into a single disposition towards the art of a particular epoch. 66 If it is true, as Carter argues, that these reinterpretations and re-evaluations broaden out to affect the economic value of artworks. 67 Then we need to look at the non-economic processes of judging art and the non-market mechanisms of research, in art practice, writing and curating, that bring value, or take it away, from artworks, artists, and types of art. If art's prices have anything to do with labor as the source of value, then the most likely factor to study would be not the living labor of artists and assistants in their studios but the reproduction costs of artistic labor. A mature artist with an impressive exhibition history and critical acclaim is, in effect, a costly thing to reproduce. Just as skilled workers are paid more than unskilled workers because this kind of labor costs more to reproduce, the cost of reproducing a successful, mature, reputable, established artist with hundreds of important exhibitions and a bibliography to match is expressed in the price of their works. As the commodity labor power, we can understand that an artist with such a career would be able to command higher prices for works or commissions than an artist just starting out, but this is not the whole story. This explanation of the high prices of artworks as reflecting the high reproduction costs of their labor, which can be found partly in Dideriksen, presents an immediate difficulty, which Dideriksen misses. Whereas the increase in the value of skilled labor is determined by training and education undergone by the laborer individually, the success of an artist's career is due to a range of factors outside their control. The forces which determine the increase or decrease in prices of artworks are external to the labor that produces them. The reputation of an artist is not a quality which is contained in their labor or even their training. Prices of artworks fluctuate according to the reputation of the artist. Practitioners and commentators sustain value in artworks through productive practices of producing objects and knowledge. Values in art are not only expressed through the economic consumption of products, but in the activities of learning from them, asking questions of them, reconfiguring them. In new products, combining them and rejecting them. What I am suggesting here is that the increase or decrease in the price of artworks is not a floating crap game, but is determined by the changing circumstances of the artwork itself vis-a-vis the esteem it is held in by the art community. This is not aimless, but it is external to the commodity and also external to the artist. If I am right that prices are set by scholarly and artistic reputation, then individual works are valued economically according to the artistic value attached to it by the art world. The importance of the artist's reputation in the determination of the prices of art is a key factor in explaining the dominance of the secondary market in the economics of art. Works in the primary market tend to be seen for the first time and, therefore, have no bibliography, exhibition history, sales record, or any of the other elements that constitute a work's reputation. If it is reputation that determines prices, then works on the primary market are more risky, since the buyer cannot be certain that such works will gain the right kind of reputation. Artworks for sale at auction, by contrast, typically bring with them a string of critical appraisal by experts and a sequence of high-profile and esteemed exhibitions. As such, if the source of the appreciating value of artworks has its source in labor, it is the labor of critics, commentators, art historians, experts, curators, theorists, and other artists, not of the individual artist who produced the work. We arrive, therefore, at a counterintuitive but very interesting novel conclusion for a Marxist economic analysis of the price of artworks. The economics of art must be analyzed in two phases. Today's large studio factories of artworks do not require economizing measures, and they do not determine the prices of artworks. This, the first phase, is a strong indication that art production, by itself, even when it is produced directly for the art market, is not commodity production according to the labor theory of value. However, we can see in the second phase that the labor of others in the field contributes to the value of a work when they write about it, exhibit it, or are influenced by it. The value of artworks appreciates proportionally to the growth of information and judgment. The value of this intellectual labor does not disappear without being expressed in prices somehow, but the collector or investor does not pay for the labor of those who increase the value of their holdings, hence the capitalist benefits from it gratis, and the escalating prices of artworks are not reflected in the incomes of either artists or academics. In neoclassical economics these can be counted among the externalities of art. In Marxist economics, we can say, perhaps, art historians, critics, scholars, academics, curators and other artists produce relative surplus value for art. Art scholarship is a form of consumption of art, as well as a productive industry in itself. It is strange within the labor theory of value to think that an act of consumption added value to a product. But in fact no value is added at all, even though the prices of artworks appreciate. The difference in price is not extracted from labor but, as Marx puts it when talking about trade as a zero-sum game, is coaxed out of the pockets of another capitalist. But if I am right that prices are set by scholarly reputation, then individual works are valued according to the value attached to it by the art world. This is not aimless, but it is external to the commodity and also external to the artist. The importance of the artist's reputation in the determination of the prices of art is a key factor, I would argue, in the dominance of the secondary market in the economics of art. The prices of artworks are seriously affected, perhaps even driven, by the non-purchasing consumers of art, namely academics, commentators, and other artists, that determine the general reputation of artworks. If we want to understand the prices of artworks at the marketplace we need to focus our attention on art's evaluative discourses, the production of knowledge, and the practices of producing objects that provide an assessment and legacy for a work or body of work. Values in art are not only expressed through the economic consumption of products, but in the activities of learning from them, asking questions of them, reconfiguring them in new products, combining them and rejecting them. The high prices of art derive from the high status of the work within the discourses of art. We are back, then, with the concept of value in its broadest sense, combining economic value and normative values including aesthetic value and what Llewellyn Smith called art value. Rather than demonstrating art's incorporation into the trading practices of the luxury market, what we find is the opposite, that the luxury trade for art is utterly dependent on the value attributed to art through the non-market mechanisms of art's discourses. Prices are set by scholarship, we might say. At first sight, the suggestion that the prices of artworks are determined by reputation seems unorthodox and fanciful. The labor theory of value is not designed to explain how the value of a product is determined by the esteem that it acquires in the process of its professional consumption by those who do not purchase it in a marketplace, but we must remember that the fluctuations in price that we are trying to explain here do not imply fluctuations in value understood as average necessary labor time. Art scholarship is a form of non-economic consumption of art, as well as a productive industry in itself. That is one of the main sources of art's fluctuating prices, but no value is added at all, even though the prices of artworks appreciate. The difference in price is not extracted from labor but is conjured out of the bank accounts of another capitalist. What we need to explain when faced with the appreciation of artworks are the mechanisms by which this conjuring takes place. The cynic who believes that art's discourses are equivalent to marketing must explain two things. First, why the writers and the like are economically independent from the producers and owners of art rather than employed directly by the interested parties and charged with specific marketing briefs and so on. And second, why writers and so on are willing to increase the value of artworks without being paid to do so by the owners of those goods who benefit from their work. The answer is quite simple: it is a condition of the contribution of art discourse to the inflation of the value of art that it is independent from the economic interests at stake. Paradoxically, the critics and historians of art find themselves much more intimately tied to the economics of art than the immediate economic transactions of their profession would indicate. Value in its fullest sense cannot be excluded from the economic analysis of art if the prices of artworks increase because they are valued as artworks. The main determinant of price in art is opinion. When opinion changes about a work, then its price is affected. The reason that Van Gogh's paintings were once almost worthless and now are almost priceless is that Van Gogh has come to occupy a pivotal role within the history of art. If art in the future took such a course as to render Van Gogh's contribution nullified, then the price of his works would plummet. Value is everything in the pricing of artworks. An economics of art that distances itself from value isolates itself from the mechanisms of pricing in art. Does the appreciation of value in artworks represent the picking of pockets in a zero-sum game or the production of new value derived from surplus labor, perhaps the unpaid labor of the academics, scholars, and artists whose reflections on art do so much in increasing its value? Given that artworks are not produced in the first place according to the capitalist mode of production, it is difficult to see how art in the secondary market could appreciate through surplus labor or new value. Certainly, artists exert no additional labor on artworks once they enter the market as commodities, and prices rise considerably more after an artist dies, so it seems highly unlikely that labor can have any part to play in the explanation of the appreciation of art as an asset class. Ruling out artistic labor as the cause of art's appreciation as an asset does not mean concluding that art's prices are the result of nothing but speculation. It is by assuming that speculation takes over that economists come to believe that art prices float about anchorlessly, according to the whims, tastes, and determination of collectors. However, I have suggested, here, that we might develop a new anchored explanation of art prices, based on the labor of academics, commentators, artists, and scholars who contribute to the reputation of artists and artworks. This does not change the fact that any gains in the art trade must be derived in a zero-sum game from the pockets of other collectors, since these commentators and taste makers, even if they are paid to write reviews, catalog essays and books, do not produce surplus value by being employed by the collectors who benefit from their work. The seller of a £20 million painting who purchased it for £10 million simply pockets £10 million of somebody else's money. The productive capitalist, on the other hand, who advances £10 million on wages and the means of production, and who subsequently pockets £10 from sales of £20 million, can only do so by selling commodities worth £20 million. That is to say, the productive capitalist does not buy cheap and sell dear, but buys labor which produces value over and above its cost in wages. This distinction cannot be drawn by mainstream economics, which rejects the concept of value altogether, dismisses the labor theory of value in particular, and looks at prices as determined by subjective judgments of marginal utility. Without a concept of value, especially of new value, a theory of the pricing of art assets is hampered from the start, because art's economic exceptionalism as an asset that appreciates in the way that it does can only be understood in terms of its unusual relationship to value production. We have seen that art is economically exceptional in its production, sales, and consumption, and we have seen that it is exceptional as an asset, too. But these findings are at risk if current theories of value production after the alleged demise of Fordism can be ratified. It is therefore to theories of post-Fordism that I now turn. Chapter 11. Art and Post-Fordism. The political and economic theory of post-Fordism typically argues that the analysis of the 3 volumes of Capital has been superseded by events. If it is true, then this casts a shadow over the second part of this book and the possibility of a Marxist analysis of the economic exceptionalism of art that I have outlined. Some Marxists and most post-Marxists argue that capitalism is no longer based on industrial production dominated by the economic confrontation between capitalist and proletariat, capital and labor. Assigning emphasis to the mode of production, now pejoratively known as productivism, has been superseded by financialization and post-industrialism, it is argued. Service personnel, creatives and information workers have allegedly become the dominant type of worker in post-Fordist society. This kind of work is not new, of course, but it appears to have taken center stage in the new economy. Marx has been accused of productivism, and the theories of labor, surplus value, and the capitalist mode of production that Marx developed have likewise been seen as no longer adequate to the post-Fordist economy. With capitalism becoming cultural, Marx appears to have put undue emphasis on the so-called real economy rather than on the business of circulation and finance that Marx described as unproductive and fictitious, respectively. What happens, then, to the Marxist economic analysis of labor, including artistic labor, when the superprofit of global capitalism appears to be independent of surplus labor? If art is economically exceptional because artistic labor has not been subsumed by capital, then does art become more central to the new economy when the productive capitalist extraction of surplus value from productive labor is, or appears to be, marginal to contemporary capitalism? And, if capitalism has become cultural, has art's economic exceptionalism become obsolete? Since the French regulationist school of economics set about to divide the history of capitalism into a variety of regimes of capital, short-lived modes of regulation that permit a certain level of cohesion within capitalism as a social system, the Marxist theory of capital has come to appear too general, as if an account of one regulation of capitalism is meant to apply to all regulations of capitalism. This approach to the social history of economic systems is as careful to differentiate geographical modes of capitalism, attending to the differences, for instance, between an Anglo-Saxon form of capitalism and a Rhenish-type capitalism. One of the core arguments in this body of thought concerns the demise of the mode of regulation known as Fordism. Point 1. However, the Italian heterodox Marxist theory of post-Fordism has a closer association with the economics of art and culture, so I will focus my attention on that in this chapter. What the heterodox Italian left in the 1960s and 1970s argued was that the socialist and communist parties as well as the unions had underestimated the changes that had taken place within industry. Raniero Panzieri and Mario Tronti established the Quaderni Rossi as a platform for setting about the reassessment. The existence of a new working class with needs and behaviors no longer commensurate with either those of the labor movement or capital was a theme that ran through nearly all of the major essays published in Quaderni Rossi. Point 2. Antonio Negri joined them for the second issue of the journal, focusing in particular on questions related to machinery which turned out to be essential to the reconfiguration of Marxist economics in post-Fordist thinking. Many of the debates within Operaismo were concerned with tactical questions about the struggle of the new working class. Paolo Verno's interpretation of events links the emergence of new social forms to the changing economic circumstances of post-Fordist labor. Negri, writing with Felix Guattari, argues that the traditional left has been superseded within post-Fordism by the collective singular movements which have emerged as the bearers of social transformation reflected in the increase of marginal and part-time precarious workers, as well as other numerous minorities who reject the status quo. Point 3. Precarity becomes the central theme by which to understand the political response to post-Fordism that superseded the traditional left. In retrospect, we can acknowledge that Berardi, Hart, and Verno perceive the new political and economic situation expressed in the movement of '77 in terms that come to define the politics of precarity. What are the principal qualities demanded of wage laborers today, asks Verno. His answer is an anatomy of precarity, habitual mobility, keeping pace with rapid change, adaptability, and flexibility. Uprooting, he says, constitutes the substance of our contingency and precariousness. Point 5. But whereas uprooting may once have been rare, occasional, and traumatic, today it is common, frequent, and mundane. Precariousness is no longer a marginal and provisional characteristic, but it is the general form of the labor relation in a productive, digitalized sphere. Reticular and recombinant 6 Bifo says. Precarity appears to be the new condition for the wage laborer, but it is also the condition of the unwaged, the freelance worker, the unemployed, the redundant worker, the intern, the carer, and the student. Angela Mitropoulos points out that precarious work, in the form of domestic, affective, care and sex work, is nothing new at all. 7 Precarity is not new, nor is it restricted to the post-Fordist labor market. Bifo, in fact, regards Fordism as anomalous in securing non-precarious labor for a brief historical period. Before Fordism, and not only after it, precarity is the condition of the majority. With the decline in the political force of the workers' movement, Bifo says, the natural precariousness and brutality of labor relations in capitalism have re-emerged. 8 There are two distinct political interpretations of precariousness. One reads precarity as the effect of changes in the post-Fordist economy, while the other sees precarity as the result of the refusal to work. Compare the following two remarks. To function effectively as a component of just-in-time production, Mark Fisher says, you must develop a capacity to respond to unforeseen events, you must learn to live in conditions of total instability, or precarity, as the ugly neologism has it. 9 Verno, by contrast, says precarity was brought about when the young labor power chose temporary and part-time work over full-time employment in big corporations, giving rise to the eclipse of industrial discipline and allowing for the establishing of a certain degree of self-determination. 10 In the sphere of semiotic capital and cognitive labor, Bifo tells us in his book Precarious Rhapsody, when a product is consumed, instead of disappearing it remains available, while its value increases the more its use is shared. 11 Bifo reprises Adam Smith's interest in labor exerted without a vendible product, says remarks on immaterial labor and immaterial products, but not as puzzling marginalia to the analysis of wealth. Production proper, here. The immaterial has ousted material production. Note, however, the ambiguity in the final phrase, value does not appear to refer to exchange value or socially necessary labor time, or any other specific form of value. And yet, value increases, it seems, through a strange kind of accumulation of unpaid use. Since value is allegedly augmented through the free use of information goods that share the qualities of public goods, see Chapter 4, the exploitation of labor, itself bought and sold as a commodity on the labor market, appears to lose its place within the new economy. It is not production but circulation that is posited as the sphere in which value of an unspecified kind is increased through shared use. The analytic separation between the economic sphere and consciousness enjoyed an actual foundation when productive labor was structurally separate from intellectual labor. 12 Bifo explains, before claiming that this division has dissolved. But, if the production of value is not to be considered as a purely economic process, governed exclusively by laws of exchange, 13 then capitalism no longer requires wage labor to generate profits, and therefore the economic position of the working class becomes ever more precarious. We know that wages have not risen in real terms since the 1970s, that working conditions have not improved, that unions have been attacked, while redundancies, unemployment and outsourcing have become fixtures within the affluent nations. The question is whether this increased precarity is a result of the emergence of semio-capitalism or of more mundane shifts within the capitalist mode of production, such as the political program of neoliberalism and the deregulation of world markets. Regardless of the reasons for it, however, it is evident that precarity has become a conspicuous feature of labor in the last 3 or 4 decades. The Italian heterodox left were absolutely right to oppose the strategy of the official left in the 1970s that aimed at pitting the workers who have a regular job against the irregular, unemployed, precarious, underpaid young proletarians. 14 In response to this, Bifo tells us, the young protesters shouted, "We are all precarious." This is a correct political assessment, but it is also economically correct, despite the fact that Fordism had temporarily given the impression that capitalism was capable of providing security for its workforce. However, the joint demand of zero work for income and automate all production 15 did not resolve the problem of who was to produce the machines to do all the work. Precarity can be welcomed as a condition that corresponds to the refusal of work 16 or rejected as the imposed condition of a working class under attack. See, for instance, the precarious workers' brigade's demand for non-precarity, but only an economic rather than a political analysis can determine if it signals an historical shift from Fordism to post-Fordism. The case for the economic shift from Fordism to post-Fordism is based primarily on transitions in the labor market, the morphology of labor, the ontology of the commodity, the technologies of manufacture, consumption, and distribution, the scope of the market, and the geography of production. Tronti locates the transition within the factory itself. When the assembly island replaces the assembly line in the great automated factory, we enter the post-Fordist phase. 17 Robotization, small expert crews, total quality management, lean manufacturing, just-in-time delivery, and flexible contracts redefine the workplace. And outside the factory there is, perhaps, an even bigger shift, from industry to service, from employment to self-employment, from security to precarity, from the refusal to work to the lack of it. 18 It is important to understand these oppositions not only as distinguishing current economic practices from those set up by Ford in the beginning of the 20th century, but also against the analysis of Gramsci, who coined the term Fordism within the Italian Marxist context of the 1930s. Italian Marxists coined post-Fordism, therefore, within the specifically Italian Marxist tradition in which Gramsci was somewhat irksome. 19 By the time that Gramsci wrote Americanism and Fordism, the standardist mass production of automobiles had already been successfully challenged by a new focus on consumer choice by General Motors. Car production before Fordism was exclusively in the hands of craftsmen trained in the bicycle and carriage shops. Within 3 months of the introduction of the assembly line in 1914, the production of a Model T had accelerated to 10 times the rate of 1908, and by 1925 Ford could produce the yearly output of 1908 in a day. But there was a hitch. Workers hated to work on assembly lines, which meant that retention rates for employees at Ford were extremely poor. Ford solved this problem, famously, by introducing a standard wage of $5 for an 8-hour day in 1914. Retaining employees guaranteed uninterrupted production, and so secure employment, which was welcomed by the unions, was precisely the kind of labor relations policy that Fordist production required. Secure employment and decent wages become synonymous with Fordism, and therefore the return to precarity becomes synonymous with post-Fordism. What is more, by the 1930s, Ford's standardist product and his direct planning and control system had been superseded by innovations in marketing and organization at General Motors under the leadership of Alfred Sloan. Instead of the standardist and uniform production line, Sloan devised a multi-product, or M-form, organization of a company made up of separate divisions serving distinct product markets. But what contemporary post-Fordist theory has its eye on is not the nascent consumerism of GM but the flexible production system known as Toyotism or lean manufacturing. Stock is purchased little and often, products and parts are produced on demand rather than mass-produced and stored. The labor of the Toyota production system is based on multi-skilling, worker flexibility, and nurtures a bond between educated and motivated employees and the company. The key elements of post-Fordist economic theory have their roots here. The most important contribution of the Italian post-Fordist re-equipment of Marxist economic theory is the concept of immaterial labor established by Maurizio Lazzarato and developed by Negri and Verno. Lazzarato defines immaterial labor as labor that produces the informational and cultural content of the commodity. 20 Negri, alone and in collaboration with Hart, defines immaterial labor, as Say did, either as that kind of labor that is immaterial, intellectual, affective, emotional, informational, or as the labor that produces a kind of product that is immaterial. His list reads: knowledge, information, communication, a relationship, or an emotional response. 21 Verno characterizes immaterial labor in deliberately sharp contrast with the desk-idled, standardist, and anonymous labor of the Fordist factory, as a virtuosic and linguistic performance with no end product, which again has its precedent in Say's observations on the immaterial labor of talented advocates, judges, and painters. Activities that have been part of leisure time should now be included in the economic sphere, Ziravko Kobe tells us, with the example of the dog walker as a post-Fordist immaterial laborer. The principal breakthrough in post-Fordism is that it has placed language into the workplace. 22 says Verno. Bifo identifies the post-Fordist worker as the cognitarian. If the unskilled factory worker was the standard bearer of labor in Marxist and Fordist thinking, the new economy pushed a very different character to the fore, namely the educated and highly skilled, perhaps even talented, freelance worker in audiovisual production, advertising, fashion, the production of software, photography, cultural activities, and so forth. 23 While Fordism brought the private life of the worker under the scrutiny, control and organization of the paternal productive capitalist, actively constructing a productive character for the worker, post-Fordism extends work into leisure, spare time, domesticity, intimate interactions, and personality, profiting from unpaid work that is impossible to separate from paid work. As Verno says, the dividing line between labor and non-labor disintegrates in post-Fordism. Immaterial labor is not only harder for the capitalist to break down and reorganize, it is harder for the worker to identify and therefore to separate work from everyday life, making it impossible to clock off. This is why, in Tronti's words, the changed conditions of contemporary work are fragmentation, dispersion, individualization, precarization. 24 Wolfgang Haug doubts whether the concept of immaterial labor can be stretched beyond its original referent to the students who occupied their universities when the heterodox Italian left first identified this movement as the new subject of social change. This was the birth hour of post-workerism. It declared that students are immaterial workers and then expanded this concept to include ever more groups. 25 This expansion, Haug argues, gets out of hand. Negri, along with other Italian post-workerists, he says, never tires of using immaterial labor as a collect-all concept for all post-Fordist labor. 26 It might be politically expedient to call students immaterial laborers, to place students in the place of the working class without them actually, materially, having to become wage laborers, but it is not at all clear that labor can be considered immaterial except as a vague and inaccurate category. Lazaretto, in fact, abandoned the term that he coined precisely because distinguishing between the material and the immaterial was a theoretical complication we were never able to resolve. 27 The concept of immaterial labor appears, in fact, to be an oxymoron. Ideas about the specific kinds of work to be included under this concept immaterial labor are hazy and shifting. 28 According to Sean Sayers, effective labor, which includes hospitality, caring, legal work and entertainment, is meant to have an immaterial result, manipulating feelings rather than raw materials, but Sayers points out that while none of these activities is primarily aimed at creating a material product, they are formative activities nonetheless. 29 That is to say, they bring about real changes in the world, not just changes to the way people think and feel. What is more, Sayers reminds us, Marx had a dialectical understanding of labor in which all immaterial labor necessarily involves material activity and all material labor is immaterial in the sense that it alters not only the material worked upon but also subjectivity and social relations. 30. Sayers concludes, there is no clear distinction between material and immaterial labor. 31 The claim that contemporary work is immaterial and the related claim that Marxist economics and politics, which post-Fordists characterize as having a productivist bias, needs to be rethought as a result, is not borne out by a close reading of Marx. Sayers responds to the post-Fordist theory of immaterial labor with a thorough analysis of Marx's differentiated theory of labor. Sayers identifies four kinds of labor in Marx: direct appropriation, such as fishing, agriculture, such as breeding animals, craft and industry, including the skilled transformation of raw materials, and universal work, such as administration. Is immaterial labor an additional type of labor not included in the four kinds of labor theorized by Marx? Sayers subjects the two most promising versions of immaterial labor, symbolic and effective labor, to a Marxist examination. Symbolic labor, which is primarily intellectual or linguistic, 32 does not directly produce an object, but it remains material, according to Sayers, for two strongly related reasons. First, it involves making marks on paper, agitating the air and making sounds, creating electronic impulses in a computer system or whatever. 33 Second, it is formative and has material effects. Sayers therefore turns the accusation of productivism against the advocates of immaterial labor, explaining that their error is to imagine that immaterial symbolic work has no material result and that only work which directly creates a tangible material product, like industry or craft, is formative activity. 34 For Marxist economics, the quality or type of labor does not in itself determine its relation to the mode of production. Intellectual, symbolic, affective, and cultural labor is wage labor or not according to the social relations of production. A worker who sells their labor occupies a different place in capitalist social relations from a worker who sells her product. So-called immaterial labor either produces surplus value or not according to whether a capitalist mediates between the consumer and the producer. Lazaretto argues that post-Fordism's immaterial labor in the information economy achieves its aims without distinguishing between productive and unproductive labor. 35 Post-Fordist theory, therefore, seeks to deconstruct the division between productive and non-productive activity. 36 This overlaps with the feminist critique of Marx's concept of productive labor that casts reproductive domestic labor as unproductive. Marina Vishmet is among those, like Silvia Federici, who question Marx's analysis by arguing that housework, caring and effective labor was always directly productive insofar as it was producing labor power, and as such was directly inscribed in the circuits of capitalist value production. 37 Federici says, the body has been for women in capitalist society what the factory has been for male-waged workers, the primary ground of their exploitation and resistance. 38 Federici's study of the transformation of the social relations of production, showing that the rise of capitalism was coeval with a war against women confining women to reproductive work. 39 has made an important contribution to the social history of the transition to capitalism and the politics of labor. There is no doubt that the material and immaterial labor of rearing children who later become productive wage laborers is necessary for the reproduction of capitalism. Unwaged reproductive labor is not unproductive in every sense of the word. Marx's concept of necessary labor refers to the reproduction of labor, but this is entirely a question of the exchange value of labor's reproduction, whereas reproductive labor is best understood as the use value of the reproduction of labor. Insofar as workers appear as use values to capitalists, mothers can be said to produce use values. But this does not discredit the Marxist division between productive and unproductive labor, which refers exclusively to the production of profit. Children become wage laborers from which surplus value is derived, but they also add to the numbers of the unemployed, to the unproductive labor force of the administration, army, education institutions, and so forth. Capitalists have mothers too. No capitalist makes a profit merely from the existence of potential wage laborers, but only, as Marx says, by putting them to work. More importantly, though, regardless of the potential surplus value that might be derived from the products of child rearing, insofar as no capitalist draws surplus value from this activity, it is, in the Marxist sense, unproductive, of profit. When child care is commercialized and industrialized, so that parents pay professionals to look after their children, then the situation changes. Professional childminders are paid to care for children. If these workers derive their pay directly from the consumers of their labor, then they are also strictly speaking unproductive laborers, but if they are employed by an agency that profits from their labor, then they are productive of profit and are productive laborers. The deconstruction or supersession of the distinction between productive and unproductive labor cannot be achieved by claiming that certain practices are productive of something even if they do not produce surplus value. Nor is so-called immaterial labor somehow independent of the categories of productive and unproductive labor because it is informational or effective. The qualities of the labor are irrelevant to the question of whether it produces surplus value or not. Economically, the of language into the workplace does not alter the relationship between capital, wages, and profit. At the very beginning of the Italian post-Fordist reimagining of the Marxist analysis of contemporary capitalism, Panzieri picked up on a remark made by Marx in Notebooks 6 and 7, written in 1858, published in 1953 as the Grundrisse and translated into Italian in 1968-70. Marx concludes a short section on the contradiction between the foundation of bourgeois production and its development. Machines etc. with the following paragraph. Nature builds no machines, no locomotives, railways, electric telegraphs, self-acting mules etc. These are products of human industry, natural material transformed into organs of the human will over nature, or of human participation in nature. They are organs of the human brain, created by the human hand, the power of knowledge, objectified. The development of fixed capital indicates to what degree general social knowledge has become a direct force of production, and to what degree, hence, the conditions of the process of social life itself have come under. 325 Art and Post-Fordism. The control of the general intellect and been transformed in accordance with it. To what degree the powers of social production have been produced, not only in the form of knowledge, but also as immediate organs of social practice, of the real-life process. 40. Panzieri initiated the post-Fordist fascination with this passage as early as 1961, in which the concept of general intellect is identified with the new form of capitalism and the transition from capitalism to communism. General intellect refers to the exponential increase of the ratio of generally accessible knowledge in social production, for Marx, primarily as it is embodied in machines. But Negri's extensive and detailed reading 41 of the Grundrisse in the 1970s, published as Marx Beyond Marx in 1991, makes no mention of the general intellect even though it devotes a chapter to the study of the fragment on machines. Although Negri eventually came to characterize post-Fordism as the regime of the general intellect, it was not until 1990, in the first issue of Lago Commune, that the Italian heterodox left put the concept at the heart of their project. Since then, Haug says, the expression general intellect has functioned as one of the main identifying terms of post-workerism. 42 Verno formulates his conception of general intellect in terms of the distinction between common places and special places, which he borrows from Aristotle. Verno says the distribution of common and special places has recently been radically reconfigured. Today, he says, the special places of discourse and of argumentation are perishing and dissolving, while immediate visibility is being gained by the common places, or by generic logical linguistic forms which establish the pattern for all forms of discourse. 43 What this means is that the life of the mind becomes, in itself, public. Intellectual activity has taken on an exterior, collective, social character and has become the true mainspring of the production of wealth. 44 What Verno envisages is a multitude of thinkers. 45 Bifo locates the concept of the general intellect alongside and against the theory of the intellectual in Marxist political theory from Lenin through Gramsci to the post-operists. Lenin, he says, allocated the role of class leadership to the intellectuals in the party, while Gramsci complexified this with his concept of hegemony that required the seizure of power to engage in a process of the transformation of culture and values. But Gramsci remained fundamentally attached to an idea of the intellectual as an unproductive figure, Bifo says, not quite accusing Gramsci of believing that all intellectuals are unproductive laborers. For Bifo, the advent of the Internet accomplishes a technically decisive shift in the social relations of intellectual labor that Marx had anticipated in the Grundrisse, with the concept of general intellect. Borrowing a phrase from Marazzi, Zizek says, the possibility of the privatization of the general intellect was something Marx never envisaged. 46 The privatization of general intellect consists, among other things, of the now familiar phenomenon in which workers individually pay for the cost of training for the benefit of their employers. The result is not, as Marx seems to have expected, the self-dissolution of capitalism, but the gradual relative transformation of the profit generated by the exploitation of labor power into rent appropriated through the privatization of this very general intellect. Point 47. In this theory, the general intellect is not simply a component of the means of production, like skill or raw materials, it is a new mode of production itself, what Panzieri called neocapitalism, and therefore post-Fordism is the epoch of the general intellect. As Giannoli says. Point 48. Knowledge becomes general at the same time that it becomes central to the economy. Point 49. Hart and Negri claim that immaterial production has an anti-capitalist character itself, thereby divorcing the new economy's network of effective relations from the real subsumption of labor. Point 50. Verno distills this argument about the general intellect in the paradoxical idea of the communism of capital. Point 51. Thus Verno captures the dialectical character of a concept derived from Marx's speculation about how social production will develop within and beyond capitalism, but applied to capitalism in the era of neoliberalism. Toscano interprets the post-operaist theory of the general intellect as an articulation of the intensification of economic value extraction, referring to the theory as an extension of exploitation to the whole social field, in a kind of biopolitical hyper-exploitation. Point 52. The politics of the general intellect appears to belong to both extremes of optimistic anti-capitalism and pessimistic intensification of exploitation. The key to decoding its politics, and the relationship between art and the general intellect, I want to say, is to be found in an economic analysis. Marx used the phrase general intellect just once. Nevertheless, Haug traces its use alongside an array of similar terms such as general social labor, general scientific labor, the general productive forces of the human brain, general powers of the human head, general social knowledge and the general state of science and the progress of technology. Point 53. Marx coins the term general intellect within an analysis of the unfolding dialectic of the application of science to capitalist production, which begins as an account of prevailing conditions from which is extrapolated the emancipatory potential of general social knowledge and intellect. Point 54. Initially, science confronts the worker as an alien power of the machine, but the enormous increase in scientific and technical knowledge, on which the capitalist mode of production depends, proceeds beyond the limit of capitalism. Marx proposes that scientific and technical knowledge will be able to provide social wealth in abundance, in which case surplus labor becomes marginal to social production and the precondition for capitalism dissolves. Mechanization and automation, which enter the historical stage as the embodiment of the capitalist rationalization of production at the expense of the subjective element of labor, the degradation of work, also prove to be the enemy of the capitalist. Economically, although mechanization and other measures increase the ratio of profit to wages, thereby increasing relative surplus value, the increased ratio of constant capital to variable capital is the basis of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, and potentially liberates the worker. The Marx of the Grundrisse pays attention to tendencies and inquiries into empirical signs on which latent possibilities can be read, says Haug, adding, even if he sees that the scientific technical deployment of natural processes remains blocked by class antagonistic strategies and by private strategies that compete against one another in the marketplace, which create a regime of secrecy concerning technical knowledge, and which exclude others from its use, he also sees therein the objective possibility of a control in the sense of the general intellect. Point 55. Capitalism socializes production without socializing ownership and decision-making, and the same obstacle confronts the emergence of the general intellect in which, for instance, knowledge which previously belonged to an elite is embodied in smart technologies. Digital cameras can produce technically competent images without the user having any expertise in focal length, apertures, shutter speeds, and so on, which had previously kept photography under the monopoly of a minority of professionals and amateur photography buffs. In the light of this example, the debate over the general intellect, it seems to me, turns on whether digital cameras, 1. bring about the communism of photography, and image production in general, 2. multiply the production of imagery by establishing a mass market for the means of production of images. 3. Replace individuals, such as photographers paid to take family portraits, with branded goods, Nikon, for instance, that outsource production. The owners of cameras take the pictures themselves, or, 4. The technological precondition for the extraction of profits from the circulation of images by social network websites, news corporations, and so on. But there is another theoretical pillar that must be introduced in the discussion of the general intellect. The standard account of the general intellect today follows Vercellion's 3 periods of capitalism. In this reading, a period of mercantilist capitalism, in which only formal subsumption is possible, is followed by a second phase, industrial capitalism, in which labor is disciplined, desk-iled, routinist, and degraded. Fordism is the apogee of the epoch of the real subsumption of labor. The third period Vercellion calls the crisis of the Fordist model that he calls cognitive capitalism. Post-Fordism is the third stage of capitalism in which unskilled manual labor is replaced with the general intellect. 56 This third stage of capitalism is based on a shift, according to Vercellion, from profit to rent. Without distinguishing between ground rent, differential rent, and absolute rent, Vercellion contextualizes the post-Fordist theory of rent by setting it off from both the labor theory of value and the labor theory of rent. He is particularly critical of the argument that rent is a parasitic, pre-capitalist, and unproductive form of profit, which Vercellion ascribes exclusively to Marx. 57 However, the argument that rent is parasitic derives from Ricardo, not Marx, although Marx appears sometimes to take sides with Ricardo and sometimes to deviate from this position. Gramsci's disapproval of the rentier class is probably the displaced signified of the explicit antipathy to Marx's imputed blindness to the productive role of finance. Indeed, Gramsci's hatred of the rentier class is turned on its head by the post-Fordist affirmation of rent as a productive force. Post-Fordist theorists like Vercellion suggest that Marx misperceives rent due to the labor theory of value. It is true that rent produces no new value, but rent has a role within the capitalist mode of production. Even consumptive rent, rent paid by the consumers of goods and services such as homes and cars, converts part of revenue into profit. Productive rent, rent paid by capitalists as an overhead, can reduce startup costs, reduce risk, and increase liquidity. Canceling a rental agreement can occur without finding a new purchaser to take goods off your hands. Rental payments are not parasitic and rent as revenue is not parasitic, either. Consumptive rent, which is drawn from revenue, is converted into capital. Although it does not produce new value, it redistributes wealth to landowners, typically, from the poorer to the richer, from the worker to the capitalist, and thereby converts revenue for purchasing necessities into revenue for purchasing luxuries or to be used as capital investment. Not only does rent therefore play an important role in stimulating effective demand 58 but it returns money to the capitalist class. Vercellion chooses Napoleone as the source of his definition of rent, the revenue that the owner of certain goods receives as a consequence of the fact that these goods are, or become, available in scarce quantities. Marazzi quotes Quesnay's definition of rent and makes a passing reference to Ricardo. He does not invoke Marx's concept of differential rent or Mondel's concepts of cartel rent or technological rent. Vercellion quotes Marx throughout his discussion of rent, but only to show his errors. When he wants to provide a definition of rent or some other reliable information, he quotes others. What both agree is that the becoming rent of profit is based on a twin crisis of the labor theory of value and the industrial mode of production. Hart and Negri develop Vercellion's thesis, explaining why rent has become the paradigmatic economic instrument of neoliberalism and its regimes of financialization 59 by linking rent to externalities. Hart and Negri illustrate their point with the example of real estate. Since the fluctuating value of real estate depends on externalities, Hart and Negri argue that they are not the result of productive labor. Rent, they say, is not determined by labor but is primarily determined by externalities. 60 Positive externalities are the labor of others, of course, but they go unremunerated or at least are enjoyed for free by the beneficiary. Hart and Negri, therefore, claim that externalities are the labor of the commons. It is with the externalities of the commons in mind that Hart and Negri say, in the contemporary networks of biopolitical production, the extraction of value from the common is increasingly accomplished without the capitalist intervening in its production. Point 61 But how is Hart and Negri's rent realized? Who pays the rent? And what is the process by which value is extracted from the privatization of the general intellect, or the common? How are the use values in their list of positive externalities, playgrounds, cultural institutions, intellectual forums, peaceful social relations, and so on, converted into exchange values or rent? To what kind of theory of rent do Vercellone, Marazzi, Hart, and Negri, Zizek and others subscribe? What Vercellone appears to believe is that post-Fordist rent can be produced or extracted by itself. Rent separate from production is possible, of course, and consumers regularly pay such rents on houses, cars, bowling alleys, telephone services, and so on. If Vercellone is basing his economics of post-Fordism on consumptive rent rather than productive rent, though, then this causes problems for his claim that rent is the new form of value production. Vercellone objects to the idea that rent is pre-capitalist, so we need to distinguish between the pre-capitalist and capitalist versions of consumptive rent. Capitalism introduces new forms of rent but also reconfigures previous forms of rent. In the case of consumptive rent before capitalism, prices are not set by self-regulated competitive markets, but custom, power, and the like. In the case of productive rent before capitalism, agricultural workers who are tenants of the landowner pay rent, either in money, a portion of the harvest, or through working part of the week cultivating products for the landlord, in the form of a surplus which can always be expressed as unpaid labor. Within capitalism, ground rent can be paid, for instance, by a capitalist farmer to a landowner, for the right to invest his capital in this specific sphere of production. Point 62 Scarcity, though more specifically, monopoly, is a prerequisite of ground rent, but it is not the source of value or rent. Rent and the value of land develops with the market for the products of the soil. 63 Marx says, although capital is objectified in land through fertilization and so on, ground rent is not the interest paid on this fixed capital. Since the earth is not a product of labor and therefore has no value. 64 The price of land, Marx says, is nothing but the capitalized income from the lease of the land. Point 65 Ground rent is paid for the use of the land. Point 66 Hence, it is within this argument about the relation between rent and labor that Marx reiterates the classical theory of exceptionalism with the significant innovation that he does not speak of the fancy prices of antiques and works of art, but the fact that they have no value. Point 67 Rent, for Marx, derives principally from things that have no value. In addition, the concept of differential rent explains the process by which super profits can be made through monopolies or structural scarcity in which the highest price of production becomes the average price, therefore allowing the most cost-efficient producers to earn profit on top of surplus value. Monopoly rent is the difference between the value and the price of goods that are overpriced due to blockages in competition. Monopoly ownership cannot demand R without having to bother with C plus V plus S. Monopoly super profits, including cartel rent, derive from a blockage on competitiveness in which several formally competing firms agree to unify prices so that the company among them with the lowest productivity can realize the socially average rate of profit. Cartel rent is only one kind of monopoly super profit, though. Single monopolies of specific sectors of the economy and oligopolistic markets, for instance, have their own distinctive mechanisms for generating super profits. Post-Fordist economics puts these differences aside. As we already noted in Chapter 3, the concept of differential rent, which Ricardo introduced and Marx completed, was the point of departure of the marginal theories of value which, in the second half of the 19th century, challenged the labor theory of value. Point 68 It was a theory of rent that ousted the labor theory of value in the marginal revolution. This event is echoed in the post-Fordist theory of the becoming rent of profit and therefore carries within it the context of pre-Fordist neoclassicism. The problem is not that the heterodox left might be drawing on bourgeois economics, but that they are repeating old mistakes. In effect, the attempt to drive out talk about the relationship between labor and value with a generalist theory of rent is not just an utterly conservative gesture that sits snugly within the mainstream economic tradition, it is a repetition of errors long since diagnosed. Mondel's criticism of marginal theory is eerily prescient to the current discussion. It is a mistake to transform the specific theory of ground rent into a general theory of value. 69 According to Mondel, this project is based on two errors. First, it leaves out the special conditions of property in land which give rise to ground rent. 72nd, it leaves out the different institutional conditions that govern ownership of land, ownership of capital and ownership of labor power, respectively. 71 These special conditions and differences in forms of ownership must still be taken into account, even though, as Mondel says in a footnote, and in a later chapter, a mechanism comparable to that of ground rent regulates monopoly. Profit in the present phase mid-1970s of capitalism. 72 Rent in post-Fordism is the augmented return of money capital to money capital without an active or direct role in production. This theory is not borne out by the economic analysis of cognitive labor. Data workers, speaker laborers, cognitarians, affective workers, immaterial laborers, virtuoso workers, and the whole of the precariat is either waged labor paid for by productive capital or it is not. A call center with a contract for the outsourced customer services department of a bank consists of productive laborers whose aggregate pay is below the agreed fee for the service acquired by the bank. The surplus value of speaker laborers, therefore, is derived according to the same formula as obtains for all productive capital. Any income drawn from the privatization of digital space is rent paid from advertising budgets. Companies who advertise pay the landlord a rental payment for using a space for a given period of time. Rent is also paid by Internet users. Charges paid to telephone companies for Internet access can be called rent, but these monies do not arrive in the accounts of the software companies. The small percentage of a transaction on eBay that goes to the Internet host can be called rent, too. However, post-Fordist theory conflates the payments made by companies to advertise on the net with the non-paying and unpaid activities of users, and confuses the unpaid production of IKEA customers in assembling their furniture with the allegedly value-creating activity of someone updating their status on Facebook. Marazzi says, today's rent is subsumable to profit precisely in virtue of financialization processes themselves. 73 There is no doubt that finance capital and merchant capital have gained considerable advantages over productive capital, but it is, at best, an exaggeration to conclude that capitalism is no longer based on the extraction of value from productive labor. If finance capital and merchant capital take a greater proportion of the surplus value than productive capital from productive labor, including the surplus value used to fund advertising campaigns on Web 2.0 platforms, this in no way undermines the labor theory of value. 74 The tendency for companies to be run according to the principles of downsize and distribute is evidence of a shift in power, partly economic and partly political or ideological, from productive capital to finance capital, embodied in shareholder value, but it in no way cancels the value production of workers in companies that now prefer to distribute their surplus value as revenue to shareholders rather than using profits as capital in the retain and reinvest model. Similarly, the separation of ownership and control, in which companies are managed by salaried executives, with stock options, on behalf of shareholders, does not alter the source of surplus value. It is true that finance permeates from the beginning to the end the circulation of capital, and also that every productive act and every act of consumption is directly or indirectly tied to finance. 75 It is undeniable that debt and credit have come to define the production and exchange of goods according to a speculative logic. 76 But no evidence can be found for asserting that the domination of finance in contemporary capitalism transforms the use value of goods into Veritable potential financial assets that generate surplus value. 77 Profits can be made through financial transactions and through circulation, but value cannot be added by either of these forms of capitalist accumulation. More money is withdrawn from circulation than is thrown into it by interest-bearing capital and merchant capital, and in recent decades these have been more profitable than investing in industry, but these facts obscure what is distinctive about capitalism. Lazaretto, famous for devising the concept of immaterial labor and then renouncing it, has followed Marazzi's theory of debt. Just as Negri turns to the Grundrisse to conjure up a Marx beyond Marx, and the early workerists detected the seeds of post-Fordism within Marx's previously neglected fragment on machines, Lazaretto does not confront the 3 volumes of Capital directly in his attempt to surpass them. Like his predecessors, Lazaretto digs up an obscure text by the early Marx that appears to outstrip the mature Marx in its articulation of contemporary themes, challenging the central tenets of Marxist economics by drawing on its periphery. From the Paris manuscripts of 1844, Lazaretto alights on the discussion of credit and debt in Marx's notes on James Mill. What Lazaretto finds in these notes is a Nietzschean Deleuze Marx quite at odds with the Marx of Capital. 78 Debt produces a specific morality, Lazaretto says, therefore the Nietzschean knotting together of economics and morality appears to Lazaretto as a strong methodology for interrogating contemporary capitalism. The economy seems to have become Nietzschean. 79 Which is why, for Lazaretto, it is preferable for Marx to become Nietzschean. Debt is not as anomalous as Lazaretto suggests. Lazaretto exaggerates Marx's interest in the ethics of debt, which takes up a very small proportion of the notes on James Mill, and he proceeds as if the special case of consumer debt can be applied to all forms of credit. In order to make his point, Lazaretto neglects the ethics of labor independent of debt relations, the contemporary version of which is the ideology of the unemployed as shirkers who live off what politicians like to call hard-working families. Lazaretto's Nietzschean Deleuze Marx is not as wayward as the sociologist based in Paris would have us believe. In his notes on James Mill, Marx distinguishes between 2 types of credit, credit between 2 capitalists, which we can call productive credit, and credit between a capitalist and a worker, which is an example of consumer credit. Since the former is advanced for interest based on projected profits, the decision to give such loans is based entirely on economic calculations and therefore is not based on the ethical judgment of the debtor. It is only with consumer debt that the reliability and industriousness of the debtor is taken into account. In cases of consumer debt, Marx argues that the personality of the borrower is at stake, but for lending between capitalists it is only the finances of the capitalist that are assessed. The development of credit scores has almost eliminated this aspect of consumer debt, but Lazaretto prefers to attach debt to character nonetheless. Dave Graeber, in his extensive anthropological study of debt, also connects debt with morality but in a richer and more differentiated way than Lazaretto. Debt in pre-capitalist societies, he says, was indistinguishable from morality insofar as those societies were based on mutual aid. The best way to understand how debt worked in such societies is to think about the unpayable debt owed to a parent or to one's ancestors. Debt, in such circumstances, can never be paid. The idea of calculating what one owes to one's parents and then squaring accounts, A.D. Graeber says, is tantamount to ending your relationship with them. Payment is the ending of a social relationship. Debt, on the other hand, is the acknowledgement of sociality, mutuality and dependence in the context of primitive communism. Debt is not immoral or synonymous with guilt, Graeber points out, but is the very basis of society and morality. Nietzsche, Deleuze, and Guattari and Lazaretto do not adequately recognize the sheer difference of the concept of debt in pre-capitalist societies compared with debt today. Graeber gives a different picture of pre-market society. The refusal to calculate credits and debits can be found through the anthropological literature on egalitarian hunting societies, 81, in which the hunter insisted that being truly human meant refusing to make such calculations, refusing to measure or remember who had given what to whom. 82 Deleuze and Guattari take Marcel Mauss to task using Nietzsche's philosophy to question Mauss's anthropology. It all makes perfect sense if you start from Nietzsche's initial premise. The problem is that the premise is insane. 83 Graeber argues that Nietzsche knew the premise was insane. It was the premise of bourgeois philosophy and political economy. Nietzsche, he says, was showing them their own insanity. This is not what Deleuze and Guattari or Lazaretto do with Nietzsche. Deleuze and Guattari say Nietzsche's genealogy is superior to Mauss because it interprets primitive society in terms of debt, in the debtor-creditor relationship by eliminating every consideration of exchange. Lazaretto, effectively, peddles a version of this argument. Money is first of all debt. Money, Lazaretto says. Debt, in its capacious and hybrid sense, precedes money. In fact, we might say that debt, as gift exchange within primitive communism, is the form of mutual ownership and communal exchange in which money has no role. Money is introduced for acts of exchange with other groups, not within the community itself, and here, money is not connected with debt but with settling up. Money allows strangers, including enemies, to have no relationship with one another. It ends negotiations, obligations, and sociality. In this sense, money is right from the start the opposite of debt. Money replaces debt, gift exchange, and the commons by paying for goods instantly. Lazaretto does not theorize the relationship between debt and money in this way. He assumes, rather, that debt always stands in for money and for the kind of calculable transactions that money serves, even before money. Debt is finance from the point of view of the debtor, Lazaretto claims, while interest is finance from the point of view of creditors. This reads as a political rationale for a theory of debt in preference to the various current theories of financialization, and it is welcome on that account, but given that Lazaretto asserts everyone is a debtor, including the rentiers living off interest and dividends, the politics is an empty formal commitment. And, in fact, Lazaretto repels the critique of finance, financiers, and the rentier class. Finance should not be opposed to the so-called real economy, he says, taking sides temporarily with neoliberalism against the Keynesians in rejecting the association of finance with wasteful and dangerous speculation, parasitism, and rent. His target is the alleged productivism of the Marxist analysis of the production of surplus value through the exploitation of surplus labor. In fact, the theory of finance as parasitic derives from Ricardo and was revived by Lenin, Gramsci, and Keynes. Marx, as Lazaretto concedes despite also accusing Marx of productivism, did not underestimate the function of finance within the capitalist mode of production. Marx understood that consumer debt puts wages back in the pockets of capitalists and therefore makes them available as capital again, and also that producer debt increases the rate of accumulation and the rate of the reproduction of the means of production. There are serious flaws in the post-Fordist theory of debt, and there is no reason to believe that the proposed eclipse of the labor theory of value is called for by it. We need to widen our scope. Post-Fordism has also developed what is known as the social factory argument. Very early on, in fact, Tronti had drawn on Lukács's concept of reification to establish his theory of the social factory, in which life itself undergoes the process of real subsumption. While this theory follows the pattern set by Lukács's theory of reification, it appears to be more feasible because of the apparent economic changes in the post-Fordist era. Reification illicitly applies the analysis of the real subsumption of labor under capital to non-labor, in particular to art and culture, but the social factory bases the real subsumption of life on the absence of the real subsumption of labor. Nevertheless, the process of the real subsumption of life is modeled on the real subsumption of labor by capital. The idea appears to be that non-labor and non-productive activities, in fact, everything other than productive labor, have adopted the techniques, processes and ideology of the factory. In art, of course, artists use industrial technologies, the division of labor and other measures, and artists take on the subjective mannerisms of entrepreneurs even when their studios are not factories and they do not engage in capitalist commodity production. Households are run efficiently to the clock, families coordinate their activities with an online spreadsheet, Precariety describes intimate relations and not just industrial ones. Popular nutritional experts instruct individuals to treat their bodies like machines that they must manage. Popular music and dance become as rationalized as the robotized workplace, and so on and so forth. It is evident that elements of the capitalist mode of production leak out of production and enter social life. If I can assume that my economic critique of reification in particular and Western Marxist theories of art's commodification, culture industry, and spectacle generally demonstrated that the cultural associations between art and capitalism do not count as an argument that art has economically been converted to the capitalist mode of production, then I can dispense with the social factory argument swiftly. That is to say, just as Lukács was in error by concluding that reification was the totalization of the capitalist mode of production, the post-Fordist theorists of the real subsumption of life are in error by concluding that the general adoption of capitalist techniques in non-capitalist activities is, in fact, the extension of capitalism, not just its technologies, processes, materials and knowledge. Art which looks like capitalist production, or consciously imitates it, is not therefore capitalist. Post-Fordism also argues that new technologies have brought about new modes of value production that Marx did not foresee. Consider Web 2.0. Profits are made from the use of data produced by the users of Facebook and other digital interfaces, but post-Fordist theories of the general intellect wrongly ascribe this profit to rent, overstate the economic novelty of this, exaggerate the negative implications this has for the labor theory of value, and erroneously conclude that users are therefore productive of value in the act of consumption. This last error is behind Vercellion's argument that the general intellect is the sublation of the real subsumption of labor to capital. 84 If rent can be drawn from the consumption activities of the general intellect, then the real subsumption of labor is no longer necessary. The extraction of surplus value from labor power is no longer required, and the real subsumption of labor by capital becomes unnecessary. The sublation of real subsumption, found in Vercellion and elsewhere, argues that real subsumption is redundant, whereas the social factory argument claims that real subsumption is everywhere. What both share is the marginalization or elimination of the significance of the real subsumption of labor under capital. If either of these arguments is justified, then it is possible that art's economic exceptionalism, too, is a thing of the past. As capitalism has managed to bring everything under its spell. The new model for art's incorporation by capitalism, then, is not capitalist commodity production but the non-productive activity of social and cultural intercourse. Rather than the capitalist mode of production serving as the model for understanding the economics of art, therefore, it seems as if the free labor, precariety and cognitive exchanges of art are being used as a model for understanding how contemporary capitalism produces value. If art is economically exceptional, and moreover if this exceptionalism is understood as artists not being capitalist commodity producers, then it is a poor model for understanding capitalism, albeit of a post-Fordist variety. Art would be a powerful model for understanding non-capitalist production, perhaps, but post-Fordism is not post-capitalism even if it is the communism of capital. Does the post-Fordist theory of rent challenge the economic exceptionalism of art? If art is exceptional to capitalist commodity production, perhaps it is not exceptional to post-Fordist rent extraction? Is an example of the immaterial becoming rent of profit the $45,500 sale of 4 sheets of steel accompanied by an authenticating certificate signed by Carl André? Seen through the lens of differential rent, and thereby the process through which prices are set at the highest of all competing prices, allocating to the more efficient producers the benefit of super profits, or profits over and above average surplus value, the fancy prices of artworks might appear to be costs of production plus rent. If so, which kind of rent? Monopoly rent, cartel rent, technology rent, differential rent? Since it is clear that the price of André's steel is not set by the highest of his competitors, then it is not cartel rent, at least. And since the sale of the work was made through an auction house, the price does not conform to the standard pattern of monopoly rent in which the seller determines the price independent of market forces. In fact, none of the available specific theories of rent explain the high prices of artworks. If art was economically exceptional between the rise of the Industrial Revolution and the disintegration of Fordism in the 1960s, there is still a case to be answered whether art remains economically exceptional in the post-Fordist period of alleged immaterial labor, the rise of the cognitariat, the replacement of security with precariety, and the development of semio-capitalism. For art to remain economically exceptional, it would have to separate itself not from the processes of industrialization, descaling, automation and the assembly line, but immaterial labor, precariety, cognitive labor, and the creative processes of creative capitalism. According to Boltanski and Chiapello, the new spirit of capitalism incorporated much of the artistic critique that flourished at the end of the 1960s 85, which has led to the economically rather marginal domain of cultural enterprises not only being brought into commodity production but also becoming the model for a new kind of business in which managers develop skills approximate to those of the artist, using intuition to sniff out opportunities that correspond to their own desires. 86 Pascal Gillin arrives at the same conclusion from the opposite direction, so to speak, saying many artists can probably identify to a large extent with the immaterial worker. 87 He explains. For the artist too, working hours are not neatly 9 to 5, and constant demands are made on forthcoming good ideas, on potential. And since the undermining of the craft side of creativity, at least in the contemporary visual arts, the artist has come to depend on communication, linguistic virtuosity, and the performance of his ideas. 88. He argues, in fact, that the modern art world has been a social laboratory for immaterial labor, and thus for post-Fordism. 89 So, it appears, art is no longer regarded as the antidote to capitalist accumulation but as a formula for success in business. Artistic labor has gone from being anomalous to capitalism in its desciled and alienated Fordist variant, to being the very model of work for post-Fordist capitalism. Business managers have identified artistic labor as precisely the kind of labor for which the creative, innovative, dynamic, committed company yearns. Art and artistic labor, it seems, are no longer marginal to the most advanced techniques of capitalist production, as they were when mechanization prevailed, but epitomize a mode of production that depends on virtuosity, innovation, and autonomy. How can art be economically exceptional with regard to an economy based on the model of art? If it is true that the post-Fordist economy is characterized by flexibility, mobility, language, communication, precariety, information, culture, immaterial labor, and virtuosity, then there is certainly a prima facie case for arguing that artistic labor is exemplary of post-Fordism, since artists have been working under conditions of precariety, virtuosity, and mobility for centuries. Artists have almost always lived precariously despite their attachment to the wealthy and their high social status. Artists are also steeped historically in the values of communication, inventiveness, and immaterial labor that Verneau stresses in his account of how the world works today in the information, service and cultural economies that are distinctive features of contemporary capitalism. Immaterial labor, like artistic labor, does not stop. Mobile phones, laptops, email, internet and other technologies allow work to extend into spaces and times previously set apart from work. Artists, who have always been advised to carry a sketchbook or notebook with them at all times, are very familiar with the dissolution of the division between work and non-work. Post-Fordism commodifies flexibility, creativity, networking and conviviality, thereby collapsing the critical difference between artistic labor and wage labor. Thus, whereas artists since the Renaissance have insisted that the division between labor and non-labor could not contain their commitment to art, this is not the best way to understand how post-Fordism has developed working practices that colonize everyday life, leisure, the domestic environment, private life, and friendship. Speaking about the technique he used to produce the work The Physical Impossibility of Death in the Mind of Someone Living, The Shark in Formaldehyde from 1991, Damien Hirst sounded like he was reading a script advertising a telephone company. The Shark, I got an idea that you can get anything over the phone. That's all there is. It's like a screen to hide behind. When you're on the phone there's just so much missing. I just suddenly thought, fuck it, you can get anything on the phone. I actually wondered if there was no limit to it. I wanted to do a shark and I thought, no, that's fucking impossible, you can't do that. I didn't go, let's go out and get a big fucking fishing rod and go and catch a shark. I thought, shit, you can get it over the phone. I went down to Billingsgate and I said to the guy, oh, can you get me a shark? And he said, oh yeah, any size you want. You can get me a 12-foot shark. Oh yeah. He told me how much it was per pound and I thought I'd worked it out. 0.90. There is some overlap, here, with post-Fordist technique, specifically the use of language in work, the focus on technology and the opposition between material labor, let's go out and get a big fucking fishing rod and go and catch a shark, and immaterial labor, shit, you can get it over the phone. Hirst's technique for this work is directly opposed to what post-Fordist theorists call productivism. Hirst is not the producer of the shark in the sense of the laborer who directly appropriates materials from nature. Hirst, not being the producer, is therefore, in the terms of classical Marxist economic analysis, occupying the role either of the capitalist or consumer, leaving to one side, for the moment, subdivisions within such roles like overseer, manager, and merchant. Hirst is either the capitalist or consumer, depending on whether the money he uses is revenue or capital. But this is not a straightforward convergence of conceptual art and cognitive capitalism. While the technology and methods that Hirst uses can be seen throughout the commercial sector of contemporary capitalism, from cold calling sales teams to telephone banking, the two processes are not economically the same. Hirst had worked for a telephone research agency and developed skills during that time which he later used in his work. 91 He raised money for the Frieze exhibition over the phone, too. But the difference between working for a research agency and being commissioned by Charles Saatchi for £50,000 to make an artwork is economically vital. Saatchi is not his employer, but his customer, and Saatchi does not purchase his labor, either as labor power or service, but the product of his, and others, labor, the shark. The transactions between Hirst, the shark catcher, various technicians and assistants, transit specialists and Saatchi do not belong to cognitive capitalism but to trade, craft, haulage, taxidermy and the purchase of luxury goods. Insofar as post-Fordism is characterized by outsourcing production and the dominance of merchant capital and finance capital over productive capital, Hirst's telephonic transaction can appear to be a striking example of cognitive capitalism. Profit is not derived from surplus labor since nobody is paid wages in any of these transactions, but profit is made in the process of circulation itself. The shark catcher is paid £4,000 out of the £50,000 fund. The difference between the two prices is not covered entirely by the additional expenditure on technicians, transit, and so on, but by the new status of the product as a work of art. Stuffed sharks in glass vitrines that are priced in a competitive market do not cost £50,000 to buy. But the apparent super profits enjoyed by Hirst and his dealer in this transaction is nothing compared with the $15 million price tag that the work eventually obtains. Again, the difference between the two prices of the artwork appears to conform to the description of cognitarians given by Bifo. They process information in order to give birth to goods and services. 92 Or the cognitarian is one who produces goods through the act of language. 93 The difference between a stuffed shark by Hirst and a stuffed shark worth a fraction of the amount by anyone else is symbolic, semiotic, authorized, certified. Of course, this particular shark has a shared history with Hirst, but the difference between this shark and another that has gone through the same process is not embodied in the product but in the information that accompanies it. We might even deploy another of Vercellion's motifs, saying profit, in this instance, is a form of rent drawn on the property of Hirst's authorship. But all of this amounts to nothing but an interpretation of Hirst's transactions according to post-Fordist theory, not an analysis of the economic exchanges in play. We could also read this episode through Griames's theory of narrative actance, but we would be no closer to understanding the relationship between the artist, the laborer, the collector, the galerist, and the viewer. The point is not to read the production of art through the texts of Marx's 3 volumes of Capital. Such a procedure would in all likelihood lead to the error of describing artworks in terms of the features of capitalist commodity production that Marx subjects to critique. What I have been trying to do, by contrast, is to ascertain whether the production and circulation of art actually conforms to any of the key theories and processes of the capitalist mode of production. Artists on average struggle to make a living, but the precarity of someone who has made sacrifices in order to produce the art that they choose is not equivalent to the precarity of the unskilled laborer holding down 2 or 3 part-time jobs just to stay above the bread line. Artists are creative laborers whose personality is performed in a virtuoso display, but this is not equivalent to the fast food worker who is instructed by her employer to add personal details to her uniform because the marketing department believes that this will add to the customer experience. Artists tend to continue with their work in some way when they leave the studio, by visiting galleries, reading theory, attending conferences, hanging out at private views, networking with critics and curators, taking notes, making sketches, or taking photographs of things that catch their attention, picking things up that might come in useful and so on, but this is not equivalent to the retail worker who is expected to work beyond their contracted hours in the shop, who is under pressure to retrain in their own time and at their own expense, and who comes up with ideas for products or display from which the shop owner ultimately profits. While artists might justifiably belong to the precariat, a close economic analysis of artistic precarity indicates that there are different levels of precarity, different intensities of precarity, and even different modes of precarity. Capitalism is a precarious system. The capitalist who ventures a fortune on a business enterprise can a close economic analysis of artistic precarity ruined by it. By and large, however, capitalists invest money over and above what they need to reproduce their own standard of living, and their precarity is a rather limited one. Some artists can be as poor as church mice, but for other more well-heeled artists, or artists cushioned from necessity by wealthy parents, their precarity, we might say, is more formal than real. Economic and social distinctions must be brought to the idea of precarity. The apparent convergence of post-Fordist techniques of labor and management with art, artistic labor, artistic practices, and the precarious lifestyle of artists has not been adequately scrutinized. The literature does not specify precisely what kind of convergence has taken place. Does art resemble key features of the post-Fordist economy, or is there a stronger relationship between them? Does art share technical, social, political, economic, or cultural characteristics with post-Fordism? Or, more strongly, does post-Fordism make profits from art today in a way that Fordism could not? If post-Fordism generates more profits from circulation and finance, is art more prone to capitalism in the new economy than ever before? Artists live precariously, and post-Fordism reintroduces precarity into the labor market. Are these two forms of precarity the same? Artists typically do not draw hard and fast lines between work and non-work, often having a second job which funds their work. Post-Fordist workers are encouraged or pressurized to continue working outside of the specified working day and to feel that their work is not just a job but is fulfilling activity for its own good. Are these forms of eradicating the distinction between work and non-work the same? Artists work flexibly and creatively, training and retraining with new skills, new ideas, and new technologies, adapting to changing conditions and responding to the latest developments, and post-Fordism requires the workforce to be flexible, to have ideas, to be open to change and to switch jobs or roles frequently. Most artists do not earn a living from the sale of their work and require second jobs, and post-Fordist workers are employed on temporary, casual contracts and therefore tend to have multiple jobs. Artists travel to distant parts of the world to put on exhibitions, taking opportunities as they arise, and post-Fordist labor is characterized by mobility and immigration, but surely these global movements of labor are not the same. Artists are not employed as wage laborers by productive capitalists, but merchant capitalists and finance capitalists can, nonetheless, make vast profits from the circulation of their works, and the post-Fordist labor market is made more precarious by requiring workers to be self-employed, casual, freelance, or even free, in the case of interns, which alienates workers from their rights and gives employers more liberty to hire and fire as the market demands. Each apparent convergence, I would suggest, is as indicative of the gulf between artist and the typical post-Fordist laborer as it signifies the centrality of art to post-Fordist capitalism. What is dubious about redescribing the cognitive labor of artists as a post-Fordist form of value production through semiotic transformation is that artworks had fancy prices derived from their symbolic status all along. Economically speaking, art is not post-Fordist, it is pre-industrial. The question of whether art remains economically exceptional when Fordism gives way to post-Fordism raises an important issue of periodization. Insofar as post-Fordism appears to generalize certain features of artistic labor and the social relations of art, and insofar as the economics of artistic production have not changed significantly since the Renaissance in some respects and since the 18th century in others, post-Fordism appears to coincide with the pre-industrial. What is more, the argument that post-Fordism calls the Marxist theory of labor into question should not be made on the assumption that Marx theorized Fordist capitalism. Marx did not live that long. The accusation of productivism conveniently glosses over the fact that the precarity of labor was clearly understood by Marx. It is also unacceptable to take the alleged immateriality of production in this way, as we have seen. Since capitalism was established through the mobility of workers and the displacement of agricultural laborers, it seems that post-Fordism could not claim that this was unheard of in Marx's times. Of course, digitalization, computerization, and robotization are novel processes, but the economic principles of revolutions in the mode of production through the of machinery and automation were at the heart of Marx's analysis of the capitalist mode of production. So, the case for the eradication of art's economic exceptionalism in post-Fordism due to economic novelties is not at all vivid. Having outlined the classical theory of art's economic exceptionalism, and pieced together several contenders for a neoclassical theory of art's economic exceptionalism, I have now provided a Marxist theory of art's economic exceptionalism from the capitalist mode of production that recent developments of post-Marxist theory, it seems to me, cannot dislodge. In the final chapter of this book I will test the arguments of this book against contemporary theories of art's relationship to economic imperatives that will allow a reconsideration of the conjunction of art and value. The confrontation between bureaucracy and free markets reappears in the discussion of art's funding time and time again. Abing, who is a portrait painter and an economics graduate, argues that the art market breeds market artists or business artists while the state breeds government artists. 1. A divide that runs right through art itself separates these two types of artist. While many people consider it a struggle between art and money, between aesthetic and economic value, between good and evil, the sacred and the worldly, the spiritual and the vulgar, it is basically the fight between different forms of power. The power to tell what is good and what is bad in the arts competes with purchasing power. 2. By referring to both human judgments and economic markets as powers. 3. Abing shies away from discussing the different procedures required for each. Judgments arising out of experience, conversation, and study appear to be a form of power equivalent to the legislative, coercive and administrative power of the state and the forces unleashed by economic exchanges operating through anonymous market mechanisms. Abing gives the impression that judgments are alien to individuals because they are social and institutional, whereas economic exchanges are both universal and individual. 4. As such, the bureaucratic interference with free markets is extended to appear as the interference with sovereign individuals per se. Similarly, the freedom to trade in a self-regulating market is extended to appear as the liberty of individuals per se. Such ideal individuals who meet in the marketplace appear to require no regulation, organization, or society whatsoever and, hence, the appearance of so-called cultural power or well-educated opinion is not welcome. Art and value are cemented together, for Abing, either through power or money. Abing does not exclude the whole range of mechanisms through which values are attached to art, but he categorizes them according to only two types. dialogue, persuasion, academic dispute, criticism, appreciation, historical research, philosophical speculation, and political critique are lumped together with doctrine, dogma, authorized opinion, promotional guff, jargon, catechism and orthodoxy. The point is not to add just one more category but to indicate a range of specific mechanisms, apparatuses, methods, and techniques that have different relations to power and emancipation from power, as well as markets and emancipation from markets. Armed with his dual system for categorizing values in art, Abing turns a deaf ear to what artists actually say about their relationship to markets. Abing collects a considerable amount of original anecdotal evidence to confirm that artists are suspicious of markets, not incentivized by financial rewards, and that they often make sacrifices, make losses and self-subsidies. He demonstrates that it is more typical for artists not to behave according to the model of rational economic calculations of financial self-interest. However, his interpretation of the data brings us directly back to a conception of the artist as a rational utility maximizer. What artists object to, he says, are the commercially successful artists who don't care about art at all, and are only interested in wealth and fame. 5 Artists do not appear to be opposed to the market as a corrupting influence on themselves, only on their competitors. Abing assumes that artists are, in fact, rational calculators of self-interest, but they lack information which leads to irrational choices. His aim, therefore, is to explain the basics of economics to artists so that they can make more rational choices. The first group I had in mind while writing this book is artists. The analysis will hopefully help them to develop a better understanding of their economic situation. 6 For instance, artists do not calculate their economic benefits in decisions made about the production of art, as producers would in other businesses. Many artists do not make a living from sales of works, and take on a second job to support their production of art. Some of Abing's own friends are poor artists who hardly sell, have lousy second jobs, and yet they carry on. I don't understand why they just don't quit the profession, he says. His book, effectively, is not an attempt to understand the exceptional economic circumstances that make sense of their decision to continue making the art they choose regardless of sales, but to show them the error of their ways. 7 There is an oversupply of artists, he argues, and as anyone with a basic understanding of economic laws knows, when supply is greater than demand, prices fall. The irrational values of artists result in their own poverty. Abing cannot overcome what he calls the two-faced character of the economy of the arts. 8 He likes to say that there are two spheres, the gift sphere and the market sphere, and that they both operate in art. One of the abiding perceptions within and beyond the art world, he says, is that aesthetic value and economic value belong to different spheres. 9 Abing's spheres are sociological entities. They consist largely of beliefs, attitudes, and values, including myths, and they appear to create all manner of mischief. As both an artist and an economist, Abing finds himself subscribing to both sets of belief. Abing is split. As a practicing artist, Abing subscribes to what he calls the mythology of art, but as a trained economist he cannot accept this mythology as true. Art has a mythology that protects it from money, says Abing. For instance, he says, there is a taboo that prevents an artist-dealer relationship from being a normal business relationship. 10 So much of Abing's book consists of ventriloquizing the values that belong to the opposing spheres that make claims on art. Instead of examining the different mechanisms of aesthetic value and market value, therefore, Abing reports the beliefs held by individuals regarding aesthetic value and market value. Abing typically sets an opinion from one alleged sphere against an opinion from another, the only difference being that one sphere is consistently presented in terms of the mythology of art while the other is consistently presented as the scientific, rational, indisputable, inevitable, and empirical sphere of economic exchange. The split between art and economics is both raised and resolved in the same moment, therefore, by characterizing one as irrational and the other as scientific. Taking sides in the last analysis with economics, the division between art and economics that Abeing lives out in his two roles is not a competition between equals, but the orchestrated confrontation between rationality and irrationality, fact and fiction, reality and delusion. In short, the tale of Abeing's split between economics and art is not a genuine fight, as in a boxing match, but a staged display of right defeating wrong, as in a wrestling bout. Abeing's empirical and anecdotal evidence, that he compiles through conversations with artists, follows the anthropological model of interviewing natives only to treat their testimony as irrational and in need of scientific interpretation. The subtitle to Abeing's book Why Are Artists Poor? Is The Exceptional Economy of the Arts, but the book is an extended argument against the perceived exceptionalism of art. Art appears to be economically exceptional, for Abeing, because it has been hypnotized by myths which have economic consequences. His explanation for art's economic exceptionalism is that art is sacred. 11 Abeing's acknowledgement that artists appear to be economically exceptional producers does not lead him to examine whether artistic production is itself economically exceptional. Abeing says that art has an exceptional economy, not that art is economically exceptional, the difference being that, for him, art itself can be brought into standard economic practice through a simple process of enlightenment. As such, Abeing's negative assessment of the various reports of art's exceptionalism is not based on an examination of the exceptional production of art or the exceptional prices of unique goods. Abeing says that the large presence of donations and subsidies in the arts is exceptional. 12 However, if art is economically exceptional in some respects, receiving subsidies is not one of them. 13 Hardly any industry or economic sphere is left to the market. Abeing says there is a taboo. 14 On talking about money in relation to art, profit motives are not absent, they are merely veiled, and publicly the economic aspect of art is denied. 15 The reference to taboo is a deliberate strategy to associate the antagonism to the market in art with irrationality. When he recounts the values of the art community, he frames them in terms of myth. 16 Taboo, ritual. 17 And the sacred. He is convinced of the rationality of the economic, while subscribing to the idea that the arts promote an alternative value system. 18 Art, for him, is in the grip of the gift sphere. 19 The concept of the gift sphere allows Abeing to acknowledge the so-called irrational values of art without them challenging economics and economic value. The fact that the myths attached to art attract subsidies from the state, corporate business, and family members only exacerbates the problem, as far as he is concerned. For Abeing, the primary reason why artists are poor is that the myths and sacredness of art attract more practitioners than are economically viable. Economic exceptionalism, in Abeing's eyes, is an illusion akin to religious beliefs which affect behavior and can have actual social effects, but which can and ought to be modified, rectified, or eliminated. In fact, he takes it as significant that only reverends and priests receive more income from gifts than artists. 20 And that part of art consumption clearly resembles religious consumption. 21 At the same time, however, the myths of art become embedded in economic exchanges and distort them. Anti-market behavior can be profitable. 22 He says. And if an artist openly rejects the market, perhaps for years, but eventually begins to sell her work, Abeing explains this as a kind of shadow play in which the reality of seeking to sell is masked by claims to the contrary. The possibility that artists are taken on by dealers and acquired by collectors as a result of the quality and independence of their work which results from resisting the market for an extended period is not considered by Abeing as feasible. But it is surely not inconceivable that artists who focus their attention exclusively on questions of value in art rather than on art's market value will eventually be recognized by the market nonetheless. Abeing only brings such resistance to the market to bear on the economics of art insofar as they appear as the expressed beliefs of artists, not as a set of material conditions for the production of art linked to art's discourses and modes of evaluation. Hence, economic rationality, for Abeing, always trump the values of art because he regards economic value as objective and unavoidable, while the values of the arts community are mythological and irrational. Arjo Claimer takes the opposite view, criticizing economics and supplementing it with sociology and anthropology because economic theory does not account for relationships and does not recognize a value that is beyond measure. Point 23 And the Chicago economist Deirdre McCloskey has gone some way in that direction, inserting ethics into economics by arguing that hard-nosed economic analysis makes mistakes when it forgets that humans are political animals. 24 In the Aristotelian sense of belonging to a community, the arts only offer an idyllic or utopian alternative to the market, according to Abeing, which is to say, artists and the arts have become a symbol of an alternative to the bourgeois lifestyle. But this is a romantic, not a realistic alternative. Point 25 Since economic mechanisms cannot be suspended, the laws of supply and demand continue to choreograph the allocation of resources in art, according to Abeing. I will not deny that different practices exist in different areas of production, observing that if the director of Shell dies 26 he can be replaced, but when an artist dies then nobody can take their place in the production of their works. He asserts that the underlying principles, however, are the same 27 for all areas of production. This is why art's resistance to market forces can only exist, for him, in the comforting and childish form of beliefs and myths. As such, convictions and values which contradict economics and market forces are not just irrational, for Abeing, they are damaging and dangerous. Economic exceptionalism in art is therefore seen as a lamentable kind of superstition or prejudice, that is to say nothing but a remnant of the enchanted world that the Enlightenment confronted with science, rationality, and democracy. And it is these myths about the sacredness of art that Abeing believes explains the operations of the art market. Why else would artists persist for decades in producing works that they cannot sell? In one sense, the argument that art is economically exceptional in its production as well as its prices and increasing marginal utility is an attempt to answer this question, central to cultural economics, without assuming that artists are irrational in doing so. Abeing illustrates his theory of art's myth-driven economic exceptionalism with an account of the purchase of a Mondrian. In 1998 the Dutch government was prepared to pay €36 million, APPR $32 million, for an unfinished painting by Mondrian. After all, it's just a piece of linen on a wooden frame with some dots of paint on it. Much cheaper copies could easily be produced, which in their appearance could offer almost anything the original offers. Nevertheless, people believe that the original is irreplaceable, because they know that Mondrian made this specific work of art. 28. Abeing explains this purchase in the sociological or anthropological terms of belief. Note not only the reference to what people believe but also, in a contrast that seals the meaning of belief, the reference to its just and their appearance could offer almost anything the original offers. The Humean guillotine cuts the painting's social meaning off from its significant material properties, and Abeing is left with some linen, wood, and paint on one side and a set of beliefs on the other. If this separation can be successfully accomplished, then there is a possibility, as he speculates, of simply reproducing the object, hence he says, cheaper copies could easily be produced. Apart from begging the question of why anybody would be interested in reproducing the object divorced from its social meaning as a Mondrian painting, Abeing shows a complete disregard for material history, as if all the evidence of human accomplishment can be replaced with doppelgangers. Moreover, the copy requires a completely different set of skills from those called on to produce innovative artistic forms, such as Mondrian's enormous contribution to modern abstract painting. Value is siphoned off from objects, materials, and processes in preparation for the conclusion that values, in the form of myths, are expendable. The positivist redescription of the painting as a piece of linen with some dots painted on it is typical of the way anthropologists describe the physical characteristics of fetish objects or the physical actions involved in a ritual, tearing values away from the facts that instantiate them. The reasons that such a work might be purchased by the Dutch government, in Abeing's account, can only be explained with reference to some apparently irrational belief in authenticity and originality. While Abeing characterizes the purchase of the Mondrian in terms of belief, he does not speak of the irrational belief in money, for instance, or the myth that wealth increases happiness. 29 The taboo on public subsidy in neoliberal economics is present in Abbaying's study but is 352 presented as the result of rational scientific study. And the founding myth that before economic exchange there was barter, is also presented as if it were true. 30 Myths, for Abbaying, on the contrary, appear only to exist in his gift sphere. None of this is teased out in Abbaying's Humean interpretation. Abbaying anticipates no material impoverishment in the cheap copy and looks forward to the prospect of saving some money, like an American holidaymaker in Las Vegas enjoying the best of European tourist sites at a fraction of the price. What Abbaying misses altogether in his hypothetical illustration of the Mondrian copy is an economic analysis of the absence of copies, multiples, and quantities in Mondrian's production of art, which is untypical for commodity production but typical for visual art. Abbaying raises the possibility of a cheap copy in the attempt to show up the irrationality of believing that art is exceptional, but if there are real and not just imagined differences between the original Mondrian and the cheap copy which are important not just in terms of the quality of the work but the history of the object, then this illustration is very suggestive of art's real economic exceptionalism. Baumol had developed a more nuanced economic analysis of the relationship between original artworks and the production of identical commodities in 1986, arguing that the art market differs from standard markets insofar as the latter is made up of a large number of perfect substitutes for one another 31 whereas paintings and sculptures are unique, and even two works on the same theme by a given artist are imperfect substitutes. 32 Two Rembrandt self-portraits are not substitutes for one another, and a cheap print of a Warhol image bought at a museum shop is not a perfect substitute for the original Warhol. By contrast, a CD or MP3 of a song is a perfect substitute for an identical CD or MP3, and they can therefore be replaced, but a live performance, in principle, has no perfect substitute as the same performer playing the same songs on another night will perform differently, despite the fact that mainstream musical theater and certain genres of pop music go to extreme lengths to eliminate such differences. Books are printed in large numbers and are therefore perfect substitutes of one another, but a handmade book is not. The reason, therefore, that paintings and sculptures, unlike apples or Range Rovers, do not have perfect substitutes is that they are produced differently, not because we hold irrational beliefs about them. It is the production of art, not its myths, that must be the basis of an account of the seemingly metaphysical distinction between the original and the copy, and the economic difference between the price of the original and the relatively cheaper copy. Abbaying promotes a version of what Mark Fisher calls capitalist realism, in which the market for art is rational and the resistance to the market is romantic. Hickey matches this with his own version of capitalist realism in which the art market promotes beauty and art's own institutions promote academicism. Abbaying argues that art's myths are at the root of the economic impoverishment of artists, while Hickey, negligently or provocatively, caricatures art's institutions as geared up to neutralize art's power. 33 The central weakness of Hickey's argument lies in his characterization of beauty in terms that derive entirely from the commodity. Combining together a concept of beauty tied to the consumer's relationship to commodities, and a conviction that the market is the best mechanism for supplying individuals with their own brand of beauty. 34 Hickey appears to believe that all artworks are, or ought to be, commodities like any other, and therefore quarantines art off from the anomalous conditions of art's economic exceptionalism. If this is an oversight that undermines Hickey's entire case for beauty, it is one shared by mainstream economists who reserve no place for art outside commodity production. In Marxist economics, by contrast, not all products are commodities. Commodities are only those products specifically produced for exchange. Products are commodities by virtue of being produced through the process of investing capital in production. If these products are, for whatever reason, not subsequently sold, they remain commodities. However, products not produced for exchange do not become commodities by being sold for whatever reason. The capitalist mode of production is devoted entirely to the production of commodities. Nevertheless, within societies dominated by the capitalist mode of production, many products are produced that are not commodities. In the capitalist mode of production, commodities are produced for the market with the intention of the self-accumulation of value. However, there are many exceptions. Imagine I bake a loaf of bread with my son during the holidays. This loaf of bread is not a commodity, it is baked for personal consumption, not exchange. This loaf does not enter economic circulation, is not exchanged, and is not made for the market. No capital is advanced in the production of the loaf of bread, as the ingredients are purchased by the final consumer, which is simply another way of saying that these ingredients are not purchased as raw materials for commodity production intended for sale. When I buy the flour, yeast, and so on, I am not a productive capitalist investing in the means of production anticipating a future yield of surplus value. 35 I am a consumer purchasing goods that I will combine to produce food to eat, as well as an enjoyable experience that I will share with my son. The production of this loaf of bread, therefore, is non-commodity production. And millions of loaves of bread are made every day without any need for exchange, circulation, sale, purchase, or capital accumulation. Making your own clothes, or making clothes for loved ones, is not commodity production either. Growing your own vegetables is not agribusiness. In fact, millions of us produce millions of use values on a daily basis without any of them being a commodity. In this sense, art's economic exceptionalism is exceptional to the dominant mode of production but is not as rare as might at first be assumed. A transformation of production takes place when the production of use values becomes the production of exchange values. Let us look at what changes when one of the millions of domestic bakers decides to start a business baking and selling bread. The decision to make exchange values rather than use values is the best way to understand Marx's distinction between making use values and making social use values. They are social in several senses. First, the quantity of bread that the commercial baker produces is far in excess of what the individual can possibly consume, so it is a social quantity. Second, the use value of the bread is social insofar as the commercial baker makes the bread that others want, that is, if the customers prefer white loaves to brown loaves, then the baker who produces social use values switches production to white loaves. And third, the bread has only social use value insofar as the producer has no use for it. So, when a domestic baker becomes a commercial baker, the quantity of loaves produced increases to match the quantity of loaves that others demand. In addition, however, commodification requires a transformation of production in quality. That is to say, the production of the bread will be henceforth determined by the qualities that match the needs and wants of others. Social use values are made for others to consume and, simultaneously, not for the use of the producer. 36 The commercial baker, even a small artisan baker, will not only bake far more bread than they could possibly consume themselves, but may well bake bread for which they personally have no affection, find objectionable and would never eat. There is an ambiguity in the concept of social use values, though. The artist who produces non-commodities, has a use value in the product and continues to relate to it, but nevertheless hopes that others will relate to it, too, without necessarily putting the work on the market. In art, the product can be social without being alienated from the producer or being produced as an exchange value. Now, insofar as artists have a use value for the works in the process of making them, the experimental, exploratory, and experiential elements of making are often as important to the artist as the final product, and, insofar as artists continue to have a use value for the works they produce, as materials for reflection, re-examination, reinterpretation and so on, artworks do not exclusively have social use values. However, the use values that artists have of their works are made available to others through exhibition, reproduction, documentation, and other forms of display, although the specific use values that others have of the artist's work will differ in quality and content. Are art's use values, therefore, not social use values? If we remember that Marx argued that capitalism socializes production but communism will collectivize production, We might want to choose our words carefully about what sort of use values art has. Perhaps we want to say that in not being restricted to private use value, art has collective use value, communal use value or public use value. At any rate, art does not sit comfortably on either side of the distinction that Marx draws between use value and social use value. Art is neither the product of an individual for their own private use, nor the commodity produced inauthentically for others on account of being produced for money. We cannot assume that artistic production is standard commodity production. Demand determines supply only in the case of commodities produced for exchange in a self-regulated market. Market demand is not the principal source of incentives for art practice. Artworks can be bought and sold, of course, but they are more often produced according to values internal to art, partly as a process of discovery in itself, partly to add to knowledge, partly to make a contribution to ongoing debates, partly, perhaps, to set agendas and change the direction of art history, partly to test the water. When producers are not driven by market demand and are prepared to forego sales for values internal to their practice, then market mechanisms do not work in standard ways and the economics of this kind of production cannot be explained by the standard theory. Value plays a significant role in the circumstances that make art economically exceptional, but the serious work of rethinking the economics of art must go beyond debating the pros and cons of those values and examine in close detail the economic preconditions and economic effects of those values. So-called failed artists support their artistic production with other jobs, and many commercially unsuccessful artists are, in fact, critically successful. Mainstream economists have failed to capitalize on the theory of art's economic exceptionalism buried in its history. However, it is not only mainstream economists who are at fault in overlooking the economic exceptionalism of artistic production and consumption. The failure of Marxists to produce a detailed and accurate economic analysis of art, since Marxists have taken the economics of art for granted, as commodity production, or bypassed economics in a sociological theory of art, augmented with psychoanalysis, ideology, politics, and aesthetics, has led to exaggerated claims about art's commodification, incorporation, industrialization, branding, and so forth. Politically, this has meant that the left have been ill-prepared to defend art against market forces, incapable of distinguishing between those artists who produce commodities for the market, and those who do not, and with inadequate resources to engage accurately in the debates over art subsidies from the state. What mainstream economists and Marxists have underestimated is the extent to which art has been exempt from market forces by virtue of art's economic relations of production. A summary of exceptionalism in classical, neoclassical, welfare and Marxist economics reveals varieties within the same concept. Classical economics seeks to explain the observation of fancy prices as monopoly prices of goods for which labor cannot augment supply to meet demand. In the case of goods sold at fancy prices, there is no competition among suppliers and therefore increased competition among purchasers. The absence of competition among suppliers is precisely what leads classical economists to explain fancy. 357. Prices in terms of monopoly, but this is unsatisfactory. Theorizing exceptionalism in terms of natural and artificial monopoly endogenesis fancy prices and thereby reduces or eliminates the exception at the heart of exceptionalism. In the case of art, in particular, this is unrealistic. If we disaggregate monopoly price and the augmentation of supply, then it is possible to rethink classical exceptionalism as a theory of the limits placed on economic exchange by non-economic conditions. When the quantity of a product cannot be increased to meet demand, then labor is no longer what is represented by its price. For Smith and the classical economists, it is this divergence of price and labor that is exceptional. If demand increases for an item that cannot be produced or reproduced, then its price cannot be anchored by the labor required to produce it but overshoots that value with no necessary upper limit. Dead artists, unique objects, the impossibility of merely substituting one producer of art for another, the rarity of talented labor, the problem of fakes, forgeries and copies, the limited number of wealthy collectors, the extraordinary lengths to which collectors will go to procure a given work, The fact that collectors, unlike merchants, do not buy in order to sell, these are some of the preconditions for art's fancy prices. In principle, however, the conditions under which prices are regulated by supply and demand can be deliberately avoided in the production of any goods whatsoever. Manufacturers can artificially create the conditions under which commodities can be sold above their equilibrium price by producing special collector's limited editions or by eliminating competition by producing branded goods or goods protected by copyright and patents, for instance. Handbags are not economically exceptional goods, but the Louis Vuitton Tribute Patchwork Bag, released originally in an edition of only 24 in 2007, sold for $45,000 each, although the bags can be produced for just a few $100s. Nothing prevents the manufacturer of Louis Vuitton handbags from increasing supply to meet demand, but the marketplace in which no other company can legally produce the Tribute Patchwork Bag does not incentivize such an increase in production either. Designer handbags replicate some of the effects of economic exceptionalism, but the cause of the limit on supply is different. It is not impossible to increase the supply of Louis Vuitton handbags to meet demand. The company decided to compel demand to outstrip supply. Economic exceptionalism applies to goods for which supply cannot be increased to meet demand. The artificial restrictions on supply imposed by manufacturers can be excluded from economic exceptionalism if we understand the principal feature of economic exceptionalism to be the presence of external limitations on production. 358. There can be monopolistic conditions placed on the supply of a certain artist's work. Organizations have been set up to regulate the supply of works by Rembrandt and Warhol, for instance, but this is not monopoly in the conventional sense of the term. The concept of monopoly prices in the theory of economic exceptionalism refers, instead, to a far more unusual and complicated range of constraints on supply. Monopoly is typically a privilege of property rights, having exclusive ownership of a resource such as land, licenses, patents, and copyright, or dominating a whole market by eliminating the competition, but the limitations on the production of wine in certain French vineyards or the production of paintings by Vermeer are not due to property rights. The vineyard has limits that no amount of capital or labor can extend, and the same is true of Vermeer's capacity to produce a certain quantity of paintings per year. In the case of antiques or artworks by dead artists, the apparent monopoly is nothing but a false description of a rarity that is fixed by historical circumstances. Not all fancy prices are the result of economic exceptionalism. Some fancy prices, in the market for luxuries, may be due to artificial monopolies established by brands and independent luxury producers, but the fancy prices of artworks are due to the special conditions of artistic production in which the attempt to augment supply through labor is necessarily undermined by the unsubstitutability of the artist and the irreproducibility of the artwork. Unlike in manufacturing generally, identical work made by another producer is not a perfect substitute in art, and even identical work produced by the same artist at different times does not count as a perfect substitute. The preconditions for the economic exceptionalism of artworks are present in the special conditions for the production of art. That is to say, the conditions of artistic production set limits on the economics of art. Even though these conditions are historical, in the sense that they have not always existed and may pass, no economics of art today, or at any point in the last 500 years, can claim to be realistic if it avoids, suppresses, wishes away, or remains ignorant of the forces constraining the reproduction of artworks by interchangeable producers. When demand for an artist's work increases, as a result of fame, fashion, critical acclaim, or whatever, then, in the case of dead artists, no labor can increase the supply of the artist's work to market. However, when the artist is alive, why could the supply of a certain work not be increased? In industry, it is possible for a manufacturer to have a monopoly that prevents other producers from meeting an increase in demand, but it does not mean that such articles are irreproducible. What is more, it is to be expected that living artists will increase output when demand for their work increases. However, in most cases, making a work again, even by the same artist, is to make a new work. If Picasso had made a version of his own iconic work Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, 359. 20 years later, no increase in supply of the painting would result, each painting would necessarily remain unique. Artworks are inseparable from how and when they are produced. Supply of given artworks cannot be increased because the time and the context of their production cannot be reproduced. Differences between works produced together and according to the same principles, can lead to enormous discrepancies in quality and price. Individual works in the same exhibition may, therefore, fetch higher prices than others even though they were produced by the same artist in the same year. Each work will be uniquely judged, as art, on its merits, and assessed, economically, on its performance. And the individual works that will take on such value are not determined by the artist. The artist can neither choose nor guess which of their artworks will become the key works. The processes of artworks becoming historically important and coins becoming rare, is out of the hands of producers. Unlike monopoly prices in general, opening the marketplace or introducing legislation to prevent individuals and firms from dominating the sector cannot correct the fancy prices of artworks. What is missing from the classical account of art's economic exceptionalism is an explanation of the non-economic constraints placed on the production of art which prevent artworks from being replicated in the way that standard commodities are. In connection with the difficulties of reproducing the non-substitutable artwork, it is worth revisiting Rosalind Krauss's agenda-setting essay The Originality of the Avant-Garde through an Economic Lens. Krauss argues convincingly that modernism is defined by the value it ascribes to originality. It is possible to extend the value of originality in art historically to the Renaissance, certainly insofar as artworks from that time were understood as originating in the unique person of the artist. But Ian Watt's important theory of the new published in 1957 locates the modern concept of originality, specifically the inversion of meaning of the term original which had meant having existed from the first, into a term of praise meaning novel or fresh in character or style 37 to the period after Descartes. This art supplants the classical and customary narrative consisting of generic characters existing in generic time, narratives whose primary criterion was truth to individual experience, which is always unique and therefore new. Also, the effort to distinguish one artist's work from another's, through what later was dubbed a signature style, certainly predates modernism. Nevertheless, what is significant about Krauss's essay is her postmodern critique of originality and her support for those artists, such as Agnes Martin and Sherry Levine, who opt for art practices that 360. Priorities repetition rather than originality. The aesthetic and theoretical points are well taken, but two Agnes Martin paintings are not the same, and two Sherry Levine works are not substitutes of one another. Artworks that are based on the concept of repetition are not necessarily thereby based on the economic practice of producing perfect substitutes of one another, like quantities of onions or Wrangler jeans. Seth Siegelaub had made a similar point about the reproducibility of text art and conceptual art's use of photography and publishing. A photograph of a painting is not a painting, he said, and so catalogs and books documenting such works must be secondary to those works, but catalogs of works that exist originally as text or photography can be reproduced in large numbers without any loss in quality or experience, hence catalogs and other publications can be primary for such works. While this results in the production of self-published books such as Ed Ruskin's 26 Gasoline Stations and Every Building on the Sunset Strip, in which each book is a perfect substitute of all the others in the edition, and, coincidentally, the aesthetic organization of the work is structured around repetition rather than originality, the fact that such works are technically capable of being produced and reproduced as commodities, does not mean that this is followed through economically. The reason for this, I would suggest, is that the art market has been set up to respond to the economic exceptionalism of art, with the result that artworks with the technical capacity to be standard commodities are required to adapt to exceptional arrangements. The economic exceptionalism of art remains somewhat sketchy, however, as the suggestive observations of classical economics have not been built into either cultural economics or the Western Marxist analysis of art's relationship to capitalism. Neoclassical economics does not refine the classical argument for economic exceptionalism, so therefore preserves all the ambiguities and errors that beset the conflation of fancy prices with monopoly prices and the narrow theorization of the impossibility to augment supply as a variety of natural monopoly. The increasing marginal utility of culture is economically exceptional, as is the absence of additional units in the case of unique works of art. Hence, even though neoclassicism fails to improve the classical formulation of economic exceptionalism, it extends the scope of exceptionalism. Not only does neoclassicism furnish the material for a supplementation of the supply theory of fancy prices with a demand theory of increasing marginal utility, neoclassicism develops concepts such as imperfect substitution, externality, and the cost disease that provide new tools, pose new problems and suggest new articulations of exceptionalism. The apparent non-relationship between classical exceptionalism and neoclassical exceptions raises the possibility that no single coherent concept 361 of economic exceptionalism can be assembled from the fragments in the literature. A coherent or general theory of economic exceptionalism appears to lose out to an observation of fancy prices that are exceptional to classicism and an observation of two distinct anomalies to neoclassical price theory. Despite the fact that art is exceptional to both, the aspects of art that are exceptional in each case appear to be quite separate. True, unique goods are exceptional to both traditions, the first because they are not subject to competition among suppliers, the second because they cannot be divided into units of supply, but the nature of the two types of exceptionalism have nothing in common. What is more, the exception of quantities of a good not being augmentable through labor has nothing at all to do with the exception of the desire for art increasing through exposure. Art, antiques, diamonds and rare books are exceptional to classical doctrine by failing to reach their equilibrium natural price, but are exceptional to neoclassical doctrine because their utility and value is indivisible and incalculable in terms of marginal utility. Rather than thinking of economic exceptionalism in general, therefore, we are tempted to speak of exceptions to classical economic theory and exceptions to neoclassical economic theory. It is more worthwhile, I would suggest, to identify the various aspects of the economics of art, the prices of artworks, the tastes of consumers, the production of quantities, and so on, and combine them in a total theory of art's economic exceptionalism. It is possible to redescribe some aspects of art's economic exceptionalism within the terms of externalities. When a commercial gallery, for instance, displays works for sale, non-purchasing viewers can enjoy the works for free. This is a positive externality. When, on the other hand, a commissioning body uses private or public funds to pay an artist to produce a publicly cited sculpture, many passers-by who have neither paid for the work nor would have asked for it, have no choice but to be confronted by it. This is a negative externality. There can be either positive or negative externalities for a collector when an art historian is commissioned by a third party to write about an artist, if the writing alters the price that a work might fetch. Also, when an artist is selected by a respected curator, exhibited in a prestigious museum, written about in an esteemed publication or discussed at an important conference, then positive externalities result for the owners of the artist's works and the gallerists or dealers who benefit from increased prices of works without contributing financially to the institutions and events that boost the artist's reputation. Since no bargains or trade-offs take place in the transmission of an externality, economists typically resort to the kinds of techniques that they normally regard as interference in the free activity of individuals in order to endogenize such goods/bads, for instance, suggesting that the government impose a tax on the product. 362. Of negative externalities or advocating intellectual copyright for artists. Mainstream accounts of externalities understand that, since they are not the result of exchange but the consequence of the absence of exchange, externalities are not governed by the reciprocity of economic transactions. Externalities leak out from exchange in the form of consequences. What is suppressed in mainstream economics, however, is the limit to economics and market forces that this implies. Externalities exist at the intersection of the economic and non-economic. Externalities are neither economically exceptional, they exist in every economic sector from healthcare to real estate and from transport to the chemical industry, nor an explanation of art's economic exceptionalism. The economic theory of externalities, therefore, cannot replace the theory of exceptionalism. Economic exceptionalism designates a limit. The range of theories of exceptionalism, or the variety of economic principles to which art is said to be exceptional, is not proof that art's economic exceptionalism is incoherent but reflects a whole set of limits. Adam Smith recognized the natural geological limits of the special conditions for growing certain vines, while Senior added the limit imposed on production by the death of certain non-substitutable producers such as artists. Say regarded the rarity of talent as a limit on the production of great art, and Ricardo, who focused on the absence of labor as the determination of fancy prices, appears to have been struck by antiques, statues and other rare goods being limited in their supply not only by what was produced in the past but by what has contingently survived. De Quincey builds his case for exceptionalism around other contingencies, principally geographical remoteness, which place local and temporary limits on supply. Exceptionalism is the result not only of insufficient or monopoly supply but also the insistence of non-market values acting as incentives that put limits on the power of economic forces. Rather than suppress the exceptionalism of such behavior, it makes more sense to see the apparently irrational choices of artists as exerting a force on economic rationality that, without fully extinguishing it perhaps, certainly sets limits on its efficacy. The contrast between the purchase of artworks and the effort required in experiencing them designates another limit to the economic. Other limits are placed on market forces through art's exceptional manner of responding to collectors. When an artist is requested by his dealer to make an additional painting in green because a collector has expressed an interest in purchasing one, the artist is not thereby instructed by his boss to complete a job of work. The economic relationship between the dealer and artist is such that the dealer can only advise, suggest, persuade, threaten, and seduce the artist. And when an artist adopts the imagery, techniques, or values of capitalist production, trade, marketing, or management, this is not because of economic but cultural imperatives. Within capitalism, generally, social forces are, at best, secondary to economic forces, but in art, we might say, the economic is wrapped up in social imperatives that distort, deflect, and limit the laws of supply and demand. Economic exceptionalism, therefore, results from a range of limits placed on market forces by non-economic forces. Quality or value is the most conspicuous non-economic consideration that sets limits on the standard operation of supply and demand in the production, circulation, and consumption of art. What art is or what experts and arts institutions authorize as good taste or informed opinion does not limit value in art. Having said that, the subjective judgments of art by individuals do not have a monopoly on value. Dialogue on value in art is possible and is necessary, albeit often in a hidden and suppressed way, in the formation of individual judgments. One thing we can say about all judgments of value in art is that they are necessarily non-economic. Both originality and repetition are non-economic values. Also, it is clear that Seguilov's enthusiasm for reproducible art, which resembles the economic imperative to produce perfect substitutes, is actually a non-economic value attached to conceptual art's mobility, lightness, and auxiliary status. Beauty is a non-economic value. Even if the free market is efficient at responding to the demand for beauty, the value of beauty is non-economic. Equally, the critique of beauty is a non-economic imperative that can have economic effects. What is more, if the experience of beauty and judgments of taste generally require the exertion of a self-transforming subject, then art is integrally linked to a mode of experience that is not only non-economic in origin but non-economic in a fuller sense. No aggregate or statistical average of such experiences can predict future behavior. This is not because art viewers are always already emancipated, or that they are especially sensitive. Art value is not reducible to consumer preference, but this does not mean that the assessment of art's value is restricted to minorities who have the benefit of education, cultivation, and minority tastes. Philistine values might not win over the art establishment, but they are values nonetheless. The difference between a preference and a value is not between a socially authorized assessment and an individual assessment, but between judging something according to its merits and judging something in relation to its price. With preferences we cut the coat according to our cloth, but with judgments of value we are not required to trade off quality for affordability. One can value a Paul Smith suit more highly than a Marks and Spencer suit, even while one expresses a preference for the latter by purchasing it. As such, when artworks are discussed according to their merit, we do not have to invoke expert opinion, or reject the subjective in order to speak of inherent value. Preference is not more democratic than value, judgments of quality or questions of merit. Value is ordinary. Value in art need not be restricted to the kind of judgments of art as art that dominated discussions of art and aesthetics in high modernism. The association of art with value, of art as a practice of values, precedes modern autonomy. Gombrich said, "I go back deliberately to the old meaning of the term art, when art was identified with skill or mastery, the art of war, the art of love, or whatever else." Prior to the differentiation of craft and skill, the Italian word for skill, arte, designated the common ground for them both. For Leonardo, arte was a skill, a know-how applied both to his scientific experiments and to painting. 38 During the Renaissance, however, the artist began to be distinguished from the artisan. Artisans were skillful, but artists had something beyond mere skill. Vasari, for instance, wrote biographies of figures from Cimabue to Michelangelo in mythic terms, as compelled by nature to draw and paint, effortlessly excelling their masters at an early age, and quarreling with their patrons. Subsequently, talk of the artist's talent or genius first supplemented then replaced talk of skill in art's discourses. Art and value had not converged yet, partly because art did not yet exist as a separate category of practice. Before the 18th century, Gombrich said, people admired paintings and sculptures, but no one talked about art as such. 39 There were no artists in the Renaissance, either, just painters, sculptors, and architects, as the title of Vasari's Lives has it. Nevertheless, Vasari conscientiously avoided using the standard common noun for painters, sculptors, and architects, namely artisan, preferring the word artificer because this was associated with divine creation. The use of the word art changed from the 17th century onwards when, in the words of Raymond Williams, an increasingly common specialized application to a group of skills not hitherto formally represented, painting, drawing, engraving and sculpture became dominant. 40 In this new sense of the word, Gombrich says, art is not linked to skill but value, art as something next to religion or science. 41 Skill was not jettisoned from art altogether, but it was allocated an increasingly minor role, first by describing the acquisition of skill in mysterious terms and then by speaking in terms of inspiration. Between the Renaissance and the 18th century, art became more than skill. Value rather than craft, technique, and know-how become central when the word art stopped meaning skill and started meaning art. Now, for the first time, you could speak of the skills of art without saying something circular. This surplus originated in hyperbole, perhaps, and it has retained an element of mystification about it, but judging products in terms of the skills that are required to produce them is different from judging them in terms of their cultural or aesthetic value. When judgments of the merit of artworks are disaggregated from judgments of the skill of the artist, the first step is taken towards the non-substitutability of the artist, since an artist of equal or superior skill can no longer replace an artist whose work has certain unique qualities. Advocates of craft against art complain that the rubbish presented in prestigious institutions and fetch enormous sums on the market do not compare favorably with the skills required to produce even the most modest craft goods. The evident shortfall between art and craft, from the point of view of craft skill, results from the surplus coming to exist independently of skill to such an extent that it splits off from skill and, eventually, opposes it. Skill is seen as a limitation on art as a result of art becoming the vessel of the new value of human poetic powers, which is the source of one of the key elements of modern identity, inwardness, that Charles Taylor says was reflected and foreshadowed in the great prestige of the visual and plastic arts in the Italian Renaissance, 42 brought about by the new self-consciousness about the depiction of reality and the separation of the subject no longer English obeyed by what is depicted. 43 The visual arts played a role in representing space in new ways that established new relationships between objects and subjects, but the new mythic accounts of artists also paved the way for concepts such as creative imagination, authenticity, self-determination, self-expression and so on. Adorno picks up on this trajectory of the myth of the artist in relation to general human personality when he says genius becomes an ideology in inverse proportion to the world's becoming a less human one. 44 The romantic and early modernist love of the art of children, the insane and the so-called primitive indicates just how deeply certain values about humanity as a species begin to erode the status of skill in art. Modernist and avant-gardist art pressed this home through what T.J. Clarke called practices of negation, namely some form of decisive innovation in method or materials or imagery, whereby a previously established set of skills are deliberately avoided or travestied. 45 Including attacks on centered and legible composition, broken mismatching of colors and deliberate displays of painterly awkwardness. By the 19th century, practices of negation become the technical precondition, according to Clarke, for any serious art. Interestingly, Clarke introduces the concept of practices of negation to address the following question: would it be like, exactly, for art to possess its own values? Whether the negation of skill in art advances art's resistance to orthodoxy and formula, or makes room within technique for the presence of human identity, personality, and expression, it is value that drives out skill in art. If art and value are as tightly knit as I have suggested, then the concept of a merit good has a peculiarly strong relationship with art. Merit goods are given special economic treatment because they are imbued with value, while art is a practice of values. In fact, art separates itself from craft, and manufacturing generally, precisely by virtue of transposing itself according to the rule of values internal to it, a move that puts art on a collision course with the market. Taus interprets the concept of merit good in line with a different conception of the relationship between art and value, one which is attached to an old elitist sense of the value of high culture. What Fry and Keynes shared, she says, was the upper middle class view of art as a merit good. 46 Taus backdates the concept to refer to a set of judgments about the quality of art and the cultivation required to experience it adequately, with no reference to Musgrave's version of welfare economics or public policy. Rather, for Taus, the concept of art as a merit good appears to derive not from welfare economics at all, but from elitism. She explains why Fry and Keynes regarded art as a merit good by telling us that art, to them, was something they believed they understood better than the grubby types who were responsible for government. 47 This culturally high-handed definition of a merit good does not fit as neatly with Musgrave's other merit goods such as education and healthcare, nor is it a necessary concomitant of art as a merit good. Art is a merit good, I would argue, not because cultivated and powerful people like Fry and Keynes manage to impose art on the nation, but simply on the condition that there is a serious difference between examples of it being determined by the market, and consumer preference, and being judged on its merits, independent of consumer sovereignty. But the concept of merit good presents two obstacles for thinking about the economics of art. First, it appears to assume state funding as a solution to the provision of universal goods, and, second, it remains far too timid in its conception of the tension between the economic and the non-economic. The argument that certain goods, including education and healthcare, ought to be available universally and free of direct charge to the user, exerts non-economic constraints on economic activities, replacing market mechanisms with mechanisms that derive, in principle, from collective decision-making, and replacing consumer sovereignty with political sovereignty or citizen sovereignty. The principle of the social provision of health care to those who need it rather than those who can afford it, as well as providing education to all regardless of the wealth or inclination of households, can only be sustained by a political rationale that is imposed independently of market forces. Adding art to the list of merit goods is controversial because it raises questions about elitism, cultural division, privilege, and state patronage, but the central question, it seems to me, revolves around the relationship between art and value. That is to say, if health and education are to be allocated according to merit rather than ability to pay and willingness to pay, then art at least has a prima facie case for inclusion in the list of merit goods so long as the argument that art ought to be judged on merit and not only according to consumer preference retains its force. If art is a merit good, however, the theory of art's economic exceptionalism can be deployed to rethink the concept of merit good as a collision between the economic and the non-economic in a more far-reaching way than has been typical of the advocacy of public subsidy for merit goods. Claimer worries that the concept of merit good is simply a technical way of restating the old aristocratic idea 48 that culture is good for you whether you want to know it or not. 49 Such misgivings take only one aspect of the merit good argument, the flouting of consumer sovereignty, and can see only paternalist imposition on individuals denied their power as consumers. What is missed in such arguments, which cannot be avoided when addressing other merit goods such as healthcare and education, is that universal provision is demanded by society through political mechanisms that override economic mechanisms and therefore, in principle, replace one kind of popular sovereignty with another. This book has not been a roundabout way of defending public subsidy for the arts. Nor has it been a long-winded rejection of the art market. The opposition between the two is a false dichotomy. What is neglected in this short-circuiting of options, is the full range of the non-economic, in which individuals and groups provide for their own and each other's needs, wants, and values without exchanging goods and services through markets or the apparatuses of the state. Goodwin appears to permit only two possibilities. Asking whether the free market can be counted upon to sustain the arts and, if not, what is the proper role for the state. 50 What I want to take from the concept of merit goods is not the rivalry between the free market and the state, but the combination of three antagonisms: 1. The confrontation between the economic and the non-economic; 2. The employment of political mechanisms rather than market mechanisms for arriving at collective decisions; and 3. The substitution of preference with value. An extended conception of merit goods, incorporated into a thorough re-articulation of economic exceptionalism, therefore, needs to dovetail with Saitovsky's conceptions of the non-economic and citizen sovereignty, Lebovitz's political economy of labor instead of the political economy of capital, Benfine's resistance to economics imperialism through the distinction between the economic and the non-economic, Esping Anderson's concept of decommodification, and something along the lines of Llewellyn Smith's notion of art value. Hart and Negri's concept of the commonwealth and the commons belongs to this reconstitution of economic relations. According to this constellation of concepts, it is possible to think of art as a merit good and therefore as common, in which art is universal and free rather than a hegemonic minority culture subsidized by the multitude. And finally, although many other contributions could be added to the list, David Harvey's concept of the cultural and intellectual commons is important because it combines art and science under a unified description of what should be common knowledge open to all. 51 Practically, 2. The economics of art cannot hang on one isolated measure, such as state subsidy or the art market. Value in art can neither be conflated with market value nor with expert opinion. If art is to become common property in the fullest sense, then judgments of the merits of artworks need to be taken by all. The point is neither to determine artistic production by consumer preference nor democratic mandate, both of which presuppose the steering of art by the social aggregate, but to realize the universality of art in social terms both through the extension of collective decision-making about the consumption of art and collective participation in artistic production. Since collective decision-making needs to be made at all levels, from the studio cooperative and local gallery to the National Art School and global biennial, under current conditions the state has an important role to play. Under present conditions, also, the only force strong enough to curb the power of the markets is the state, and therefore the state remains a defensible, albeit compromised and compromising, agent in the struggle to vouchsafe the priority of the non-economic. In art, including judgments of artworks on their merit, which market forces threaten with their calculations and trade-offs. Having said that, however, it is important to remember that, under present conditions, the art market, which is in many ways anomalous as a marketplace, is not to be entirely associated with market forces generally. In many ways the art market does not function according to business principles and the laws of supply and demand, including its resistance to consumer sovereignty. Therefore, the struggle against the determination of art by market value sits precariously within the art market itself, permanently under threat and permanently reasserted. To what extent this resistance to market forces within the art market merely pays lip service to art's non-economic value, or whether the art market genuinely risks profits for the sake of artistic merit, is a moot point. Even if this resistance is merely rhetorical, however, it is evidence of the necessity of non-economic value in art even at the heart of art's commercial exchange. Walter Benjamin's dashed hopes about how culture might be reconfigured as a result of the technologies of mechanical reproduction can be reinterpreted as a collision between capitalism and the non-economic, and now needs to be extended further into considerations of art's social relations. On some readings, Benjamin appears to argue that technological developments establish social relations by themselves. Radio, photography, vinyl records, and the cinema do not merely express already existing social relations, but they cannot bring about revolutionary new social relations just by dint of their social potential. In fact, it has often been argued that these technologies were perfectly adapted to accelerate the commodification of culture, the massification of the audience and the industrialization of culture. What Benjamin had in mind was not only the technological transformation of culture but the emergence of new collective forms of cultural production and consumption that would reorient these new technologies towards the revolutionary formation of new cultural relations and new cultural subjects. Benjamin's cultural revolution depends on an expanded conception of a sphere counter to the public and, in view of the analysis of art's economic exceptionalism, this cannot exclude the development of non-market mechanisms for decision-making that rival the official apparatuses of cultural competence and expertise. New technologies cannot revolutionize art without a complete transformation of the preconditions for participation in art, particularly the emancipation of the culturally excluded, who I have previously theorized under the heading of the Philistine, from the apparatuses of cultural hegemony that allocates the places within culture for the expert, the connoisseur, the consumer, the manager, the student, and, both within and without, the Philistine. Benjamin at his most optimistic is the best guide we have for a completely transformed culture organized around the non-economic, the decommodified, the political economy of labor and the aesthetic commons. What I think the analysis of the economics of art draws out of Benjamin's cultural utopia is, firstly, that we can achieve the kind of transformation of art that Benjamin indicates only if we pay close attention to the mechanisms by which collective decisions are made, and secondly, that this means establishing the conditions for the universalization of the Philistine both as consumer and producer of art. Our utopia for art must be based on discourse as a non-market mechanism for attributing value to art, and this must be democratized not merely by extending existing competences but by subverting the expert with Philistine knowledge. The market cannot bring this about.